I mean, I already just hit start streaming, so if you want to go for it. Is that slurping?
I think it was.
It almost sounded like a weird, like muffled, like Godzilla roar kaiju.
Hell yeah. I'll take that.
Oh fuck! I forgot to update the stream title. God damn it! It's fine. This is when people are coming in, anyways. And let's do just chatting. I feel like just chatting is better than like podcasts. All right. Update
There we are.
Yay! Things aren't scuffed at all. And then the tweet go out. Yeah, it did. Cool. All right. I'll do a very scuffed intro, but we'll do it. Maybe I'll edit it. Probably not. Anyways. Hello everyone to another episode of 2BitTales, a storytelling slash improvise podcast, I guess you would call it, where I bring in a guest and basically the guest gets to decide what we're talking or telling stories about, and I have to roll with it. And today's guest is Gh0stbirb, and if you want to give a quick introduction.
Hi, I'm Nev, everybody's favorite birb. Not really, but that's okay. I am mostly a horror VTuber. Even though I haven't been really streaming too much lately, just because I've been dealing with some stuff on my end. But hey, I'm working on it. I also play D&D with this nerd over here.
Wow.
And they're pretty chill. They keep the morale of the group pretty good. Keep us from being a bunch of murder hobos.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe not morale. I think you just mean morals.
Yeah, that.
Okay. Because I think morale is fine when they're all being potentially murder hobos.
Or mostly trying really hard not to be murder hobos.
You've heard their conversations. Come on.
I was there for the genocide part. That's literally how I got introduced to you all.
Yes, but you have to remember everyone else seemed fine with it except for like 3 of us.
It's been too long.
How long have you been in the group, by the way?
When did we take... Well, I say we. When did the Arbiter take down Loth?
Well, see, that I don't remember. D&D is a weird blur where I can only remember what we did last week, and then everything else it just gets compiled into that was before that.
Man, that's a good question. How long have I been in this channel?
Were you previously part of Silas and Godiva's Discord before?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if you look that, you will know. Oh, by the way, everyone, Nev basically, the prompt she gave or they gave for this was that I mean, I'll just read what you wrote to me, even though I gotta find it, but it's more or less talking about, like, I don't know if I misunderstood the way you phrased it, but like how we got into D&D, and then also about character.
Yeah, we'll just talk a lot of character junk. Like, we'll talk about our characters, we'll talk about some other characters we probably came up with, we'll talk about, I don't know, stuff going on in our current campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, you seemed very much interested in both our backgrounds and then, I guess, character creation in general and development.
Heck yeah. Because that's how, in my opinion, that's how you get to know a person, is based on how they got into things, as well as just like what they think when it comes to character creation, like min-maxer, or you're specifically there for the role playing, or
you already know which one I am.
Yeah. And I did find out I joined in March 2nd of this year.
It feels both longer and shorter than I imagined.
I mean, it's been what, since March?
March,
it
April,
was the beginning of the March too.
May, June, July.
5 months?
Ish, yeah. Depending on when exactly. But yeah, I guess I'll go first with getting into D&D. I think I can't remember exactly because I know my voice doesn't show it, but I'm on the older side of VTubers, even with all you Zoomers and shit. Um,
Excuse you.
I don't know if you're taking offense or not because look, if anyone, all I know is as soon as anyone hears my age, it's like, oh, so when you're gonna die is basically what a Zoomer would say to me. Uh,
Usually, when I hear someone's age, that usually tells me if you're baby.
well, I'm not baby for that for sure.
I think we're actually around the same age.
Are you on? So you're in the age range of Rinter, Silas, and Yendiva then?
Kind of, I believe so.
You might be.
Let's be real here. Like in October, I'll hit the big 3-0.
Okay. Okay, so you're not baby then. And yeah, you're slightly younger than me. I'm not going to go into like the specific
Oh
age.
shit! No, I'm baby.
Okay, I wouldn't
Not by
even
much, but
not by much, and I wouldn't even tease you about that cuz like look, we have people where I'm like, I don't think you can drink yet in our group.
there's absolutely at least from what I could tell, 3 people who can't drink.
Yeah, so I'm just like, okay,
And some that should not be able to drink or allowed to drink.
I can think of a few you're already mentioning.
I could think, yeah.
Anyways, let's get into what I was D&D. I don't remember exactly what got my fascination into D&D. I think it was just the interest in like I've always had an interest in like video games and stuff, but like the idea of like you know how like a video game is very like defined as like you either can or can't do something, but in D&D it's like, well, let's see if you can and then see if the results work out or not kind of a thing.
Exactly. At least in D&D you can pet the dog.
Yeah.
And there is only a slight chance that you'll get bit.
Yeah. All right, let's roll to see the dog's personality. Yeah, I think D&D in general, what's it called? I've also had an interest in like things like acting, performing, improv, comedy, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
From a young age. Okay, so now that I know you're old enough, I don't know if you actually watched it before. Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yeah, I watched a lot of that.
Yeah. So
I watched a lot of the older
the British one.
stuff. I did watch the British one too.
On Comedy Central.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. See, I know how old we are, so I can just say it. I enjoyed the British one, but it's the version with Drew Carey's the one that always has a soft spot in my heart.
Yeah, same.
The one with Aisha Tyler, is that her name? I think.
I can't.
You know who I'm talking about, though.
I know who. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. My thing was always like watching. I think it's Ryan Smiles
Styles
or something.
Styles.
Yeah.
And
is it Styles? I always thought it was
Styles.
Smiles.
No, it's Stiles. He was my favorite.
It would have been funnier if it was Smiles, but at the same time, like yes,
it would have been too on the nose. Him and Colin were my favorites just because they're just veterans at the whole thing because they've been in it for so long, but also as much as like everyone has they love Wayne Brady because he can sing.
Mm-hmm.
There was something I think it was also my fascination with comedians and stuff is that part of like self-deprecation that I just kind of like was enamored by because I think I related to it even as a child. I was like, good to know. But yeah, just I think the thing about like video games and just like doing make believe and improv. Eventually, it I was always curious about it, and then I kind of remember when that episode first showed. Did you ever watch Community?
I watched maybe a couple episodes of it. I know of it.
Okay. They had a episode where they did like a D&D episode, so that also helped my interest.
I saw clips. Yeah, I saw clips of that.
Yeah. So, and then basically nearing the end of my time in college, eventually I found out someone actually did D&D. I was kind of like, ooh, okay. and like weaseled my way into like joining that thing. Yes, I'll say weaseled. Um, because what's it called? I always had an interest, but because no one else had an interest, it was hard to convince other people, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Oh, I
one,
absolutely know how that goes.
yeah. So it's like it's hard when you're like the guy interested and you don't have any context on how to like do it. So then you're trying to tell other people, and then because they can tell you're unsure, they're kind of like, I don't know about this. Um, but then
There's a lot of math that goes into it, and
yeah,
I don't know about the whole role playing
we gotta
situation.
like
Like,
do
I don't want to be like,
voices. Are we LARPing? What are we doing here?
that was, yeah.
And so it was that, and then eventually, I started like buying a bunch of dice and like figures, and then convincing like my roommates to be like, all right, let's do this, and then we finally got into it. So I'm fairly new compared to like some of the people who've been playing since they're like 10 years old apparently in our group.
Oh, yeah.
Um, and then, but basically, I started off with Pathfinder, uh, and then now jumping into the fifth edition kind of stuff. So that's kind of my experience, but also I've basically done no pre-made. It's all been like homebrew stuff or their own ideas for stuff. So when everyone's people like, I'm gonna min-max this shit, and then my brain, and also all the people I've played with, we roll for stats. You don't do the point system.
Point by. Yeah.
Yeah. So because of that, none of us knew how to like overly break a character aside from just noticing like, hey, this really works, I'm gonna keep doing it, kind of a thing. So that's also kind of why I've never been. It's like, yeah, do I want to have a powerful character who feels useful? Of course, but also I'm like, I'm here for the interactions and like the goofy stuff of like what happens, because it's like also there's only so much you can do to break it before the dice gods say, nah, you can't succeed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, gosh, I've played a lot of actual pre-made modules, and a lot of them were Pathfinder related. Um, and they were very enjoyable. It was easy to get into the story, and not that I don't mind homebrew stuff, but I don't know. There was always just something like a nice feel when it came down to, okay, this actually exists. Like, it's an actual game module. If I ever wanted to play it later down the line and not just have to like pull shit out of my ass, I could go to that. However, I have
Yeah.
not actually DM'd anything official yet. Been working on it though, but uh when it comes to my history of how I got into D&D and stuff, I probably ever since I was little, I was always really big in theatrics and the fantasy kind of realm of things. And when I actually started to make some better friends, I want to say my first role playing experience was my these new friends who I made in middle school, who are still my best buds today, got me to making characters on Animal Crossing. It was
That's an
the
interesting
DS1
origin point. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't want to say even. No, it started with Animal Crossing and then it went to Guy Online.
See, Guy Online makes more sense. Animal Crossing, I feel like, yeah, you have you make things, but I wouldn't think of that being like the connecting point.
You wouldn't think that, but with the characters that we created in Animal Crossing, we made them so intricate, and then like there was we got to a point to where we did a whole bunch of branching off from like actually using like the characters in Animal Crossing. Like, I remember my best friend to this day. They are so enamored. Oh my god, enamored with Wolfgang from from Animal
Yeah, I
Crossing,
love this stuff.
and it made me love him. But I ended up falling more in love with Whitney, which is the white wolf, and she's
Oh,
so sassy.
yeah.
But we started from that, and then like really, uh, the world that we created together was so intricate. Like, we would do a three-way call, which was not very easy to do back in the day. with
Uh,
telephones, unless you had like
oh, you
the act.
through phone call. Okay, I thought you were like
Yeah, we used to like
aim or some
vocal
shit.
role play over the phone until we all finally got computers to actually do like more typing based. But that's when I got introduced to Gaia Online from uh one of those friends, and we started role playing Naruto characters. I made my own Naruto OC. I love her to death still to this day. I have old fan art that I drew
Is it?
somewhere.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, part of my brain for some reason just can't do OCs in like established things, even though, like, technically in D&D you're basically doing that because they set up this world. There's just something about like my brain is like, well, how does this fit into the canon of the show? I'm like,
There
this is
was
so
times
dumb.
where you had to divert from the canon because some things like, especially if, like, say you're with Guy Online, they would have role playing stuff. They would give you a set timeline, or a lot of it was, next generation. Like, so it was next generation Naruto. So not a lot of the original like characters would there, or it would be kind of like an alternate universe, next generation Naruto kind of deal. And
Gotta do
gosh,
that
I'm
time
trying to.
skip.
Yeah, basically, we actually did have a time skip
Oh
later
yeah.
on. We went from like being beginning to tuning, and we had to make like a separate deal for it because there was a point to where the forum that we were doing all our uh when we were like role playing as the kids started dying off because nobody was posting it, or we'd have some of the people who were, like they would always post, they would always reply back, and yeah, there would be like those random trolls that would pop in somehow and start like trolling everybody. So we had to wait to kick them out and all that. But gosh, it honestly, that's what molded me to my. I used to join like those really extreme, like high literacy role plays too, where you had to have these fancy like character design posts, and you had to post at least like 4 to 5 paragraphs. Like I used to write
Oh,
so much back in the day with my role playing.
you
And then
you're reminding me things I didn't mention, but I'll do it after you go through your whole uh,
it's
history.
it's so silly when I like think about it because I've been thinking about this all day. I was like, how did I even get into this? Well, and that's just like the premises, the basis, and all that. And then l- moving on forward, like I started doing cosplay and all that. So I started getting really hyped into doing anime cons and comic cons and all that, dressing up as either a character, and we'd all get together and be in character and have fun with that. And I think really that's how I got into my first D&D game. Like we never went any further than like the first night. Like I think we started drinking a little halfway through it when we started
Okay,
to actually play D&D.
perfect.
Uh,
Look,
I was living with one of my exes,
ah,
like was dating them at that time, but like current ex right now.
yeah, I would
And we
assume
had
you
this
were
big
saying
old group.
I was dating at the time because it'd be weird if you're like, I'm dating my ex. It's like, wait, how does that work? They're not your ex anymore.
Well, me and my ex got together again, so
Well, okay, I figure, but I'm just saying, like in the context, you would be you're either an ex or you're not kind of a
yeah,
situation.
sometimes you got to clarify it because people don't get it. But no, we so kind of like chiming in with a lot of the cosplay and all that. We had this really nice cosplay group of friends who I was currently living with them during the summer because of the fact that my dorm kicked me out for college for, it's like that break between semesters and all that, like spring break, summer break, and all that. Not even
Yeah.
spring break, honestly. Let's be real here. I don't know, did they kick us out? No, they didn't kick us out during spring break, but like winter break and summer break.
Yeah, if I remember, usually you can stay for spring break because it's only usually like a week long. So it's like, well, look, you may not need to, but like for the winter, definitely where it's like 2 to 3 weeks, they're like, okay, you got to leave.
That was absolutely it. And there was always, you had to change the dorms and all that. Like, I remember my freshman dorm. oh, excuse me, being like that, and then remembering that I went to throw my hat into getting into this one other dorm, so I didn't have to get into the really dinky dorm, and I managed to stay in that dorm throughout the rest of the time that I was in college, which I didn't stay in college for very long.
Not for everyone.
It definitely wasn't. But like, on top of like the cosplaying and the role playing on Gaia, when the course Gaia got really boring, I think everybody started moving to a different location for role play. Like this was even, gosh, I mean, I think I actually stopped role playing after I left Gaia, and I only did like little bits and stuff with like certain friends, partners that I would be dating at that time.
Hmm.
But this one D&D game, it was my first time playing and I was really hyped about it. I don't even know what got me hyped to begin with about it. I think it was just because of the group of friends who were already like some were already LARPing, some were already like had all the books for D&D and
Basically,
we
you're
all
already in
just
that environment, so it's kind of you feed off that. Or like, okay, if they're pumped about this, I'm pumped.
exactly. And then I got to borrow some dice from people and we just went for it. I think that was the first time I actually ever played a rogue and I was a terrible rogue because the first thing that I did was like I'm going to like climb on this building and hop from rooftop to rooftop. And I'm like, "All right,
Good luck.
roll dexterity to see if you can actually make it." And I fell off the roof first thing, like
Did
and
you
then got
roll
captured by
bad, or you
pirate.
just didn't have the stats for it?
Oh no, no, no. I rolled for it. I failed
Okay,
miserably. And this is when I didn't realize like bigger numbers were somewhat better.
you didn't know that.
Well, like, I think one of the games I used to play, I used to play a lot of tabletop games too.
Hmm.
And one of them was like some of the Call of Cthulhu games where lower numbers were better than higher numbers. Because a lower number means you have more of a success of getting underneath the percentage
Of something bad happening.
of, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely. Like,
sure. It just
so
I guess in my mind
imagine
in
like,
general, most things it's like unless I'm thinking of golf, I would always assume bigger numbers, better number.
oh yeah, but in Call of Cthulhu, bigger number means you're gonna die. If you rolled a 1 in Call of Cthulhu, what fucking god gave you this gift of not dying?
Yeah.
Which is why I love Call of Cthulhu because every day is like a screaming metal death trap, just kind of like how my Sunday game feels like anymore.
Is that's run by Medicus, right?
Yep, that's
Well, then yeah, that's why it's like a
the Sunday
screaming.
morning
Yeah,
one.
the one where everything's on fire.
Everything is always on fire. Like I feel
Yeah,
bad for Tranquil right now.
yeah. Because well, is he playing Tranquil or is he playing a different character?
He's playing Vesper, which is a whole different person. Like if you ever heard any stories about jorts, that's
Vaguely, that didn't make any sense in out of
exactly, it's
context.
not supposed to make sense.
Yeah.
The character that wears jorts all the time and just, jort anything. Like I'm pretty sure that motherfucker would find a way to make a
Okay. Yeah,
Jing
I remember.
dong.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I've heard that. I think you or someone from that group brought that up, and I was like, I have questions. I
Me and
don't need
Vernon.
answers.
Me and Vernon, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Uh.
But yeah, no, since we never went any further in that D&D campaign, it was really hard for me to get into a campaign because I would always find out that there would be people that would be running D&D campaigns, but they're already full. And they would always promise, "Hey, yeah, when we have another game coming, if you..." And there was also the fact that like a lot of these were in person. This was like, I don't want to say it was the time before Discord, but it kind of was.
I mean, I think everyone basically knew about Discord, but until uh the past 3 years, Discord wasn't gonna blow up, and then oh, I guess we all need Discord now.
Yeah, that's basically like like Discord. I started doing more stuff on it like way before. I want to say I really didn't start getting super into Discord until man, 2016,
Hmm.
because that was when I started dating another person And he actually was the one who introduced me to my, not this group that I'm in with Silas and Medicus, but a whole different group. It was his bestie who was the DM and some other people that they met through some Ruby servers because there's a lot of them who are really hip and cool with Ruby, the show made by Rooster Teeth and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my opinions about Ruby. We can just go on.
Oh, it's probably the same thing. I feel that. But
Look, interesting concept. Execution left a lot to be desired. I'll put it that way.
yeah, honestly, like, but no, like,
R.I.P. Monty.
RP Monty.
Okay, we can move
But
on now.
but that's actually that was the first game that Naeus actually came from.
Oh, okay, so
He
Naeus.
was originally a Pathfinder character.
You're giving me very much Critical Role vibes now. Even though I don't
Yeah.
watch Critical Role, I just know it originally was a Pathfinder thing, and then they ported it over.
Exactly. That's kind of how it went, but I got a lot more freedom when joining the game for Silas on Wednesdays because of the fact that there was gosh, I got to choose actually being a dragon, and that was blowing my mind because the whole theme of when I did my first real actual D&D game with Naeus was when he first started off, he was still a draconic sorcerer, but he did a subclass called Dragon Disciple, which would give him the power to actually still turn into a dragon.
Okay.
It wasn't really a full-fledged dragon.
Was it like uh well, you said not a full-fledged dragon, so it was like an in-between, like a drake
Yeah,
or something?
well, no, not like that. So it was like with how the subclass went, it was something you're so devoted to the dragons and you have dragon blood running through your vein that you can channel your ancestry and actually transform into a dragon. However, the only way that you can keep yourself in your dragon form was to use uh like a permanency spell.
Okay, sure.
And we did some because this was Rise of the Rune Lords when we were playing that module. So there was a lot of stuff that we got access to, and we did a whole bunch of stuff. I was just basically a glass cannon. I can do quite a bit of damage, but as soon as I got hit, like, oh man, that's like already like half my hit points. And I
Mm.
remember specifically out of that game, one of my Naeus's goals. This was like angsty teenager Naeus, if you can even imagine how funny that it even sounds anymore with how much you have been able to interact with him through Silas's game.
I can kind of see it because it feels like right now Naeus is kind of like trying to be detached and rational kind of a thing, and I can very much see the extrapolation of like an angsty version of that.
Trying his best, okay? He's trying so hard.
I look, I'm not judging. I'm just saying I can see the connective tissue, if you will.
Oh, absolutely. One of the and sorry, I have ADHD, so I might jump topics every now and then. So just yell at me to be back on topic if
You're
anything. Then you'll have to
fine.
remind me about the topic.
The thing is, I guess I'll just interrupt real quick because I feel like we're kind of
Yes.
getting into characters now.
Oh, we
Uh,
probably are.
so I just wanted to do a quick thing of like, look, I'm old enough that before DeviantArt was a cesspool, I may have been there for a bit. And also
Oh, same.
I feel like if you're young enough, you were there because you didn't know any better, and it wasn't as weird. It was weird, but not as weird.
Okay, then I have to ask you, have you ever been on a site? This was back in the day. I don't even think it's still running anymore. But it was called theotaku.com, where a lot of people would post art and then it was like the DeviantArt before DeviantArt. Until everybody started realizing, oh, otaku is a uh not a name you really want to be called. But of course it's like a
Um,
Westerner thing, like, oh, otaku, it's so It's so kawaii desune. Ha 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 ha. Oh man,
Hmm.
saying that just hurt my soul a little bit.
I feel like I knew about otaku.com, but I was never on it. I think it's because I already knew other people were basically stigmatizing it, because I was in that part where, um, everyone was basically like free glomps at like cons and shit.
Yeah.
And then
I
like,
I was a mega weeb, and then I think I got to a point to where I realized I was being the con mom
oh,
or the con parent of everybody, so I had to like chill that down.
oh my god, the yaoi
Like
battles,
I
yeah.
I had to mature really fast during that time.
Also, hey, Everenter.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah, I was interested in the. I thought it'd be like, oh, I'm young enough, so it's like, oh, the free hugs glomp thing is like, oh, that's silly. I'm into. There's like, I can do that too, and then like, give it like the next year or two, and then I was like, oh, this is bad. I should
Oh,
avoid this.
absolutely. That's actually
Do not.
I stopped actually I started moving out of the way when I noticed someone was getting ready to run and tackle hug me because of the fact that there was one year I worked really hard on this. It was a 5D fluorite from Tsubasa Chronicles because his voice actor, who we will not name because he's a piece of crap, uh, was gonna be at the con along with Travis Willingham and Colin Clickenberg. It was kind of like you definitely had the Full Metal Alchemist cast
Yeah,
there,
okay. Now I
and
was like, I think I know who you're talking about, but I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Now you're talking about.
yeah. And I was dressed up as a character from Katekyo Hitman Reborn with
God, that's
my group of
that
friends.
thing.
Yeah, I was
Uh, Shonen was so dumb.
Shonen was so weird, especially like just the. It took me probably 3 months to actually fully get into Katekyo Hitman Reborn, just because when I watched the first like the first
It
episode,
turns into a completely different show after, because it's like
it absolutely
slice of like
does.
wackiness with like magic bullets, and then it went, no, we're a fighting shonen now. It's like, nope.
We're a mafia fighting shonen, yeah.
And then oh my god, now that's reminding me, like, yeah, that probably
I
influenced some
mean,
things subconsciously that I'm kind of like, hmm.
whenever there's like a new anime that comes out, I can usually recognize who made like if they're from a different thing because that's how I got into Psychopaths. Was because oh, those are the same people who drew like fucking Katekyo Him and Reborn. I like that shit, and then I got really into it because it was like that psychological thriller kind of deal, and I was like, oh yeah, and it was kind of that cop show deal because I was really into watching a lot of crime shows
Right.
before branching out into true crime.
Okay, before my brain forgets, because we're gonna look. I've accepted we're gonna go tangents, but I just want to get this before I forget and then get confused.
Do it.
Yeah. So I was also part of. I wasn't like you for like Gaia Online, but I was. This is back in the day, like GameFAQs, where I found out about like other server forums and stuff, and I would do. I did have OCs for like, making up your own world, or like I would be, I guess technically even before I technically DM'd, because in the server forums I was one of those people who wrote the choose your own adventure kind of stuff for people to vote in the polls and then keep writing the story. So that, I guess that in a way was like my initiation for DMing. Um and
You
then
know,
I'll, hmm?
yeah, you're right because when I was doing Gaia, I would be the one making the forms. I would just take a concept from a thing and just go from there, and then I would be uh, basically the head moderator of it,
Yeah,
doing exactly almost the same thing. Except I wasn't. I used to be really into going on. Gosh, what was that old website called where you just did nothing but quizzes, and sometimes it would be story quizzes.
I look, that's
Like you like
I
insert
was gonna make that meme of
you
like,
romancing.
do you know how little that narrows it down?
I mean, I remember one specifically, but I can't
The
remember the name.
Yeah, see, because like there was like five of them, so I couldn't remember. I can't remember any of them, and now I think of Sporkle, and I'm like, that is not the one you're thinking of.
Oh, absolutely not.
And then like way after the stuff we're talking about, it's like BuzzFeed kind of shit. So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, and I know that's not it. But yeah, it's just more of that context of like, oh yeah, I guess I was technically into curious about D&D from that, because also, I guess I'll mention also for DeviantArt stuff. I was one of those people who was like, well, I can't like draw because I'm self-conscious because I have those friends who were like, I started drawing when I came out the womb, so this is how good I am when you met me, and I'm like, I can't do that. Okay, what if I try
Oh,
and tell
absolutely not.
tell stories, and maybe that will make them interested in hanging out, and then I could be like, okay, yeah, we can work collab and stuff. So I was that kid.
I mean, like similar because I mean, I know for a fact that if I went to look back at any of my old writing projects, I would cringe at how old my writing used to be and how bad it used to be. It's still pretty bad. Like I've tried my hand at doing fan fictions like every now
Is this a
and then I
self
look back as
insert?
like,
Yes, this is a self insert.
and even then, like I remember this old Pokemon RP group that I was with, and it was so fun because there was a lot of characters and like people interacting as their Pokemon too, and we did this like it was like a battle like Pokemon battle cruise ship that we were on that Team Rocket had infiltrated, and I am that person that if I get the chance to make two characters, I'm gonna make two characters. I'm gonna have the main character and then I'm gonna have the villain character.
Oh my god.
That's yeah, no, it
I'm
was
seeing a trend.
wonderful. I always have to I always have a thing to where I like a main character and then I like a villain character and whatever happens happens. It wasn't necessarily shipping, it was just more like, yo, this guy is real great, but also
Yeah.
this small little precious thing from above, I just want to wrap it in a blanket in a pillow fort and occasionally make them cry because it would soothe my that just makes me sound like a sadist, honestly. Like the more pain, the more I love them.
I mean, anyways,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
was
gonna
that.
judge.
I was that weird. I was that weirdo.
Look, uh, the groups that I was in where we were like, oh, we're all these like different characters with these different powers stuff. When we were like, you know, it wasn't live, so or it wasn't like through a voice chat like you did before. Since it was all written, like we would all try and write our parts, and I realized that even as a kid, I was the one that always did like some weirder stuff, or I wouldn't say weirder. It's just more of I did stuff that made sense to me for like a story purpose versus other people are like, oh wow, you did that. Because like I would like I intentionally wrote things where I would be like, my character notices a cut on his face and then another character appears and people are like, oh, you would actually hurt your character. I was like, well yeah, so other people can have a chance to like do cool shit too. And I realized uh not everyone likes to share this the spotlight, and they're just like, no, I'm going to do the cool thing.
Oh, absolutely. Like I do want to say that there was occasional times to where I definitely had main character syndrome, where I
I mean, you
would
know, when you're that young, yeah, it makes sense. You want to feel special and cool.
but I knew like especially when because
Oh, you had
kind
the
of
self-awareness or something.
throwing back at the Naruto roleplay group I used to be in. I used to be in that with my friend, and we would go to school the next day and talk about our characters. We would draw our characters and all that, and then we talk about, okay, but what if this happened? And then just go from there. And I remember we
Giving me
specifically
so many
like
flashbacks
I
of
think we were
things. I'm
we
cringing
were on the
now.
phone with each other as we were writing this out on the forums, being
Also,
like, "Okay, this is the tuning exams. What are we gonna do? You want to just like Sakura and Ino it out?" We're like, "Fuck yeah, let's do it!" And it's just like it showed.
uh,
I can't even remember how any of this happened, but it was like their character was like from the Sand Village, and they had the power to summon like this big wolf thing. I don't know, wolf box thing, we were like what 13, 14 at that time, so it was just like we just came up with the most outrageous shit. And then my character had the ability to summon this three-headed dog, obviously Cerberus. I don't know how or why she had that power because later down the line she basically became like one of those medic ninjas and able to like start doing the healing stuff. So she became, I definitely wanted her to become more of a support character than like out there in the field. And then it kind of like it started having characters like that, and I'm trying to remember more of these characters that had like such weird but intricate like kind of backstories. Because my big thing was there was some characters that was like, oh, they had a simple normal life, you know, they still had all their parents, nobody died. And then I started going really angsty and was like, okay, but what if this character didn't have parents? What if, because I remember I was in
Uh,
a Soul Eater roleplay
how
group.
many
I was
have you been in? A genuine question.
Oh man, I want to say at least over 50. Because
And you
this
remember
was
all
Guy
of
Online.
these?
I remember a lot of them. I remember so many. Like some of these characters actually
You do
got
you, Burb. You do you.
recycled. They got recycled and redeveloped into different characters for different like RP groups
I guess it's
because
easier to remember them if they're being used in multiple groups.
exactly, and they would still have the same concept of, you know, like this happened in their life or this is something about them that they're really self-conscious about. Like kind of like I said, I was in a Soul Eater group and I made this character who was intersex, but they never told anyone, and I had to be very very
That
adamant
makes
to
sense for a Soul Eater
everybody.
group for that kind of character. If you now I'm thinking about it.
And it kind of moved on into like other role plays. Like this character got reused for that Pokemon roleplay group, and they this was like even before I finally realized myself that, oh my god, maybe I am non-binary. Like shit. And that it kind of went from there because I was very don't misgender my character. If they look like a boy, they are a boy until told otherwise. And like of course only like a few set characters would know because that's how they would find out, but a lot of the characters did not find out.
Because
And
why would they? Yeah.
I would have to underline and be like they, and like do like make sure people would be like, yeah, no, like if anyone's gonna see them, everybody's gonna assume they look like a boy. And I would like put that in like the OC chat, is like, remember everybody, they look like a boy. Please try to use boy pronouns.
Uh, just real quick,
Uh,
for interesting, it's not just RP, it's character study. It's like, yes, but also when you're at that age, you don't really know what a character study is. You're just like, I'm
oh,
this
absolutely
character.
not.
Oh, I'm self-discovery without realizing it. Oh, weird.
That's kind of basically how it went. Like I explored a lot of myself through role playing because I would used to do so much research on specific topics just to make sure that they integrated well with the character itself. And then I would be like, oh, maybe I do like girls, but also boys are really nice, I guess, whenever they're not being absolute assholes to me. Because
Well, good luck with that.
I was that kid also in school who was bullied for like almost everything. I was the weird kid,
Well,
and I knew
yeah,
I
I
was
was
the
also
weird
just gonna
kid.
say, I feel like boys at that age are the dumbest thing in the world.
You're absolutely the worst unless you find the one that just like won't leave you the fuck alone or that they
That's
mesh
still,
with
I
you.
was gonna say that one applies for the other category.
I really, honestly, I truth be told, I never had a boy actually interested in me until I got into my junior year at high school with like it was a brand new school and all that. I went from one high school to the other, and it worked out perfectly for me because it was closer to my house, and people didn't know who I was, and it worked out for me nicely. But then that's kind of where my whole personality was just like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I just want to finish this, and like I don't care. I don't even care about going to college anymore. Like everything sucks, you know. That I was in that phase of
I'm really in my
my teen
feels.
years. Oh yeah, because I was bullied for so long that I just finally was like, if anyone fucks with me, I'm going to beat their fucking faces in, because that's I did get into a couple fights at my old school.
I mean, if you're bullied, yeah, eventually you're gonna fight back.
And this was at a Catholic school too, so it was
Oh, that's
like
fun.
nobody expected it, but then I became again a target. Like nobody knew who I was at the first school either. And I was like, okay, cool. Let's be normal. Let's be chill. Let's be. This kid is fucking messing with me, and the more I ignore him, the more he's picking on me.
He wants that
So
reaction.
he wanted that reaction so bad until I finally just. I don't even remember it anymore because I was a freshman in a Catholic school, and I remember specifically how this all played out. It was because at Catholic school they have like little chapels in the school, and occasionally, like you're obviously gonna have to go to a New Testament, Old Testament class and learn more of the Bible and all that. Do like studying on it. Uh, there was like it was chapel time, and this kid would it was kind of like a who's going to be the new victim of the week. He would choose a different kid almost every week. Sometimes he would choose the same kid just because it was funnier. However, that week apparently was my week. And like I said, he was messing with me and I just wasn't giving him a reaction until finally I can't even remember he did something. He said something and then I said something back finally and then da 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 da. And you know how like I don't know if you know how like Catholic schools or like in churches, you know how they have little like bowls and all that set up. Like sometimes they're on the wall, sometimes they're in big fountains of holy water, quote
Yeah.
unquote holy water. Well, he grabbed it and splashed it in my face. Like literally removed the
Hmm.
cup and threw it on me. And I don't know, that's how the fight started
Well,
breaking out,
yeah,
but
I figured.
I didn't really do much in the fight other than, and this was like a linebacker in the school too, which was
uh,
funnier than shit.
I
Like he
feel
was on the
like
football team,
I was like
but I was like,
I
I was
believe
so
it is.
much more taller than him.
Oh,
Like I think
really?
I, I
There's a
wasn't even at my
linebacker.
full height yet.
Oh.
He was a small punk ass piece of shit, and
Hmm.
I just remember I was a lot bigger, and so I just remember sitting on him. Like I pulled him to the ground and I sat on him and shoved his face into the ground until a teacher, which is like the actual Old Testament teacher, came back because the reason why we were outside the chapel and he wasn't there
Hmm.
was because he had to go get the key to the chapel from his wife who taught the other like religious studies, who also worked at the school, which was funny.
Huh.
He came back and he's like, what is going on here?" And I'm just like, "Can I call my mom to bring me a new shirt?" Because it's those white
Oh, yeah, because it's if it's a Catholic school.
blouses and all that.
Yeah.
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 And so I never got in trouble for that, and that kid never came back to school.
Oh, you never saw them again?
I never saw him again, but everybody marked me as don't fuck with them or fuck with them more. Let's see if we can like get them thrown out.
Yeah, I feel like your whole family is just like we come from movies. Our life stories will be turned into movies eventually.
Oh my god, don't even get me into that part just yet.
Yeah, I know. It's just you've described essentially a quote unquote coming of age story for someone who's the person who got bullied in school.
Man, and it just never stopped there. And this was such, most Catholic schools, they're so hypocritical about everything, like
Oh, yeah.
the preaching of God and
Turn the other
being
cheek
good,
and all that shit.
following all that jazz, yeah, be the better person, all that. I was like, I was so fucking tired by sophomore year being the better person because that was when my other fight started. And this was all because I made friends with a guy and his girlfriend was she was the type of girl who hated like other
Was she the kind of girl who was like, I'm not
she was
like
very
other
jealous and
girls?
possessive.
Oh, okay. That. Oh, the
No, she
possessive.
was
Okay.
jealous and possessive, and of course by that
Yeah.
time, I mean it's not gonna bother me none. I presented as female. I had to because it was a Catholic school. So very much the jealous type, absolutely. And of course we had a biology class together, so there was nothing we can do, and we were buddies. We would talk, we talk video games, we talk cards. That's actually how I got more into like wanting to play Magic the Gathering. But we
So
talked
glad I
more about
avoided that.
Yu-Gi-Oh than anything.
That makes more sense if for weebs. Then yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh comes up first.
Yeah, because I used to be so in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, let's be real here. And you wouldn't probably even
Uh,
guess who my favorite character of the whole damn show was.
Merrick or Kaiba?
No,
Oh,
no, none of them. I hated both of those motherfuckers. I wanted to see them like get beat down to the ground
look,
multiple times.
you had two choices. It's either the innocent one or the the one that is the asshole based on your character creation. So I
No,
went
it
for those
definitely wasn't
first.
Bakura either. That's the funny part. And it
I don't know,
wasn't even the main
Joey. I don't
character.
know. Fuck.
Yes!
See, I
I
knew it. I
love
knew it.
Joey!
See,
I love Joey!
I knew it had to be Joey if it wasn't those two. I was like, it has to be Joey. Fucking dumbass.
I love Junichi. I
Fucking
loved him.
dumb.
I loved him so much. Well, I think the best part about
You.
it was just, yeah. Hey, you, my man, my Brooklyn accent. And I was also that person that watched a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridge and like all that. I never really got into watching the Dragon Ball Z Abridge, but like that's a topic for another time.
Screw the rules. I have money.
Screw the rules, I have money.
I got one of those shirts from a mystery like order thing, and I didn't know the context. I just wore it around, and people liked it.
Oh man, it's honestly, you would have been everybody's favorite because that was everybody's favorite fucking line, even if you didn't know what it truly meant. But yeah, no, this girl was really mad that I was talking to her boyfriend, who I thought considered like one of my good friends at the time, because you know once you find a weeb, you stick together anymore.
Yeah, well, because you're like, I have someone I can talk to about this thing that has been my brain rot for the past, I don't know,
Because all the other
year.
like because there was that whole idea is like, oh, you should make friends with like people of your own gender and all that. I'm like, but they're really
I was
boring.
fortunately not part of that kind of thing.
Oh man, I kind of well, it was really hard for me to make guy friends because a lot of the guys like when I was growing up made fun of me a lot, but when I got to high school, it was just like I'm one of the dudes. If I could wear pants, I'd wear pants.
Hmm.
But no, I just remember I was talking to this guy at the lockers and we were joking around and all that. And I don't know, I must have like slapped him on the shoulder and all that because he made like a dumb comment or stuff. And it's just, gosh, I can remember how this place was set up too. Some of the stuff I really don't know how I remember, but I do. It was so you had this big commons area where across was like the entrance into the theater room, which I couldn't stand theater at the school because the teacher chose favoritism over like actual talent. So she would like find a favorite student and all that, and she'd give them all the good parts or like dote on them and give was a shit to everybody. And then
I mean,
next to
yeah,
that was the
honestly,
library.
yeah.
This was also the same place that like during the lunchtime that's where we would have lunch. But I remember she was all the way over by the library because we had these glass doors that would lead into the hallways because it was like a two-story building. And honestly, she just bolted over from the library all the way to the hallway where we were at because that's where our lockers were at. And I just remember just this slap on my face and being yelled at because I guess she told him multiple times to stop talking to me because I'm not his girlfriend or like something like that. I am and all
Uh,
that. And it was just
yay.
like I guess I was getting too comfortable with him because I was just like, this is how friends act, like, right? I'm like really confused. But then she went and I remember she had these rings on her finger. She was like that bougie bitch. And I remember that he gave her a promise ring too.
Of course,
And
being in that kind of
it
school.
was a decent sized rock on that. Like I'm just like, why would you do that?
There's a
Like, why
rock on a
would you
promise ring? Usually those are just like a ring, right?
usually there's supposed to be a ring, but I'm pretty sure like they both with how everything was in this thing, uh people were definitely like, oh, we're high school sweethearts, we're gonna marry each other after
Oh, they
high
got
school so
that
that
brain
way we can
poison.
do
I'm
the
just gonna say
do
it.
and all that jazz. But
Yeah.
then of course you see like at least 5 out of 9 of the girls in the school were pregnant already.
Yeah, usually I find that usually if you're in a very religious school, people get more freaky. Like people are, it's just like okay, well, we're being more restricted.
Man,
So
yeah.
the
And I'm
urges build
sorry to
up
tell
more.
you, I didn't punch her back.
Well,
However, she was this tiny, skinny ass bitch, and I did the same thing that I did to the other dude in my freshman year, and I just
uh,
I grabbed her and I just threw her on the ground and sat on her, and I'm bleeding on my face. Like my friend's freaking the fuck out. He's just like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?" And like, that's when people started gathering around like, "Fight, fight, fight, fight!" And I'm just sitting on her, and she's struggling, screaming, calling
yeah.
me all sorts of like incentives. And then the teacher comes out and he's like, "What the fuck is going on?" And I'm just like, "Can I go to the nurse's office
Or where
and
you just
stuff?"
keep playing these off. It's like, all right, I'm gonna go.
No, I had to ask permission. I was just like, "Can I please
I
just go
know,
to the
but the way
nurse's
you're
office?
it
Blood is
you're doing
getting
the
in my
equivalent
eye."
of like, I'm gonna go now that you're here.
I was just so done with life. Like the man, the amount of done I was done with life. Like at that point, like I was having, there was the point to where there were good days, and then every other day was just stupidly bad. It was the worst.
uh,
But I remember
yeah,
because
I
she
can
was
see
still
how this
trying to fight
influences your
me.
character. Sorry, just real quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it
Yeah.
actually does. It actually fucking does.
Yeah.
You were right.
Yeah.
But the best part about this whole story, and then we can move on to other topics,
No, you're
was
fine. It's this is it's fascinating. It's just a lot to process.
it is a lot to process. And with our ages, like you'd think, how do you fucking remember this? I'm like, oh, it was a key point to my character
Oh yeah,
development.
as some of us will say, it's a canon event and all that shit.
It's definitely a canon event. But as
I have
soon as she was
mine we
being
haven't brought
hauled
up yet.
away, because she was about ready, she was going for blood. She wanted to fucking kill me at that point. But she we had to get security actually to like haul her over to the main office, because they were gonna have to call her parents, and then they were gonna have to call my parents and like be like, okay, are you gonna press charges and all that? And it's like, I shouldn't, but I won't, because I was just like, nah, don't call my parents. They're not gonna give two flying shits about it. I'm not gonna press charges, but just take care of her. uh she also never came back to school because I think her parents pulled her out. But before she left, because before she got hauled off by the security to the office and I went to the nurses, my friend went over and was like, wait, 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 before you take her, he goes and plucks the promise ring off and says, we're fucking done,
Oh, okay.
you psycho.
Um,
He managed to pawn it off and get like the, God, I think it was like a new PS2 console.
the amount of money that must have cost then. I was like,
This kid was also really stupid. Like any kid who like could afford the school was had money from mommy and
I
daddy.
mean, I would have assumed if it's this, I assumed it was a private school kind of situation. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
it's just
But I remember that
I,
specifically.
I
Him
come
just
from a school
plucking the ring
that's
off of her.
that's basically considered like the ghetto. So anytime other people like reference that kind of stuff, I'm like, Jesus.
It was it was a time. And then I finally said, Mom, if you don't take me out of this fucking school, I swear to God, I
I'm gonna
will
fight the whole
unalive
school.
myself. I will unalive myself. You'll never find my body. Like,
Jeez.
I was just going in a tangent, and my mom's like, just chill out for a second. That school you wanted to go to before you, like, went to this school, because her idea was she wanted me to get closer to my religion, and all it did was push me away from it because I couldn't
Oh yeah.
stand it. It was just like, why should I do this? Because everything I'm gonna do anyways is going, like, I'm gonna go to hell. What's the point? But she was like, the school district that's close to our house, they just opened. You can go there after you finish the school year. Just please just try not to, like, just don't do anything stupid. And I'm like, I will do something extremely stupid if you don't pull me out right fucking now.
Oh boy.
And then of course I managed to make it through the rest of the year, and I said, see ya, fuckers. And I never kept contact with anyone from that school ever since. I think actually, no, that's a lie. I kept in contact with one person. She was a freshman, and we went to cons together. But then we had a falling out, so it was like, it's not important anymore.
Yeah, I feel like over time you're just gonna lose contact with people even if you are on good terms, just because that's how things work sometimes.
Absolutely. Like, and I've learned to live with that. Is like, if people want to maintain me in their life, then they can certainly try. Like,
Yeah.
because at that point, I just was not. I was becoming a really shitty person just because of like other than the bullying, there's other stuff that happened to me in my life that doesn't need to be like talked about here personally, but just some traumatic shit
This is,
happened, and I'm
for the records, none of this can be used in the court of law. No.
none of this can be used in the court of law at this point. We are way past the laws of limitation here.
Statute of limitation, yeah.
Statute of limitation, yeah.
Uh, okay, so yeah, characterization on all that.
Yeah.
We are
So
quite
tell
the
me how
characters.
you. So tell me more about how like Lance came to be.
Okay.
Like I know we had brief conversations, but like tell the audience.
Oh, okay. But also just since you are technically part of the audience too, if there are specific questions, feel free to ask them now as I try and like think about it all.
Like, why an owl? Like, why do you want to be an owl boy who's a bard, but is also technically a librarian? Why would you be a librarian as a bard?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Well, I would hope by now people who know me know that I'm a writer and storyteller kind of thing. So
You are?
Oh my god. God,
It's
all right.
news to me, man.
Oh, great. And the thing with me is a lot of my characters in general, they have that thing of like, okay, what is the trope? Because I want to avoid that or twist it in my own way. Because I think even at a young age, it was kind of like, quote unquote, beat into me of like, no idea is original, so just make it your version of it instead of worrying about if it's new or not. So I just basically was like, okay, I've been playing a lot of like, I've never played a bard before kind of a thing, and it was just basically, it's a new group, I want to try something new, where I don't have to worry about it, especially because we all know how Silas is very much okay, Verinter, have a good stream, but also thank you for lurking and hanging out.
You've been like, sorry to jump off, like how long have you been in Silas's games?
Let me check mine, because it's been over a year now for sure. But yeah, you know Silas, he's very much like, oh, don't worry about like team composition, we'll make it work. And then I was like, are you sure? So yeah, who cares if there's no healers, kind of a thing.
Legit, you started off with no healers?
Hold on. I've been a member since April 25th. So a year and a couple months. In Silas's campaign, kind of ish. Also,
Not bad.
give me a second. I got you hydrate.
That's actually a good idea. I have a small water bottle all the way over by my nightstand. I'll go grab it.
I've jokingly mentioned to people, if I have a hydrate redeem, it's not for me to hydrate because I always have like 2 hot water bottles next to me. It's for me to remind everyone else to hydrate. Anyways, the thing was, even though Silas said, oh, don't worry about like team comp, I kind of was thinking about it, because keep in mind the group we had at the beginning. We had an all spellcaster group.
Oh my goodness. I bet that was fun.
It was worrying. Because I was a bard, Medicus, as far as we knew, was, I think he didn't specify, so we were kind of like a sorcerer, but turns out he was a warlock. I think he was coffee lock kind of thing. And then Gandiva was still Chiquita, so it was a bard, a wizard, and a warlock essentially.
Oh wow.
And I was like, are you sure this is okay? And I kind of picked a bard also because I kind of wanted to, I've done mostly like melee kind of stuff, So I kind of wanted to mix it up, but also I figured with a bard, it can kind of be like anything we kind of need depending on how the group gets formed and over time. So I can still take a healing spell here and there.
That's true.
And then, but also, Silas is like, oh, don't worry, you can get like NPCs to join the party, kind of a thing. That can help round out the group or whatever you're interested in, kind of a thing. So that was kind of the thing, and the concept for Lance was, I kind of wanted to, how should I put it? It was very much trying to be the exact opposite of what bards are known for, like sleeping with everyone, kind of a thing, and like trying to be super confident and all that stuff. So then that's kind of why I went with kind of a more meek type of bard, and then it kind of just like kept going from there of like this and that, and I was like, okay, well, reading up like how bards get their powers, and it's kind of like a belief thing. So it was kind of like, you know, him believing in so much of him telling stories that eventually it was like he believed in his own lies that he tried telling people to seem like cooler than he was. Yeah. And he believed in it so much that even he started to think they were true, and that gave him his bardic powers to lend itself more credence. And that's also why he wanted to start adventuring, is he lived such a simple life that he also had felt a bit of shame for lying through all that, and wanted to make the lies become the truth. And I think it was just more of like, okay, well, if it's this and that, it's like, okay, well, if he's more meek, it would probably make sense if he wasn't like very outgoing. So what's something he did in the past? Is like, oh, librarian, that makes sense. And I think it was just like I think I was trying to like look at all the races of like, well, what, I don't want to just pick the one that everyone's just says, pick this one. It's the one that gives you all the stats you need, but also still is not a hindrance. And I kind of landed on Owlin, just also because I think it's kind of a fun thing of like, he's a librarian, so he's up all night kind of like reading books, kind of a thing. And he can't socialize as much because I don't think you were here when I've explained that his parents, his mom is a baker and his dad is like the night guard, kind of a thing. So his whole family are kind of like night people, kind of a thing. And that's also why,
always working the third shift,
basically. And he kind of just picked up that habit too, because, you know, that kind of a thing. And with all of that, it just became his social skills came from reading and like understanding it and like replicating it. So that's why sometimes he can come off as unsure and awkward, because he's read all these things, so he knows how things should go or be said, but because he hasn't been able to enact them himself a lot, he's still second guessing himself, because just because you have all the answers doesn't mean you can do them correctly in the moment. And like, also, yeah. Another thing,
you can only do so much with just like stuff from a book and then actually putting it into practice. Yeah,
that's again the reason why he has higher intelligence as wisdom. He's book smarts. He's not like street smart or like social to know that kind of things. And also, like, I even went so far as like, he made him so pure and innocent, kind of things. Is like, his name is Lance. I don't know if you were here for me explaining where his name came from.
No, if you did, I don't think I was actually.
Okay. I explained it in one of the sessions that was a while ago, so it's just, I don't know if I repeated it since then. The whole idea is, his dad would always joke about, don't worry, I'm always going to be safe on duty because I've always got my lance by my side. And kind of just leaning into like his family being like, I've said this a few times, that imagine Peter Parker being raised by the Kents.
Yep, that sounds about right, honestly.
Yeah, so you know, farm boy raised to do right, but also he's Peter Parker, so he can be a little selfish and unsure of himself, and he's now getting power. and then that's also, but he's also been like, the idea of also his family's been like telling me all of the stories of like their lineage and stuff. So that's also why I kind of eventually landed on the name Goodwin, even though we're in the the most dire campaign I could think of for him to have that kind of name. But yeah, it was just the whole, even though even though that Silas told me is like, this is in the Strahd campaign, I didn't know about on any of that. I was just more like, haha, I'm just gonna create a character, we're gonna have fun wacky adventures, because he was also supposed to be a compulsive liar. But I guess this also leans into the Peter Parker aspect of like, he wanted to be like party and have all the fun and adventures, but then he like seeing how bad the world was, it made him kind of like, he has to like take on the burden. And that compulsive liar
this
trait
isn't anything what I thought like
Hmm?
the world was gonna be like after high school.
Yeah, because like he's like one of the youngest. I think he's like 18 or 19 is in my mind, probably like 19, 20 now, just because it's been so long in the campaign. But yeah, he was supposed to be innocent, and it's like there was like parts of like he knows Elven because he was and he learned Elven from like stuff in the library, and then he learned about that stuff about Barovia, and but they're like limited information, so that's why he went to Barovia to learn more, because there was so limited information about elves, because there's not many left. And the character just very much was supposed to be, haha, let's have some wacky adventures, and then being compared to Chiquita, who was trying to feed people essentially cactus and rock tacos, and thinking it's food, and then Caiaphas or Medicus's character, who was just willingly thinking about enlisting. I don't think you've met Pagliacci yet, but he's essentially like a murder Pinocchio. Um,
Murder, no.
it's very apt. Yeah, murder is all. Yep. Remy joined. Also, hi Remy. Yeah, it started innocent. You just, I don't know how many sessions it was, but yeah, it started very much like, oh, we're gonna have wacky adventures, because the whole thing was us starting as a typical in the tavern, and Lance was getting drunk, and like his performance, I think he basically rolled like a dirty 20 or like a nat 20, I forget, whatever it was.
But it was 20 nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. After drinking and like getting goal tips and all that. And the whole thing was just like, oh yeah, we're gonna have fun, wacky adventures. And then he sees like the whole place getting bombed. There's people starving, and like like also no one else but when we met the Pagliacci, the murderer Pinocchio, it was very much, he was the only one who could sense this this creature has killed thousands of people, and Lance was the only, and he had to just live with that knowledge compared to everyone else being like, he can come with us. But yeah, it's, I think all of my characters just come from, I like you were saying before, that all the characters are, I think people just say, you know, a character's either like a part of you, based on part of you, or it's what you want to be. A lot of my characters are parts of me, kind of a thing of like that person who can't quite, who's still trying to find their way and stuff, and seeing the world's also a lot more crazy than they were expecting, and having to deal with that, I guess is the way I'll put it.
Honestly, wow.
I don't know if that answered anything or everything, or if you have other
It really
things.
kind of does, because it explains a lot of how Lance is, like, that I know of them currently. Because again, you have this, oh, look at my new bright shiny toy, and I can't wait for them to experience everything wonderful and glorious. Why is that guy dead? Why is the sky red?
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening here? I thought this was supposed to be a good time, not, oh my god, please save me time.
Yeah, that was a lot of it because it was just you weren't there for when I first met like Silas Gandiva and Medicus. It was very much like, oh yeah, us going over like our experience or the experience we have in D&D or Pathfinder and stuff, and then like once Silas like, oh, so you all played before, so I can take off the training wheels already. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Those be fine. And then it's just
That's how you gave him way too much power.
yeah, maybe a little, but you know, that's the thing. It's also um again, this is very much the Spider-Man Peter Parker thing of like Lance doesn't want this power. He doesn't. He just wants to live a fun like he wanted to live a fun life, but now he knows he can't do that, and he's just trying to make his best of like trying to help as many people as he can because he knows he can't save everyone, but he's gonna try his damnedest to save as many as possible. Because what's it called? Yeah, it's all a blur of everything that's happened to Lance in the months of the campaign, where there've been so many jokes of like Lance turning evil or like quote unquote having one bad day kind of a thing.
I mean, I'm honestly really terrified to see if that actually happens.
Well, so
given the god abilities he has, like I'd be terrified to go up against him.
You also have, well, Naeus also has god abilities too, so I don't see why you'd be afraid.
But a dragon going against an angel, like
sure, but you know,
I might have size, but you, like, God, what is Lance's intelligence actually?
it's only a 12.
Really?
Yeah, he's read books. That makes him smarter. It does. He's not a genius though.
Okay, then I cheated with Naeus because the reason why he's so smart. Well, originally he was really smart because
Also, keep in mind he's a bard, so I can't like dump into intelligence that much.
That's true. That's true. You have to dump everything into charisma.
Yeah, he's a 19 on that. Going. So, you know, you get to cheat with your fucking belts and shit.
I do get to cheat with the belt, but also originally I had the circlet of intelligence.
You fucking bitch, god damn it.
So I was already at a 19. I like literally was like, okay, I need some dump stats, and my dump stats ended up being con and intelligence for the fact that, well, my big dump stat is wisdom, because that's just the play, that's the theme, is just like, yeah, I can be smart, but I'm not wise.
This is character infringement. How dare you? That's my thing.
But I got that cloak when we went into the Red Waste, and that actually boosts my intelligence again back up to 19. So it was like, I don't need this headband anymore.
Oh my god. But
like, it's not gonna double, it's only gonna stay at a 19.
Well, fucking give me that fucking headband then.
Only if you ask nicely.
Well, Lance will ask nicely, but also we're out of character where you're also being sarcastic and fucking bitchy also, so don't give me that.
I mean, maybe.
Who else is going to use that effectively?
My beautiful and wonderful elemental spouse.
Yeah, but also I feel like, jokingly, there's also a charm to having your platonic spouse not being that smart of like, you're so... I love you.
Oh man, honestly, I'm really excited to see how this plays out. If it actually just continues being a really platonic, I'm gonna keep you safe because you're my buddy, or if it's gonna turn into something more.
Again, you're taking character infringement between Lance and Kaz right now. How dare you? Also finding out that Kaz has 6 children last session. I was like, what?
Oh my god. Like, I'm over here just like, oh my god, like, we're not even related, and it's like, I have nieces and nephews?
Oh my god.
More nieces and nephews?
What was it? Just going back to the thing about you're worried about, like, Lance using his god powers, because there is the thought of, as you can tell, he's not a pacifist, I would say, but he'll do as much as he can to avoid, like, hurting or killing people. Um, but also like that goes out the window if like Kaz dies. So like I've already talked about like a penance stare kind of a thing. With Lance doing
Oh
it,
man.
where he basically puts him in like a Tsukiyomi kind of shit of like, his version, instead of like paying for your sins, is he would put you in an endless loop of you trying to being so close to what you desire and thinking you're gonna get to it, but just never quite making it, and that's the hell you're in.
Oh man, that honestly that would be the worst.
Oh yeah.
Because that would be the worst. And also Lance is probably not gonna like Neas later on just because you mentioned that.
Did Nace do something like that, or wait?
No, you'll find out. It's a
Oh my God.
future idea that I've passed over to Silas and Remy.
I swear, with the amount of shit that Lance has to be like, I guess I'll be the bigger owl right now. I guess I'm not gonna.
I'll be the bigger bird on this.
Because Lance is trying his best to just be like, okay, look, I know we're in fucking war, but can we fucking not?
That's gonna be the thing too. Like this, like the whole idea that I have is very much this is a terrible time to be doing this. However,
But what if, though?
I mean, it's definitely a what if, but it also comes down to like just what, and I could definitely be wrong, but since it's just like the whole dragon aspect of it all. Like, there's always going to be dragons always out for each other's throats, or there's always going to be, you might have the two dragons that get along well together, even if they're totally like totally a different metallic or chromatic like species and all that. But my thing, and this kind of goes back to my first campaign too, with Neas. His goal was to kick the shit out of his birth dad, who was the actual dragon, who was a corrupted silver dragon,
Okay, makes sense.
who knocked up his mom, and like and was never there. So he was really angsty about that. But when
Is this
we
you
found
projecting
him,
stuff into your character again? I'm just curious.
no, not really. I
Okay.
love my dad. Sometimes I do want to beat the shit out of him, but that's
Oh.
just because he does something really dumb.
Well, that's a dad for you, so.
I love him to pieces though. But with this, because I thought it was because I didn't have, Neas wasn't fully developed in this game. It was more of just me wanting to play around. Originally, when I first came out with Neas, he was supposed to look like a young sorcerer, like child looking, and then would transform into a dragon. But with Pathfinder, I had to make something work, so I aged him up, or I made it to where he is how he is now. Still kind of that teenager-ish deal, because in the Pathfinder he technically was a half elf, because how the story went, it was his mother and the father. The father was an elf and she was human, and then she produced a half elf child, not knowing that the elf that she had gotten knocked up by was actually a dragon. So blah da 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 da.
Gotcha.
And in most campaigns, we know that half elves are kind of outcasted because they're not really welcomed in either society. They're not welcomed by human standards, they're not welcomed by elf standards. And that played into his background story a lot. And this goes into kind of more of his character lore that hasn't been introduced fully into the other game, but I'm down to mention it because this is from the previous campaign. Things have been kind of altered a little bit, but not so much his childhood. But essentially, he and his mom, they lived as well as they could in a village. They lived on the outskirts of it because, again, they were the outsiders of the village. She worked really hard to keep a stable living. He would try his best to not get into trouble, but of course he got picked on by a lot of the village human boys. And one day, what ended up happening was he started working as like a low-key, like not a full-fledged apprenticeship, but like something similar. He was kind of like the kid who was really interested in learning jeweler stuff because, you know, shinies were kind of the thing. I remember I would always have to roll a wisdom save on if we found anything shiny with that group, and I'd be like, oh, that can go into my pocket, yeah. Like
Oh.
that's pretty. I'll keep it. You know, like dragon horde mentality, right?
Yeah.
But he had to be a good kid so that way he didn't become a burden on his mother, and they had such a loving bond with each other that he would do anything for her, and if he could essentially get an apprenticeship through the jewelry maker of the village, then perhaps he could start bringing in some income to help his mom out. Well, the village boys ended up finding out that he was working closely with the jeweler and decided to play a really nasty prank on him, which was they snuck into the jeweler's shop when they weren't really around and stole some really valuable jewels that were supposed to be shipped out to a customer later that like day or week or whatever. When the jeweler discovered it, like he and Nays are looking around the shop trying to find it, and then the boys bring like I guess like the constable of the city or like, you know, some of the other adults, and they just flat out already accuse like those boys pointed to Nays was like, he did it. He's the one who took the gems. And Nays is like, I don't have nothing to hide. Like, why would I steal from you? Like, we were together all day. When would I have the time? And the jewelers are like, just please, just empty your bag out. And so he does. He just like, see, there's nothing in there. All the gems were in his bag.
Yeah, of course.
And then so it started getting really chaotic. Like the jeweler was really disappointed in him. Like that really, I'm so like disappointed dad look. Like he's never had that look thrown at him, not even by his mother. Uh, like he's been scorned, but like that look to where like this guy actually trusted him, and now that trust is gone, and the kids are trying to grapple onto him to like help the adults take him away and all that to be punished because, you know, in this village thieves get their hands cut off and blah blah blah, and it didn't matter what age you were. So at that point, that's when his uh draconic lineage, his bloodline started to form. He got so angry that essentially he exploded, and when he kind of came to, he realized that all the people, including the jeweler, the boys, and the adults who were there, uh, got frozen on the spot. And then he ran home to his mom, trying to explain everything, and she's trying to like comfort him and say, "It's okay. Well, I'll take care of this. I'll take care of this." Well, then there's a mob outside.
I'll take care of this. I was like, I don't. Okay, well.
There was a mob outside, and really from that point, I leave it really ambiguous because it's really determined by the DM on how, like, if she even survived that or not, or if she got taken out by the mob mentality. But he essentially ran off, but then afterwards he came back and saw that the house that he and his mother lived in were completely destroyed. The only thing that wasn't destroyed was this box that held like an amulet that he wears around his neck that could be a medallion of Bahamut, or just something that did not get destroyed in the fire. And that's kind of how low-key he started learning that like he was so much more than these obnoxious humans who didn't accept him. So it kind of went from there.
So
and then he started, you know, like trying to work on his magic by himself. Occasionally he'd have to go into a human town and kind of, you know, survive, because at this point he was just a small kid and he wasn't really efficient with hunting or scavenging or anything like that. Maybe like he knew which berries were good to eat and not to eat sometimes. But essentially he had to kind of be the little shit everybody assumed he was, except try to be a sneaky little shit.
To survive.
Basically, yeah, to survive. Later on, as he like got a little older, he started he got kind of roped up into this other group. Now in the Pathfinder game I was in, he was in there originally to find like some sort of magical item that was going to help him fully unlock his like draconic abilities and all
Mhm.
that. However, how I entered into the deal with Naeus was the party was already in this haunted house kind of like dealing with like this vengeful spirit lady, and this just fell through the roof. And apparently that's how a lot of characters got introduced into the game, is just falling through roofs and winding up like having to join the party.
Interesting way to do that, but okay.
I mean, let's be real. When me, Arcturus, and Tat got into Silas's game, like we walked in and boom, the city's on fire.
Yeah, but if you're saying directly fell from the ceiling is very different from
It wasn't from the ceiling. It was like, probably from the upper floor down to wherever the bottom floor, maybe.
sure. I just don't know the context. If you're just saying fell from
We
the
used to
second floor,
have we used to have like these streams recorded, and I don't even know if they actually are still somewhere lurking in a Google Drive or what. But essentially, like that's just basically how I remember it happened. Was I like Naeus just fell from one floor to the next because of how old the house was, and then boom, I joined the party. Like he was very against it at first. It was just like, I'm only tagging along because I know there's an item in here that I need. Turns out the item wasn't even there.
sick.
It was kind of like he was definitely looking for things to make him stronger. And he heard a rumor that
Oh
there
my
was a
God.
potentiality of an item being there.
Okay, do you know what I'm just immediately getting the thought of now?
What?
Virgil vibes from DMC of like, I need more power. I wasn't strong enough to save my mother.
That's kind of essentially it. Like he's really like, if he doesn't bring it up a lot, but he's still really butthurt about
Oh yeah,
not being able to help his mom because he was a
I can
kid. Like,
infer
what
that. Yeah,
could he
yeah.
have done?
No, I get that. I'm just saying these are the vibes I immediately got, and I'm only making the joke because I've already done the thing with John being Sasuke.
That's basically it. Like, he was basically out for a whole revenge kind of trope too. After he got more powerful, and he found out that his actual dad was working for the bad guy,
Of course.
and when they actually had a confrontation, like they had what I would call a dragon Agni Kai.
Okay.
So basically a dragon off. Like it's basically a
Dragon
duel
off
to the
from
death.
Tekken. Yeah, no, I know what an Agni Kai is. We're both old enough.
Both old enough to know that Avatar: The Last Airbender was the coolest shit.
Still is.
I would record it on the VCR.
Still, like I usually don't care. Well, that's not true in a sense, but there's certain pairings that I'm like, why did this happen? I was just like, I know it's a different time, but I was also like, really, they're doing the equivalent of high school sweethearts essentially for some of these characters. Like they never dated anyone else. No, okay, great.
I mean, like that was the trope, and like as a kid, I felt like I could see the connection there.
Yeah, but I just believed more in Katara and Zuko.
Honestly, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
Like
well,
there was a time to where I
yeah.
thought like that was gonna be the ship too,
Well,
because it was
like
it was
Aang
that
seems like
mindset of like Aang's
the younger
12.
brother. Yeah, I was like, what are we doing here?
Aang's 12, and like yeah, it's only a 2-year difference because she's 14.
Yeah.
But come on here. But
It felt weird. I'm just gonna say it.
I mean, I was also really mad that like there was I remember that like with Sokka and Suki, they weren't really an established thing officially, but I got really like I saw where they were going with Princess Yue and all that, but it was just like not my cup of tea. I guess it's like it was the canon the character uh sequence that he needed to stop being as him, but also
Yeah.
take things a little bit more maturely because he was the older one of the group. And you know, he did. He fell into that. I'm technically like, yeah, Aang's the avatar, but I'm the one who comes up with the plans. I'm the plan guy.
Yeah.
I don't have any bending.
Well, it was fun for him to finally feel like he's not just the sidekick who's just like um only the comic relief.
Exactly. That's how I felt.
And it felt it, it was like I can buy into this even though it's like he's still just a human.
You're only human
Oh my god.
after all.
Oh boy.
But I could tell you with the dragon Agni Kai that he had with his dad, he did not do well in it. He was on he was he was on the brink of death at that point.
Yeah,
Like,
I couldn't
think he still
imagine
needed,
it going well.
because it was an ancient fucking like corrupted, or it was either corrupted or tainted, because you know most chromatic dragons are chaotic in nature. Most metallic dragons are lawful and good because they are followers of Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess when you stray from being that and kind of go to the Tiamat side a little bit, or side with the baddie, your alignment taints you. And that was kind of his whole deal, was he was a tainted silver dragon who gave no flying fucks. He just basically saw Naze and was like, do you realize how many other women I probably knocked up during this time? You're just insignificant. You're just an insignificant little worm, and I have no time for you. And Naze was just like, no, fuck you. You fight me now, old man. And you know, got his ass beat. I'm pretty sure, I'm like 95% sure they had to use a Revivify on me after that fight.
I would assume so, because it's like you're fighting an ancient
I was
dragon.
tiny. Like, as a dragon, when I was able to transform, I was just, gosh, I think I was just large size.
Yeah.
Because it's like huge, large, or like large, huge, ancient, something like that. Like,
Yeah.
I was like 4 times smaller than this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Until we managed to get a little stronger. There was a fight, and I can't remember the beast. It was like a black mamba or something like that.
Wait, what?
It was this big giant beast that was part of a character's backstory, that she was our insane ranger who was obsessed with finding this giant chicken, is what she called it, because that's what she perceived it as a child, when it slaughtered her whole like hunting party and all that. Out on a mission to kill it. Well, we found it and we took it out, and our DM was just like, that was a CR 15 fight. How the fuck did you chuckle fucks beat this motherfucker? And I swear I'll find what exactly it is, because it was one of those big there was something that you all mentioned that you all fought. It was like, I think it started with a Z or something.
I don't know if Remy's here, because we ran away from a Tarask. That's the one.
That was it.
Okay.
We fought a Tarask.
I was like,
Tarask?
There was
Yeah,
a Z, but okay.
I think it was a Tarask. I mean, I know we fought a Tarask at some point in our game, but this was it was kind of like, I think it was like a basilisk type deal that nearly wiped us out. However, we managed to basically take it out, and we kept getting powers, and eventually I got to the point to where I went from being, you know, just kind of a large dragon to a bigger dragon, because we made buddies with this Lich King.
Is that the Lich you're trying to find?
No, actually, it's the person in the party who said, I want to be a lich, but I want to be a good lich, you know, like, I don't want to be all nasty and mean and all that. I want to be like, I want to be able to continue obtaining knowledge and all that, because she was the wizard of the group.
I want to be a cool dad. I want to be a cool lich.
Yeah, I want to be a cool lich. I want to be a good lich, which was a strange request in itself, but she managed to get it. which helped her a lot because, wizards being squishy as hell, like, she just brews and she takes like 15 points of damage.
Oh yeah, I've seen Chiquita's health before. I was like, oh no.
Her running joke was she was spell sexual. Like, she was so, like, into anything spell, scroll related, magical
my God.
item. She was wonderful. I love that character so much. I think actually my favorite character out of that whole group was he was our token team sad dad. He was trying to be that edgy rogue that everybody tries to play, but ended up being like, okay, I'm responsible for all these idiots. Like, these children, I swear, especially that ranger who keeps talking about a giant fucking chicken. I think she's insane. No, I know she's insane, but damn it, I'm gonna marry her. And they did. They did get married. It was a wonderful, wonderful time because we were all shocked that it even happened.
I mean, I'm sure that's great. It's just the way you set that up put me in fucking whiplash of sad dad marries one of the people they're taking care of. I was like, wait, what? No.
Sad dad takes care of the insane woman.
Yeah, it's just the way if you're just it gave off the implications of like I'm taking care of these people as like my children. I'm gonna marry this one. It's like,
well, he didn't. It was just like we would joke that he was token sad dad because he was very, like, he was the dad of the group.
No. I get that. It's just that's what my brain latched onto. So that's what my brain went to. Okay, association sad dad marries someone. There, it's like, wait.
I mean, honestly, Riven needed her hand held most of the time because she was that insane that she'd come up with the most outrageous ideas and think it would work, and then Varric, who is the rogue, would be like, Riven, that's a really stupid fucking idea. It will not work because this is why it won't work. And then explain into details why it would not work. And then she'd just be like, but come on, Varric!
Oh my God.
What's the worst that can happen? And then the worst happens, actually.
You just but quick tangent, because every time you say sad dad, I already told you about my sad dad character.
Oh, I think I've heard a little bit about him, but not like full detail. If you want to tell the audience.
Well, we're okay, sure. It's this is the character podcast, a D&D character podcast for this one. So I have a Minotaur barbarian who is what is the subclass? It's the guardian one where you can summon the spirits. I forget what that one. And his name is Philomenos Mene, or Phil is what people are calling him. And his whole thing is he is a middle-aged barbarian who because of his subclass, because he's summoning ancient spirits to fight with him, his family has their tradition of believing, like, there's life after death kind of a thing. There's glory in fighting, and and because of that, he tried to instill that into his children and his wife, who was a spellcaster and an elf. And guess what? His beliefs were so strong, he pushed them away, and now he's alone. And he used to be a double-digit level barbarian, but in his depression, he's back to level 3.
Oh man.
He's got
he's been out of work for a while.
He got that dad bod on him.
Ooh, like the beard gut and everything.
Yeah, but also the I want to bring him back because he never actually got to be used. But also everyone's like, sad dad Minotaur, I like ye. And I was like, I hate this.
I hate this so much. I'm taking him away from you. You don't get this opportunity. You don't get this opportunity.
But it was either gonna be a Minotaur, because the whole idea was like, the Minotaur, the bull charging in to like save his friends and his allies. That was the initial idea, but there was a version I also had in mind for still the same barbarian class and all that. It's he would be a Leonin.
Oh.
Because I like the idea of, the reason why he has all this belief in it is because, lions and pride and all that, and leading more into the fall of grace thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was also like with Lance, there's like little things that I add to his character that do not make sense for a build, but are just for character stuff. Like I use one of the, I think it was a character background as like a soldier or something to get animal handling, and it wasn't because he, had a mount or anything. It was because he, after his family left him, he started raising pets and stuff to like not be alone, and like also practice like what he would say if he ever saw his family again. um that kind of stuff. Or like he knows magic tricks because he's like, look, I know magic too, we can be a family again, right? Right.
Oh, he's trying so hard.
And like his whole thing is he would rather know his family is safe and know that they hate him than not know where they are and worry about if they're even alive or safe. And that's kind of why he starts going adventuring again. But it's also him in the campaign. It would have been also like exploring, like, can he give up this whole being an adventurer and the pride and the being a hero, or for his family, or would he go back to his old ways, kind of a thing. After trying to adventure and search for them, that kind of thing. So yay.
I mean, it definitely would come down to like the reception that he would receive, like if he actually looks like he's a changed person, or if he's still kind of stuck in his old ways and it's just like, you see, this is why I left, you'll never change.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I wanted some things where he's kind of like lost in it, so there might be some moments of him like calling one of the younger members his kid's name because he's so disillusioned.
Don't worry, Timmy, I got you. My name is Telepathy.
That's great, Timmy. I love you too. What?
What? Oh man, and that's funny because like on the whole, like there's always that dad character. With Varric, he like again he was that pseudo dad for Naeus, and there was a point to where I think we were in like what do you call them, ziggurat or something. We were in a ziggurat fucking around. Well, we were on a mission, but like fucking around is as much as I can remember out of why we were there in the first place anymore.
Sure.
Since this campaign went on for 5 years, if I recall, and I started in 2016. So I don't think, yeah, no, it went on for 5 or 6 years, but essentially everybody was saying, don't touch this thing. Specifically, do not touch that thing. Okay, I'm not going to touch this thing. Touches it anyways. And then, of course, Naeus's hand got like all corroded. It became cursed and all that. But we essentially managed to like fix the curse. But while that happened, of course, we were still in the ziggurat. And everybody was just like, Naeus, why the fuck did you do that? What is going on in your fucking brain that made you do that? And I was getting like super scolded by Varric. And I'm just like, yo, dude, what the fuck ever. Good thing you're not my real dad. And like, that's kind of how, yeah, no, he dropped that whole, well, it's a good thing because you're not my real fucking father. So you don't need to take care of me. And all that jazz. And we continued off with the mission and blah, blah, blah. Again, I managed to get the curse off of Naeus. But I think like through one of our spellcasters or someone just did a big Healy deal on it. But that was our dynamic for a hot moment until things like, the character development started going a little bit more. And it came back to the Dragon Agni Kai, like round 2, where Naeus whipped the shit out of his dad. And there it came to the point, like, and Varric was helping in the background too, trying to like keep him from trying to down me down because rogue bullshit, basically.
Yeah.
Like, he would roll so high that nobody would see him. It'd just be like,
Oh,
all right, I'll
yeah.
roll for stuff. Oh, that's stupid. So I'm definitely invisible, and everybody's like, where the fuck did Barrett go?
Yeah, if we're talking about Pathfinder, I definitely remember it's just like, look, if you know how to build it, you could just make it where it's like, yeah, you were the best at this. No one can stop you unless they're built the same way.
He would literally roll and then go and braid people's hair. Like, that's how all the stuff went, and everybody like be like, when the fuck did my hair get braided? When did this flower get put in it? Like, stuff like that. It was funny shit like that. But during the end of that battle, everybody thought that I was gonna go at, like, Neas was gonna go ahead and, finish the Agni Kai, which is make the death, like,
Well, yeah,
complete it, like,
if it's an Agni
all
Kai.
that. But then he got to the point to where he was, and he's just like, you're not worth the blood on my claws. Just know from this day, just as you said, you are a weak, pathetic worm. Now get out of my sight. This territory is mine. And everybody was just like, holy shit, Naesh, you grew the fuck up. You went from being an angsty teenager to an actual, decent man. And, and then we completed the campaign. We won, of course, because we're kick-ass. Yeah, we had a rune lord in our pocket, essentially.
Oh
and
my
our
god.
goal was to essentially get the rune lords to not do all the bad. And I can't remember what else. It was like, there was a bad guy that was not just the rune lords. Like, we took out a couple of rune lords, but we had, the rune lord of greed in our pocket, who we found out was actually our traveling market person, like the person who we go to sell stuff to, and they would sell things to us. We found out they were a rune lord, and we all had kind of like a existential crisis because some of us slept with him.
Some
Some of us, yeah.
did you take? Okay, never mind TMI if I ask. The thing I was gonna ask is like, would you say some? Do you mean at the same time or separately? And you found out.
I would say it was definitely, there was a couple one-on-one deals. I don't remember there was a threesome that
Okay.
happened. I don't think the party liked each other enough to do a threesome. I don't think they liked each other in that kind of way.
And then there was the orgy for Lance.
There was the orgy for Lance.
But apparently, I don't know, because Silas is the one who knows how close in proximity was Lance and Isla.
Yeah.
And Lance doesn't know that Isla was there, but Isla knows.
Oh my god. Well, I'm pretty sure Lance was toasty drunk.
Oh yeah,
When that was
drunk. Yeah.
I can only assume that sober Lance would not do it, but drunk Lance on the other hand is like, hey.
Yeah, I was debating if I would or not, but he was drunk, and I also wanted the charisma boost, so I did it.
Ah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Look, I was like, does it make sense? It's like, well, he's drunk. He's been trying to flirt. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, it would happen. Yeah, absolutely.
Because
I mean, that's how
yeah.
Naz slept with the bard of their party, was he got really drunk. And of course the bard was my boyfriend at the time.
Of course.
So I remember, I think how it went was we were drinking, and of course I failed the con save, so I was definitely drunk. Like little dragon boy who's never drank anything in his life, or drank a little bit but never got super wasted, got super wasted with the bard and the party, and the bard decided, hey, I'm not toasty drunk yet, what if I just did
be
did
a little
a
creepy
spell.
about it. Okay.
No, actually, it was he casted a spell, and I don't remember the spell itself, but basically essentially he made his crotch glitter and shine, it was a bright golden light coming out from it. And I had to roll a will save to see if Naeus could not be enamored with it, and then I failed the will save, of course. So they went to bed.
You're just reminded me of like in my first campaign, I was like jokingly like, all right, I'm gonna flirt with this person in my group and see what happens. I was a fighter, by the way, in Pathfinder. So yeah, my charisma was like average at best. And then as a joke, I just rolled nat 20.
Oh my
and then
god!
it happened to become, I think, a threesome with another character who joined in.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
So you know how
Team bonding.
yeah, well, you know how Lance has his thing about eldritch horror shit and drinking for rolling. My old character, whose name actually my VTuber's name actually comes from that character. He would always roll nat 20s when he tried to do like persuasion or diplomacy checks in Pathfinder, and he in a way became, I wouldn't say he was the de facto leader, but like the de facto spokesperson after those times.
He became the party face.
Pretty much. He was also the one who was responsible because everyone, they weren't quite murder hobos, but they were getting there. And they basically are like, well, we killed those people, we should start looting their house. And then and my character and everyone was like, no, he can't, your character can't, Alistair can't do it because he's good. And I'm like, he's neutral good.
In his pockets, take his vest.
And they were like, no, everyone else is chaotic or neutral, so we're gonna do it. It's like, and then after that campaign, I switched his alignment to chaotic good because he was like, all right, fuck you guys. If you're gonna like do this, I'm gonna join in with you. Don't say shit. Fuck you.
I'm not gonna be the narc in this fucking group.
Well, because that was also like the beginning of like when people were just like, oh, your alignment's this, you can't do this. It's like, well, characters can technically break their alliance or alignment. It's not like a absolute, because guess what, even in an emotional moment someone can break their alignment because they're in that kind of mind frame.
Absolutely. Like, I honestly, a lot of what we've been doing right now, I'm surprised not a lot of people's alignments have shifted, or to my current knowledge hasn't shifted to the way to like something completely different. Like, I know for me personally, most of my characters end up becoming chaotic good just because of the fact that like I like the chaotic nature of a character, but also I don't essentially like, I wasn't really down bad for being evil, you know? Because I didn't want to be like hated out of the party. Like, I didn't want my character hated. However, and also just chaotic good just is fun for me because I could do the most unhinged shit and still be a good guy.
Well, yes,
essentially.
There's got to be a line where I'd be like,
the reason why
Nev,
is like,
I know
I killed this motherfucker.
I know they're
because...
chaotic good, but also you can't say they're chaotic good when they might have blown up a whole city just to get that one guy.
Oh no, so, like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how some of them have not switched their alignment when they blew up a whole fucking city.
Well, to be fair, I think the people who wanted to blow up the city were not on the good alignment chart.
So you're saying a lot of the people in our party currently is chaotic neutral?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see that. I can see a lot of them having neutral as a deal.
Imagine characters developing and going beyond a static one-dimensional archetype. Yeah, well, let's see how Lance turns out, because right now everyone's testing his resolve. I swear to God.
Trying really hard not to.
Yeah, well, even the people who are on his side, I'm like, what are you doing right now? Why are you doing this? We agree.
You mean what Naeus did with like the kid? He was trying to be a good kid, honestly, at that point.
Yeah, well,
he was trying his best, but you know, his best, the dice said, nah, this is funnier.
Yeah, but also the way I think this was before you rolled, the words you used. It was just like, why would you say this to someone who is just woken from being knocked out?
He was trying his best. He's not a people person.
Oh, that was in regards to the silly mindset of you're this alignment, you can't do this and that. Oh, yeah. it was annoying, but also I'll give it like a pass because this was like when we first started playing, like within the first year. So everyone was just like, "Well, alignment means this, so we have to," even though it's like more of a because like unless you're a cleric or like a paladin or monk who gave
That's
it.
just what my character would do.
Yeah, I will say though, one of my friends was trying to be a monk, and you know, in Pathfinder, had to be lawful something, but he never quite defined what lawful meant or what his code was. So kind of just always felt like he was doing whatever he wanted, and it kind of bugged us.
His code was his own code, like his own made up code.
The rule of cool is my code.
The rule of cool is the code, yeah.
What was I gonna say? But yeah, like that moment, or like was it Jerry trying to like talk to people? We'll just be like, okay, how is this, why is this the nerd who was stuck in the library the whole time is the one that can talk to people the best? But quick tangent, but I do want to get back to our our current characters, and like because I feel like we're a thing we should talk about is where we feel like our characters are kind of going.
Yeah, okay.
But just
especially since Nea's has been rehashed, like still like there's still a lot from the old campaign that I brought over into this current Nea's in this current game that we play together.
but things
not
are changed
all of
around
it.
a little.
Things are definitely changed around a little bit. Like there's no bad dragon dad.
Oh, that's
we
completely
technically
gone?
don't. Oh yeah, no, we don't even know who Nea's father actually is.
Oh, okay.
But I kind of have some hunches, but that's like a out of character. Like I want to say after the party deal because you know, and being a dragon, of course, he outlived his party, or he never found out where some of the party who was able to become essentially immortal, Athena, where they're located.
They became immortal and their name's Athena.
Yeah, her name is Athena.
Wow, okay. Low on the nose, but okay.
And like a lot of the premises still stick around, still, you know, same kind of background story with his childhood. I think at that point I changed his mother from being just a regular human to a half elf because I thought it would play on more the reason why she's an outcast more because
even her mother,
not just because
his mother was a half elf, so lean more into it. Okay.
I lean more into that just because of how the actual thought about Neza's birth is still really fuzzy for me because it comes down to like whatever me and Silas have planned, and I kind of told Silas to have fun with it, and we kind of threw some ideas around, which is why I'm really concerned if we ever come across Tiamat at all, just because the whole how Tiamat is and her grudge against Bahamut. I'm a little nervous about that.
Well, don't worry, you have Kaz also, so it'll go even better.
I know, but I believe Kaz would have enough more, like, I believe they have more will and dedication to not get pulled into whatever kind of flowery wording she's trying to use or try to use them against Bahamut. I believe Kaz is way so much more stronger than that. Now Nea's on the other hand,
well,
like,
the thing I was more saying is like Kaz might just start a fight.
No, that's exactly what I think too. Like, I could see Kaz just being like, "Suck my left tail, bitch, and fight me," and then it's
well,
just
word for word.
Just gonna, you know, be a bra, and then of course,
And
like
then,
that's Nea's is kind of tricky when it comes to it because it could go either way because his goal still is to still become powerful, and especially now since having been given these godly abilities and, you know, essentially being a god in training, he doesn't feel like he's strong enough. He doesn't feel like he has enough abilities to do what he needs to do. He doesn't even know really what he's expected to do other than whatever he's told, and eventually that's going to get really old. like being told what to do and how to do it. Like that's kind of why he was really aggressive about the Silas thing that happened in the last campaign.
Last session.
Yeah, in last session. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure because I was like, wait, were you catching up on the other campaigns or something?
Oh no, yeah, Silas totally was in the other game.
No,
like,
I meant you because they have like their YouTube with their VODs and stuff.
I mean, like essentially, yeah, but he's starting to get to a point, I guess, that
Oh,
he really only cares for a few select people.
oh, I can tell.
And
I can tell.
he doesn't really like, as much as like we've been fighting together and all that, he hasn't created really a deep enough bond with everybody within the group. Like even with Kaz, like yeah, they're quote unquote dragon siblings, and he would look out for her because he considered, like at this point, like they're both draconic gods at this point. Like it's kind of in his mind, he should be looking out for her and her best interest, but also allowing her the freedom as a dragon to make her own decisions, because she's an adult. She knows, like she knows right from wrong and all that. And that's kind of a questionable state still sometimes. Uh, but
Here we go.
it's even with Arcturus, the whole ceremony spell deal. Yeah, it would have been. It's a great idea because of the fact that in his mind, okay, this makes me stronger. This makes me less vulnerable to things, like if something were to come at me and take a swipe out of me, I think I'd be able to like bounce it back. But I can see, but like with how he's acting with Arcturus, like he's starting to slightly bond with them a little bit more, but he
Well, yeah.
essentially doesn't know anything about anyone other than what has been told, like what Silas has said about, Lazarus, the vague information that he's gotten from other people. Like he hasn't
We had
really had a chance to
that
have team bonding.
Yeah. Well,
other
we had
than
that short introduction thing in the ship.
we did have the short introduction where Kaz did a wonderful feast for us.
Yeah.
Which
And
was essentially a hero's feast.
Yeah, and I get the concern, but like Lance is on the complete opposite end, and you know that. Of like, look, I get it. Look, we all have our own goals and desires and this and that, and we're all worried about our own things, but also we're the only ones who know what each other is going through right now with all this god bullshit. So I'm going to put my faith in you, and I'm kind of under the expectation that we're going to stick together, because guess what? A lot of things want us dead right now.
That's kind of, yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons why Naeus has stuck with the group instead of just saying, all right, fuck y'all, I'm out. He essentially doesn't know what the fuck is still going on, and he doesn't like being left in the dark, but now he's been thrusted into great power comes great responsibility mode, and it's like he's worried of becoming so attached to the team and then the team breaking off, or it doesn't become that found family situation.
Yeah,
Because
well,
I think that's essentially what he needs, is people who are going to be there for the long term, and not like essentially,
you don't want it to be like, all right, on to the next party.
yeah, that would kind of break him down, because with dragons, like they're essentially immortal until someone comes up and says, "Oh, you're a dragon, I must take you down," blah 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 blah,
Yeah.
and all that. Like, because that's really how most dragons do get, how they mostly die, is there's that one shit-faced party that actually is really talented at what they do, and they have really good rolls and attack abilities and all that, and then
Yeah.
kill the dragon.
Oh yeah. I know. I actually have a. This is a quick tangent for non-D related stuff, but it is about dragons. I do have a dragon that, hey, guess what? I have a theme of creating characters that create emotional and mental damage. I'm gonna say this quick phrase without any context, and then if you want, I can go into further details, or you can be like, okay, let's just move on. I may have unintentionally made an Alzheimer dragon or a dementia dragon.
Oh, buddy.
Uh,
Buddy. Oh, that hurts my heart.
yeah, but
That does not butter my biscuits.
well, yeah, but you know, I kind of write characters that feel pain a lot, and Lance is kind of going through it right now. What's it called? Yeah, just if you want more context, yeah, if a dragon can live long enough, guess what? They have so many memories. Even if they're magical, they can't possibly remember everything. So they just have information overload, and they eventually over time just can barely remember anything about their past. And the whole idea is the reason they hoard things is to try and remember things through association, because they can't maintain long-lasting memories.
Oh my god, shit, man. You just this might be a thing actually that happens to Neas later, because
if you want suggestions, I can help you.
Please just continue hurting me.
Don't worry, I've already hurt myself enough. I can hurt others too.
Good. But there is actually out of character. Wow, like I said, I feel like I'm on like fireside chat, like with Critical Role and all that, where they like talk about shit that happened in the previous like
we're supposed
session
to
episode.
Kind of do that with Silas, but for now, I guess my podcast will be the substitute.
I feel like
for
that
now.
is too, yeah. But remember when he did like alter self and he turned into a woman?
Yeah.
And he uses that specific appearance because that's what he remembers what his mother looked like.
Oh my god.
And that's kind of it's a weird way for him to remember her, but it's also been like it's been a century and a half since, if not
that's
longer.
a bag of worms that you just unlocked.
It's been a while since he's seen his mother. Like, he was just a small baby.
Yeah.
Like, I say small baby, like he was,
Nev, I'm gonna sorry,
toddler child.
Would you just done real quick? I didn't realize that was the appearance was based on his mother, but that really recontextualizes that thing about what if in this form I try and get with Dean.
Yeah.
And I just I feel weird about that. I don't. What's the implications of that?
But here's the thing: like, it would never come to that point for the fact that like he would have to. We talked about this too. He would have to use extended spell to maintain that form.
Yeah, but I'm just not
and continue.
Not
but
just the
I
having
also
the
don't
child
know if
part.
that would work eventually.
Yeah, I don't think that would technically work.
I'm not into the whole like.
But I'm just saying,
children,
yeah,
like
I don't think that would work. Just like practical wise in the current story we're in, but also I'm more implying it's a little weird where if Neas ever tries to sleep with someone in the form of his mother.
I mean, it doesn't bother him, which is the weird thing about it, honestly.
Yeah,
remember,
but you understand if like Lance found that, he'd be
remembers.
like, "Oh, ew, I've read books about this. This is weird."
But if you think about it in a different way, yeah, it looks like his mother, but you can essentially think of it as if Neas was a woman, he would look a lot like his mother.
Yeah, it's just you specified that it was in memory of his mother. That's why the form looks that specific way.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if he was just like, well, this is kind of what I figure I'd look like if I.
How do you think he managed to get past shit without having to like be confronted of like, "You strange man who looks like a half elf," because with Alter Self, like he can take out the elven ears and look essentially human and be able to stroll by without having any issues. Now, when he got that belt, oh man, that bard should have paid way more attention to his shit.
Who'd you get that from? Is that from your previous
So-
campaign? Because I was like, wait, what the fuck
No,
is this?
so this is a homebrew item in D&D Beyond that I found that I was just like, why can't I find any information about this belt? Why? Because I have no information about it, and then I realized, oh, this is a homebrew item. I gotta talk to Silas.
Yeah,
It's like, Silas, what do I do with this belt? It's homebrew, and I feel like I shouldn't have taken it, but I thought it would be really funny if I took it. And how do I work this? How does this work? Silas, help, help, help.
yeah.
And so I ran with it because I knew I was bringing in a lot still from the old campaign to this current campaign because like I mentioned before, especially with my role playing characters, I'll rehash a character if I feel like there wasn't a great fulfillment out of it.
Yeah, there wasn't a payoff.
And like in the old campaign there was a little bit of a payoff, but I didn't feel satisfied with how I played him. So
Sure.
with playing him in Silas's campaign, which I know this is gonna be a long running deal, and I just really can't wait to see how it turns out because I feel like there's so many things that could happen,
5
and I'm
years
so excited
later.
for the possibility.
I'm joking, but also 5 years later.
5 years later, basically. I'm looking forward to it. I am absolutely looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to, if it ever happens, this group, the Godlings, get a chance to meet some other characters if I ever kind of bring them into different campaigns, or especially the one character from Sunday Game. That's really gonna.
Yeah.
I love her so much. And the fun fact
Is she a little
about
shit?
oh man. You watched Castlevania, right?
I mean, I've watched clips, and I know Castlevania from the video game, so I can kind of figure out.
You know Carmilla, right?
Yeah.
That's essentially her.
God damn it.
Imagine if Carmilla was mixed with Azula, sorry, not Azura. Azula from Fire Avatar The Last Airbender.
Yeah, that's already bad.
Plus Maria from Bloodborne, which is an interesting
Why would
deal.
you do this?
Plus God, what was
That's
the
already 3.
Alucard
Oh
from
my-
both Alucard Hellsing the original and Hellsing the abridged.
Oh my god.
We had this conversation in the Discord at one point. Or there was like talks about it, and I was just like, yeah. And then God, there was another character that she was mixed in with, but I can't remember.
I swear, you're gonna make Lance go into his villain arc, but he's still gonna not be nearly as evil as anyone else because he's still trying to do good.
Exactly. But she's I love her because fun fact, she Nixania, when I created her, she was originally for a Curse of Strahd campaign. My one character had died during a deal because I was thinking too much with my I was trying to do like
Oh my
OG kind of barding a little bit because I played another bard, and he was just a sweet cinnamon roll drow boy who just wanted to dance and juggle and all that, and he was ace, and he was just like, we're gonna go into this forest, not the forest, we're gonna go into this rose garden to be friends, right, and talk about our feelings and all that fun stuff. And he's like, oh, you want to this is the date? Well, you're a wonderful person. I think you have an amazing personality, but I think of you,
You have
more
an
as a
amazing
friend.
personality.
Oh, you're gonna kill
oh
me
my
now.
god.
Yeah, I basically exactly like when you were talking about how Lance was like, I don't want to be like a traditional bard
The
kind of.
antithesis, yes.
That's exactly how my character in it was Queenmaker, no, it was Rule for the no, it was something not Queenmaker. It was something for the crown. It was like Race for the Crown. something like that, where we did a lot more diplomatic stuff than we did fighting stuff. And he was just a sweet little boy, and I loved him. And he didn't realize he was dwarf royalty. He always thought he was just a half elf with a skin condition.
Oh my god. Really?
Yes, really, because how he came into play. He has two lovely adopted parents. It was a half orc and a dwarf. Who the dwarf couldn't have children, which was very sad. However, she found Thorn, funnily enough, in a thorn bush, and that's how he
Okay.
got his name. And then all his other adopted siblings, who were other abandoned children that were just left in random spots near foliage, like I remember there was a brother named Basil, there was a character named Rosemary, there
Oh
was
my
like a whole
God.
bunch of, like, exactly, that's how they named their children, because not that they weren't creative, but it was kind of this whole I remember you, this was a touching memory, and I'll always remember the day I found you next to this bush and you became mine, and that's why you're named after this bush.
Perfect.
I gotta go back into DMs to have, or I need to reach out to the DM of that game. Is like, hey, do you have that list still of like my adopted brothers and sisters from
It sounds
that one
like there's
campaign
like
we
a
played?
dozen at least.
There was at least 7.
Okay, yeah.
But you know, he was just a good, loving kid who wanted to have fun, and he became a bard because it was like, hey, I can dance. And I think the funny thing about it was there was a time to where he could use disguise self or something similar to that, and they all had to go undercover. He was undercover as a popular songstress, which that was funny.
Songstress?
Yeah, songstress. Like basically, someone like it was like the equivalent of fantasy idol, like
Oh, okay.
idol girl and all that. So he was like masquerading as that to get into the city that they were trying to do covertly, because since they're working for the queen, they're working for this princess who essentially is trying to get on the throne, but you know, all the advisors and people are really sexist assholes and don't want a woman on the throne. So we were just like, hey, no, she should be on the throne because she's awesome and she actually has great ideas and she actually gives a shit about the people and blah 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 blah. So we were doing like covert diplomatic like missions and all that, and one of them was we all had to disguise ourselves and get into the city. Well, there was a guard that came up to check our papers, and he recognized like my character like in like the idol for, because we actually took like actual like people's names, and
Oh my God.
he was like, hey, yo, I love your music, can you sing that one song? And I'm like, Thor's just like, you which song, you know, the one song that you played at the one concert. And I was like, oh, you have to be a little bit more specific, I sing so many songs. And like, come on, you gotta know, it's from the one concert that you did like not that long ago, my sister's a big fan.
Oh my God. See, I would have turned it around in that situation and thought of like, oh, you know, look, I know you really love that song, but guess what? I have a new song I'm working on right now, and you get the exclusive first hear about it. Would you want to hear that instead?
I should, you know, I was so like, I was panic as the player
Yeah.
when this was going on, because it was like, oh shit, he's gonna know, he's gonna fucking know, he's gonna like call us out on it. So we're like trying to press him more for like
Any
like
information?
the song,
Like,
any information about the song,
Yeah.
and he's like something about the moon, and I'm just like, at that time, I just had one song flick into my head, and I'm just like, fly me to the moon
Oh my-
and let me dance. And the funniest thing was that was the song on the DM's mind.
oh, okay.
So I won.
Well, I mean, it worked
I
out.
was just like, I'm just like, shit, Lily, are you serious? And she's like, yeah, no, that's legit the song. Like, holy shit, how did you know? I'm like, I didn't know, I just panicked.
Yeah, that's the beauty of stuff. Like, it's such an improv moment thing, and like
It was.
I've had those things in improv comedy where it's like you can see my face like break character because it lights up when like I'm in sync with someone else and we say the same line together. And like there comes that own comedy of like you're
It's
so happy
crazy.
that you
We
break
finish
out a
each
character.
other's
Yeah.
sandwiches. That's what I was gonna say.
Uh,
Oh, I love that shit. But man, I kind of would like to go back to Nixania a little bit.
go for it.
Yeah, no, she would be a terrifying force to be reckoned with, but I think how she would do the deal with the party would, if there was a chance that like the party got like split up somehow, like not like, oh, we're going to each other like separate ways and all that because blah blah blah, we disagree on this. More like, you know, of I would say magical means and all that, to where like say like two characters ended up getting separated from the party and they're trying to get back to the party, and that's when she would show up. I could see.
Okay,
But right now,
sure.
it all depends on what happens in Sunday game because we're kind of in a little bit of a pickle.
Oh no. Yeah, everything sounds like it's shit. It seems like
Oh,
shit.
a lot of things are going to shit. Like I don't know what could happen, but I made sure to be like, hey, yo, I have a way out of this, right? Like there is a way that I don't get completely fucking murked in this campaign, right?
About that.
And I think, well, I did confirm that there is a possibility. I do have like a pull out, like a bat. That sounds really bad to call it a pull out plan.
Oh, let's
'cause,
see
you know,
Nyx's pull-out game. How good is she at that? You acknowledged it, so I just leaned into
I
it.
did, yeah. Honestly, let's be real here. I knew it
If
was
you
gonna
didn't
go
say
down
it, I
this
wouldn't
way.
have done the joke.
Well, I know there's a different like term that you use, but I couldn't think of it. All I know is like she has a way to be.
Pull the ripcord.
Maybe I don't know.
Look, I'm trying to help you now because you're worrying about it.
But either way, it's because, like I said, she originally was made for a Curse of Strahd campaign. However, I didn't get to utilize her because I kind of had some issues with the DM, and I said, you know what, I'm too stressed out to even play game with you anymore. You're kind of not the DM that I need to play this game, and you're playing with a whole bunch of newbies who don't know anything about. They're either like they know some about D&D, but they've never played it. This is because, you know, Curse of Strahd is hard. It's
Yeah, well,
like
Strahd.
it's
So.
not for, yeah. But if people don't know anything about Curse of Strahd, they just think, oh, it's just, you know, kind of like what you were thinking with like the campaign when Lance started joining. Is like, I'm here for happy-go-lucky adventures, and things aren't gonna go horribly wrong, and you know we'll be able to come out on top still.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how the players got introduced to it. Like there was a full point to where I don't even think we were even level 2. And the DM basically dropped the party. And I think I left at some point. I can't remember if this was before I left or after I left. But essentially, from what I heard, he dropped the party into a thing to where basically everybody went down, and it was definitely a TPK. However, it turned out it was like, what the fuck do you mean it was just a dream?
Oh.
He pulled that because
Yeah.
I guess like he felt bad because he knew that these were a bunch of newbies, and
Yeah. Well, then don't do
essentially it's
Strahd.
Curse of Strahd, and he allowed a, like, and I'm not gonna be a person like not allowing a specific character or player to play a specific character because of this, that, or the other. But if you're gonna have a necro fucking mancer come into a Curse of Strahd campaign, wow,
Yeah.
it's not gonna work very well because a lot of these things are, you know, resistant against necromancy and not even necromancy, like God, radiant damage, necrotic damage.
Yeah.
I don't remember how that went. There were red flags, and then there's Nixania who's dressed in one. Yeah.
What's the red come from? Don't worry about it. Anyways.
The red comes from the blood of her enemies.
Of course.
And I hear my cat screaming outside my door.
Well, thankfully I can't hear it, so we're all good, right?
Oh,
Joking. If you need to check on your cat, we can take a break.
Oh, he's good. He'll live. He just knows it's time for feeding. So
Oh, okay.
we'll continue on just a little bit more, and then we'll take a quick break.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me whenever. And then I'll just run some
Oh.
ads or something, and then keep chat busy for whoever's here and can't get the ads. Yeah. I guess.
But I think it would be really fun to like throw the party at Nixania, but I would hope that by that point Nixania would be a little stronger, maybe get another feat that she desperately needs.
What level is that party at right now?
23 right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still trying
Because
to
I
figure.
remember recently Medica said that we leveled up, and I was just like, what the fuck do you mean we leveled up? How did we level up?
Don't worry about it.
That's gonna be how I play that game, is not worrying about it.
Look,
But
you,
yeah,
you haven't noticed
from-
there's times where Lance is just like, fuck it, I guess we're just gonna figure it out, or I'm not gonna get. I can't get too stressed at
Honestly,
this point.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly really glad that we all kind of like, yeah, the idea of going to raid the necromancer's office was honestly I because of how I am, I'm a looter. I like looting the baddies and all that,
You
but
know that was a
from
bad, like such a risk though.
I mean, at this point when we went against the living walls, I was just like, we're already gonna have a hard time going back up, and there's not really a safe way for me to go up and then get the fuck out of here without losing the
Yeah.
rest of the party.
Well, that and we had a predominantly spellcaster group in a place with magic jamming.
That was it, yeah. Because there was, well, I can't technically cast the ability for etherealness unless I'm in god form.
Wait, why not?
I assume it's because, like, I need to be in dragon form to access a lot of the stuff from the dragon sheet.
Oh, it's not part of your regular sheet.
No, I don't have that spell.
Oh,
That's gonna be a thing that, like, whenever I get to another feat with Naeus, I'm hoping to pick up a feat to where I learn more spells.
hmm.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, like, the spells that I have right now, they're pretty decent. Well, there's also the thing with, like, spell slots, though. I had to be really conservative with my spell slots. Yeah, I can, like, spend a couple of, sorcerer points. I had to remember what it was. I could spend a couple of sorcerer points to get those spell slots back, but it's that whole I need to be smart about how I play this character, otherwise I could fuck everything up.
Yeah.
Which is why he's trying to be definitely more on the buffing side now. Instead of just full out, I'm here to fight things. Because right now there's people who can go take a hit and not be knocked down like half the HP. I mean, I have, like, Naeus has a decent HP bar and has a decent AC, but he's still a glass cannon. And there is people like fucking Jerry who could, like, do, like, multiple fucking swings. People like Lazarus who could just summon a guy and just go fucking JoJo on motherfuckers, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
Just, like, fucking knock someone into the sky and watch him team rocket across the way.
Yeah. It's been very interesting where I've been playing a character who's mostly trying to, like, support people instead of complete DPSing people down.
That's kind of how I feel too, because I mean, I've been learning to do more supporting stuff with another campaign that I'm in, which is my Saturday game, where I'm another bard, but I chose because I found out it goes back to, like, what's the team's composition or something like that. You know, like, what do we have in this group? We have a fighter, we have a shaman, we have this, we have that, we have arcanist and all that. But do we have a healer, like a true full healer? And I found out we didn't, but I still want to be a bard. And this is Pathfinder, so I went into subclasses and I found the perfect deal because it went with a character that I also wanted to revamp because she didn't get to be fully played the way she was. And funnily enough, her name is Lorelei.
Oh.
Lorelei Morgan, but of course it's not her real name.
Of course.
She's an Aasimar angel-blooded bard who the subclass is song healer. So she definitely is the party buffer. And she's just that hopeful person. She wants to help everybody, but at the same time, she's starting to struggle with, like, is what we're doing helping? Are we actually doing a good thing by doing this for the city? Because the campaign module that we're in for that game is Hell's Rebels. where we are literally a rebellion going against Barzillai Thrune.
Hmm.
And we've only made ourselves actually known just recently. So we do now. If we didn't have a target on our backs before, we have it on our backs definitely now.
That's fun.
It's very fun. I had my character in that game had a full out panic attack
Oh boy.
because we have a character who is a paladin of Serenray, and Serenray has been. Is it Serenray or Serenray? I never know how to pronounce it anymore.
I do Saren Ray.
I'm gonna say Serenray because the other one is tripping me up a little bit.
Yeah.
But she's very against killing people, which we've been able to work around because our shaman, who is a Kenku shaman, I love him to pieces. He hears little funny voices in his head.
Oh boy.
And also our Arcanist, who is our other magic buff, who definitely like both of them were part of the city, and the Arcanist has lost his family during this big event that happened before the game officially started. And so he's on the hunt to find his wife and children. However, he has made it very clear to the party that if he finds out his wife and kids are dead, he's nuking the whole damn country. He's nuking everything. There will be nothing to stop him. So he's a little insane.
Yeah. It's a little.
And also, excuse any fireworks that gets picked up by the mic.
I
It's that
haven't
time.
heard any so far, but yeah.
Oh, bless the sound filtering on this mic.
Yay! Just a quick tangent though, because you mentioned Kenku.
Yeah.
Rinter mentioned the suggestion for my capitalism campaign. Of if you play a Kenku, all the things that they're repeating are the slogans or greetings that they have to say at the whatever store they're working at.
Your dreams come true.
Basically, yeah.
I love it. I love Kenkus. I haven't fully fledged him out, but I do have a Kenku rogue, and he's got the latest name, but I think it's awesome for him. It's Nevermore.
Oh my god.
So, and all he does is repeat Nevermore and speaks in Thieves' Cat. So
I would get so
he's
mad
kind
at
of the
that
basis
character.
of why my PGN is a bird a little bit.
Nevermore.
Oh my
Never
god.
more. Never more.
And then this is basically how he talks, but he's a buddy to another character in another campaign that I'm in, who this character is a Swift Strider, and this is 5e, so it's not fucking Pathfinder because I basically wanted to be a cat girl.
Oh my god.
A tribal cat girl who is basically the embodiment of Patra from She-Ra, the newer version,
I had a
and
feeling.
also Natiri from Avatar, the blue Avatar.
Okay.
With two weird fucking concepts coming in, but it's also a Gestalt game, so her character she's a ranger druid. Swift Strider, so she definitely gets all the abilities to transform into animals, but also she is a fabulous huntress, and she adores both her wife and husband very much.
That's cute.
Hey, they so that's also a fun story that I can get into a little later, but essentially I played along with the DM and I didn't even think this was going to be a thing. But blah blah blah's backstory quickly. Came from a village of, shifters, Swift Striders mostly, which are the cat shifters.
Mhm.
And she went on her kind of like her it's like, I don't want to call it a vision quest, but essentially it's like her druid quest, because she's supposed to be a tribal leader as she gets older, and at a certain point in your age, you go to commune with nature to channel into your druidic powers. And basically become one with nature and all that, blah 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 blah. Well, when she came back from her like essentially becoming an adult, she found her whole village was completely, destroyed. Like everybody was dead, her parents were dead, and she like it was very heartbreaking for her because it was supposed to be like that crowning achievement is like I just reached adulthood and I'm really proud to share this with you all, and I'm also ready to become your leader once it's the mantle finally gets passed down. But when she came back, she was left with nothing. So she essentially had to go from she's already considered an adult in her tribal's eyes, but now she's alone, and she went through all that. Well, after that, we found out that someone brought, like in the later game, as we because this is like a galaxy kind of deal. There's like different worlds and all that. I found out my character's husband was also from the same home planet, and that was really interesting to find out.
This is a lot to take in.
It's a lot to take in, but throughout the campaign, we went back to our world because we were kidnapped because we're all essentially special people called spark holders, and that's a whole different like bag of worms to get into. But we're special, and so we got kidnapped, blah blah blah, and then we're on this adventure with each other, blah blah blah. We managed to get back to our home planet, well, my home planet a little bit, and she finds out that the graves of her people have been desecrated. Like the people have been turned into a wraith essentially. So she had to basically go through a ritual to put down again all like her tribal people, and that was really hard on her. But then she found out that her parents, who also became wraiths, were not on the planet, and they were going after whoever. I think we assume who took the village out, and we managed to get to another place that had the slave trader that I want to say essentially did the do and basically did the genocide. And we were fighting him, right? We were fighting him. My character almost went down. He had this like soul sword that like as soon as like he plunged it into you, he was gonna suck your soul right out of you.
Suck the sword out of
and all
you.
that. Yeah, basically, just the soul is being sucked out of her. However, another character was like, fuck that shit, time stop. She acted, and this is kind of rolls into ascension abilities too. So not essentially gods, but like we have the ability to ascend into like a more powerful like being essentially. And so she managed to activate her ascension there to stop time to save my character from essentially having permadeath and having my soul ripped out of my body. And then another character, like, well, the slave trader was just like, okay, fine, you want to play this game, we'll play it on my turf. And then he kind of dimension planed us, like, but it was one of those dimension deals to where it's just like to his own, not like another plane per se, but it's like his own territory, his own boss battlefield essentially.
Of course.
But also in doing that, he took the wraiths of my character's parents with it. And during that time, is either before that dimension deal happened or afterwards. No, it was before. Another character also ascended and basically did a magical wish spell. It was just like, I want everybody in this room, besides the bad guy, to be healthy and restored. And then we got dimensioned over. However, with the wraiths being there, one of the players was like, hey DM, insert players said everyone in this room that's not the bad guys to be healthy and restored. Does that also include Adia's parents? Yeah, it does. So my parents got brought back to life.
They didn't want to do monkey paw shit.
No, they were just like, they were so amazed that the player who didn't do the miracle deal came up with that amazing idea. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck's going on? What just happened? Why are my parents alive? And we rolled with it. So getting that basis out of there, we won. We took out the slaver, and like I reunited with like my character reunited with her parents, and it was just a grand old time. But we had to also get them back onto the deal. Now beforehand,
There's so much going.
there's so much going on. My character ended up getting into a relationship with two of the other players. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was like, it started off with like both of them were really protective of the paladin barbarian, who is a sweet cinnamon roll golden retriever boy. And we were just butting heads at each other all the time because that was just like, for me, it was like, for us, it was the fun thing out of character to do. But the characters were just like, you're a piece of shit. No, you're a piece of shit. I'll kick your ass. I'll make sure your ass is planted into the ground, motherfucker. And how that like rivals into lovers happen, and then they all were
They
just
start
like,
pushing each other, and
why
then they
is
start
that
making
woman
out.
flirting with? Why is that woman flirting with the paladin? No, we can't allow that. So we all latched onto them, and we all confessed. Blah blah blah. So we became like a threesome like pairing and all that, an OT3, if you will.
Oh, I've never heard that term, but that makes sense.
Oh yeah, and at one point, I want to say like she's a cleric artificer because she creates stuff, but she was also like Gestalt. You're picking two classes and you're like mashing them all together so you get the abilities of both, essentially, with how the homebrew rules go. She made a dagger for my character, and my character was so enamored with the dagger, which this plays in later, that it was, it was the best fucking gift that she could have ever gotten. Now, fast forwarding back to the parents, are having like a, family meeting and all that, just the three of them. And part of their tribal deal was to pull out their knives or their weapons to like do an agreement with. Well, everybody, like, they both thought that Adia was going to pull out like the clan's chief's knife to present, but she presented her own knife, and she was like really proud of it, and her parent was like, where did you get that? Holy shit, someone made you a knife?
A knife?
We gotta go talk to them. And that's how we all me and the DM played on the fact that basically, essentially, the two other people essentially proposed and married my character. So they're not married. And they were just like, oh, okay, well, I guess if that's the thing, yeah.
This is definitely a recurring thing with you in marriages.
It is definitely a thing. It's fun to do. Because I didn't even think the DM was going to go anyway. I was just being really smug about the knife. And then the DM, as my parents were just like, my little girl's married?
Why?
And we played it off really well, and everybody else was like, yo, what the fuck? Did we seriously get married? And it's like, yeah, motherfuckers.
Wow. I can't believe.
That's how I rolled. That's why I love allowing the DMs to have a little bit more power when it comes, like, being vague enough to where they just come up with these great ideas.
You're gonna regret that in my campaign, but okay.
You will regret that in your campaign.
No, I'm saying you will.
Oh, I will, probably.
Yeah. You're dealing with corporations using anything where they're going to use the loopholes of your vague wording. Yes.
I mean, hey, if that's how it goes, that's how it goes. Because that's what I consider. Since I know we have people who come up with these flaws for the characters and then they add it to, their character list. And I don't even know. Do they just go ahead and add it, or is it just like through the actual character creation deal to where they got to add it then?
Well, it's like I think it's a homebrew thing where, I think for the most part, it's probably during the character creation, unless you talk to someone. But also, I think it's in general, flaws are homebrew because usually the flaw is just a characteristic and not like they take penalties in order to get a feat or something else as a compensation.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly.
So
I figured that I already like imply specific flaws in my characters as I'm going, especially when it comes to adding the points into the attributes.
yeah.
Like I already know that like I'm going to fail most of my wisdom saves. So there's my flaw. I'm not wise at all. I don't make the smartest decisions. I'm very impulsive.
Yeah.
Like I go with that kind of deal, and then whatever awkward situation I'm in, that's also part of my character flaws. Like I'm a socially awkward dragon. What can you expect? I've been in a mountain for like at least 90 years.
Yeah, Lance is gonna start working on some automated magic items for us to use. One
Flashcards.
Well, it's like I think I'm gonna talk to Youth and Gus about upgrading our sending stones. That can help either trigger I'm thinking like doing counter charm or like bardic inspiration for all of you.
Oh, that would be really cool.
If it notices we're in a state of like it's like something's erratic or we're not in our normal mental states, to help counteract it, or if people are willing to try do subconscious activations or like trigger words or something to create our ascension forms if we're in a state like I was in where I was basically brain dead.
Oh god, yeah, that would be honestly, that was a terrifying moment for everybody.
Well, yeah, I was like, well, Lance might be done, guys. It was nice knowing all of you.
Because I think I utilize all the slots for my belt, so I couldn't have given you any restoration whatsoever to help you out.
No, yeah, I get that, and like even though in character I was like, Cass, please avoid taking blue vein.
There goes Kaz taking blue vein.
Got you, Lance.
I gotta save Bird Boy.
Honestly, Kaz does an amazing voice. Like
Owlboy.
it just blows my mind. Like
Remy very much goes into the characters because I forget if I feel like you may have heard the voice of that we refer to as Turkey.
no.
It's their other character from. I'm gonna be honest. I lost track of all the different campaign names, but it's I think it's the Rivali or something. Or like it's a bird space race that Remy plays. That we just because it's a space turkey essentially we refer to them as. Lance doesn't do that, but oh, Roko. There we go.
I'm gonna have to have them do the voice for me if it doesn't kill their voice.
Well, what Remy does for Roko, it's they have a filter.
Oh, okay.
They high pitch it up, like up the ass.
Oh my goodness. This just makes me think, because in my Saturday campaign, another player also uses a voice modifier or voice changer and all that, and essentially when we chime in to say we're here, it's just like, all right, Nev 1, cool, you're here. Nev 2, are you here? Because it's essentially sounds like my voice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it does. Everybody's just like, Nev, are you speaking? I'm like, I've been muted this whole time, motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
Oh,
And then you just hear cackling on the side, and you know it's the other person.
great.
They're a really great player. I adore everything they come up with, especially the fact that they came up with a voice changer just for this one specific character that just sounds like me. And I was just like, we. And sometimes I say, do the League line that I say in League. And they just go, eat my whole ass. And that's it.
Say
Round
the
of
line,
applause.
Bart.
Say the line, Bart. That's essentially what we do.
Yeah.
And it's just,
Okay, just real quick. Do you need to feed your cat soon, or like?
I do. Can we take a 5?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to the BRB screen, and then I'll also BRB also.
We will be back to talk about more character BS.
Yeah, I'll run some ads also since we're both gonna be gone.
Oh yeah, I just my thing just got out of an ad, so
Oh well, whoops.
once
But
I
anyways,
get paid, I will put a subscribe on this, and I never have to worry about that ever again.
yeah, I'm trying to do it for the hour thing just so I don't have to worry about it and I just know when it happens.
Exactly.
Yeah, thanks
I need
Twitch.
to figure out how to do that. Yeah.
I can help you after we're done with the stream. Okay.
Heck yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too.
Okie dokie, I am back.
Actually, I'm just back to perfect.
And I have cinnamon rolls.
Yeah. Uh, let's see. So yeah, back to us just going on any tangent. I guess. I guess we should actually talk about our.
What's a specific tangent you would like to speak about right now?
Oh.
Since I do feel like I've been doing a lot of the tangents.
You're fine. You're the guest.
I have a lot of
anyways.
I have a lot of characters that I really adore.
No, yeah, I get that. I just figured, like, did you want to go into specifics of where we think our characters are heading in
Oh,
the campaign
heck
we
yeah.
are, or did you want to go more into other characters? Because you've mentioned your characters, but I have a few I haven't really mentioned before.
Whatever you would like to do. If we want to talk, let's talk about more characters, and then we can talk about more where we see where our
Naeus and
characters
Lance.
currently.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
the party, I guess, also even. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I feel like my characters kind of fall under two categories. Is the voice of reason, or the dumb cinnamon roll. Those are the two I fall under most of the time.
Which is funny because I am eating cinnamon rolls right now.
I make a joke that people say I'm too sweet, so I'm a cinnamon bun.
Oh, that's cute. I love that.
I for-
Need to get you like a PGN like reactive that's just your VTuber as just a cinnamon roll with bunny ears.
I gotta see if someone would make that for me. I mean, I have my bits badges, but I don't. It wasn't a cinnamon roll because it was filled with matcha, so we won't count that. But it was like a pastry filled one. But yeah,
Definitely gotta get you one.
I just gotta find the right person because you've seen how much I commission. Well, you've gotten a glimpse.
I got a glimpse. Yep.
But so I have no qualms about commissioning a bunch of people. It's just I wanted to feel like this person calls to me or I really want something from them.
Oh, I absolutely feel that. I feel like it takes me a lot longer to commission someone until I know like this is the style that I'm looking for this specific character.
Yeah, that's because it's like I have a vision in my mind. It doesn't have to be like 1-to-1 because it's not gonna. There's no way, and I'm realistic to understand that. But it's like my brain's like, okay, but can we get like 95% of the way there?
Exactly. I do have someone who I do like when they actually have some more free time and I'm not like gonna overload them. Because I
Yeah,
technically
that's
have
the
two
other thing about
commissions I'm doing.
artists. Is
I sent the message like, whenever you're ready, I'll send you my money. But they are essentially going to help, and I say help me. They're gonna just make some character reference sheets for some of my D&D characters because I really like their style and I like how they look, and I'm just like, yeah, no, this is it. I want this specifically.
yeah, that's the thing. I'm very much. It's one thing to ask someone for a character sheet or a ref sheet, but it's another to be like, okay, can you make it have this feel to it too?
I haven't gotten that what's the word? I haven't got that bold yet to figure out like anything like that. I'm just like, can you draw my character? Here's
Yeah.
money.
Oh, sure.
I do have plans to have like specific things done. It's just it's so hard to also commission an artist who doesn't know anything about the characters
Oh,
and drawing like this really dramatic scene versus an artist that we actually know who I could be like, can you do the thing when you have free time? I don't want to overload you.
oh, sure. I mean, the way I always bring it up is like, hey, this is the idea for the piece. Also, tell me if you have any questions or if you want more information. And generally, they'll be like, oh yeah, tell me more information so I can understand the character better. Instead of like me going, here's all the information. Like, just trying to like,
Here's my wall of text. Here's my Google Docs.
here's their birth certificate I made for them.
It's essentially it. Like,
Yeah. Again, we have some similarities with it. I'm like, oh, hi fan, thanks for lurking. Hope you're having a good day. Having a good stream. Just being very nerdy and talking about D&D stuff. So, if you're while you're lurking, I hope you enjoy us just rambling about it.
nerd.
Anyways, my shiny clacks are gonna come in. I've backed some Kickstarters for them and Etsy's and shit.
Ooh.
I have
I
so
want
many
to see
dice.
pictures when you get them.
All right.
I absolutely want to see pics.
I'll send you some right now. While we're talking, I'll get my
Fucking love dice.
yeah.
Shiny click clack.
I have more dice than I have, well, of anything really. But yeah,
I'm starting to get my dice collection back to a good collection. It's just there was at one point where I had my dice out and someone stole some of my dice.
Oh, that's traumatizing.
It was very traumatizing, but I should have known better.
Yeah, but still, it's that weird thing of like technically you should know better, but also it's like, why are people assholes?
I know. Oh, those are pretty.
Yeah, here's a few more. I think I have some photos that I'm
Is
showing.
that just a random rock or is that a shell?
It's I think they made it. They said like it's a mascot thing, or it's. I think it's supposed to be like hold on, let me try and find it with it. Also, this is not the time to talk about it, but it's supposed to be just like a little I was gonna say a paperweight, but I think it's just supposed to be some kind of thing for you to see. It's like a bird thing, they said, but also since it's from Etsy, the thing got removed, or
Oh, wow.
their stores no longer showing. Yeah,
You have so many. Oh, I see it now. It's a little cute bird.
Yeah.
I see it now.
Yeah, this is just a fraction of my dice. These are the ones I've taken pictures of recently. I have bags worth of dice. But
oh my god.
yeah, I'll send more after because I'm gonna get distracted.
I know.
Was it
That's okay. I'm a bird. I get distracted with shiny all the time.
Yeah, I joke about if I wasn't a rabbit, I'd be a dragon VTuber for my horde. Should really start commissioning some art for my D&D characters. I just always default games and stuff. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Us being VTubers and stuff. It's always like, oh, I should do this and that, but then also it's like I want art, but also art is very superfluous, and we always feel like, but I want that, I want that serotonin. Damn it!
I know. It's like I can have a physical thing or I can have a digital thing, and 9 times out of 10, sometimes I'm just like I want both. But I have to budget.
I mean, if we all visit and people want some, I have a bunch of like, I do those like mystery stuff like at the end of the year, Black Friday stuff, or whenever they have their like summer sales. So I have a bunch of like Dice Vault kind of things or rollers from like Dispel Dice I could give some people if we all meet up one of these days.
I would hope that one day the D&D group will meet up one day.
I feel
and
like
not just meet up to beat the shit out of one of another someone's wedding.
I mean, those probably go hand in hand. Why do nice things cost money? Because they want, because they know we want it that badly.
The price of consumerism.
Yeah. I really wish I didn't have to run ads, but also, god damn it. What was I even talking about? Oh, before I forget, and we go back to dice. We can still talk about dice. One of my characters that my friends had was one of their favorites. Her name was Arya, and she was a necromancer cleric in Pathfinder.
Oh, that's interesting.
And her whole gimmick was she was, I want to say, chaotic neutral. She her god was the one that was basically for gluttony and stuff, and she was actually I forget if we did like kidnapped, but she, as a child, she was raised by cultists, and they made her believe that hedonism was good, kind of a thing, like live your life to the fullest, and that necromancy is a positive thing, because if you leave a corpse just there to rot, it doesn't have a purpose, it's not serving anything. But if you bring it back, you're just continuing the circle of life.
It's very the opposite of what would happen, but I'm all for this.
Again, she was brainwashed by cultists as a child. So very much so, she tried to help the world fight bad guys with her undead army. And she didn't understand why, but she got good at also creating disguises for her corpses. Because
oh my god,
people, and she learned spells to like cover up the smell. That was that character.
I love that character. Like, if you ever talk to them at all, just say that's a fabulous fucking character, and I'm all for it.
I mean, I could always bring her back. She was very much just like, literally the rest of the party was like, look, she's helping us. I don't know what what are we supposed to say to her? She's helping us. She
All I know is she's a grave cleric, like grave domain cleric's worst nightmare.
Yeah. Anyways. But yeah, she would very much, she was basically think it felt very much she was like had the mentality of a child because she was just raised only about the cult and hedonism. So she was just like, oh yeah, let's just go eat a bunch of food and like don't worry about it. We're doing good. We're helping people as she brings a corpse back to life and it's groaning. It's a friend. And don't you want to hug him? See, he likes you. That was the whole gimmick of the character, and it was.
I love it. I love it. Again, a grave domain cleric's worst fucking nightmare. I love it.
Yeah, that was one of my other favorite characters. And then bringing up the fighter for my very first there's another character technically before him, but he was the one that I felt like spoke to me, whose name was Alistair. And his whole gimmick was he just wanted to be rich and stuff, so he had things where he was a gladiator in his past, and all of his armor, I literally spent gold pieces to be melted to gild like my sword and armor. And there was a dumb gimmick where me and my friend, this is how dumb and we were at Pathfinder and D&D in general. He was a barbarian and we had we were tag team gladiators, but also he never raged because he was too worried about the after effects. But we also had every
Accidentally
time
beating their ally into the ground.
what's it called? We had even though he never raged, we always joked about like, okay, so we're gonna do plan 85. No, let's do plan 7C. And we would always just name we would name the plans after we did something. And everyone's like, these plans don't mean anything. It's like, no, you don't understand. And yes, he bedazzled his gear essentially.
I adore them. The whole plans and the like bedazzling stuff. Oh my god.
Now that I'm thinking about it, he was basically a himbo.
Yes, the best kind.
I swear I'm not a himbo, and I swear I don't accidentally make himbo characters. I don't know.
Looking at you judgingly.
I don't want self-reflection right now. Hey. Being a himbo just means I'm gonna thrive in the VTubing community. Hey everybody, you can't see it, but I'm doing a thumbs up. I don't feel cringe at all.
I mean, if you don't feel cringe at all, then you're doing it wrong.
That's the secret, I'm always cringe.
That's the secret, I'm always cringe.
There's the part of that's basically that I'm remembering at a convention that I'm basically Lance. And good boy Lance is it hasn't happened once but twice now where I realized, oh, I don't think I gave them money for it, and I just walked off. I'm gonna go back to the booth and pay them. And the first time it happened, they were just like, wait, you wanted to give us, you're actually giving us money? I would have just walked off and never came back. And went, oh, okay. And
Can I give you this money?
And then another one was just like, no, please, you give me too much money. Just, even if you didn't pay me, just take it and don't worry about it. You're too sweet. But I know in my heart that I'm just a bigger than average idiot. I think that's the definition of a himbo by most standards at this point. Because the definition of a himbo, the version I've always thought of a himbo is they're nice to a fault, they're big or buff, and they're dumb. But also the nice to a fault, in my mind, it always had the connotation of they're kind of oblivious to romantic advances or sexual advances. Because that was my always understanding of it. But everyone in the VTubing community has said they just have to be dumb and big, himbo. And I'm like, you're missing the third triangle of that like pyramid that's very important to this thing. And I'm very, very specific about that, and I don't know why.
How to fit into the triangle.
It also bugs me about how himbo and bimbo don't have the same definitions, even though they're supposed to be the male and female
They're supposed
versions.
to be, yeah, no, they're supposed to be the same fucking thing.
Yeah, it also pisses me off that people try and use the word herbo.
People use that?
Yes, I've seen it in people's profiles, and I hate it so much.
I'm fucking judging. I'm judging so hard right now.
Yeah, it's like, look, I know words and evolution stuff, but it's like there's a word that already exists. That's why himbo came. You don't just then turn himbo into herbo, and then herbo then turns into another male version. It's so dumb. Like, just know the origin.
I am actually considered burbo.
Oh my god. And I accept like thembo because like, look, if you don't want to use either, then, or it doesn't feel right for you, then yeah, sure, those make sense. It's just I hate herbo because it's just like
That's so ridiculous. Though.
Yeah.
That is absolutely ridiculous, and I will stay on this fucking hill until someone fucking kills me. Like, and then I will go down with this ship with the idea that that is a fucking dumbass. Just it's so dumb.
yeah, and yes, a big idiot that's an ass is just a thug. I agree, but also, look, people, not even VTubers, but just people who are fans of VTubers are so fucking down bad. They just see big muscles and stupid, and they're just like, yeah, it doesn't matter what's going on in that brain. That's just my type. And I'm like, you are so shallow right now, and I get it,
That is,
but stop.
man, the shallowness that I see sometimes is just remarkable. Like, it's at some points it's entertaining, then the other times I'm just shaking my head like, why are you like this? Because literally it comes down to, like, in the fucking end of everything, it's a fucking drawing.
Yeah. Well, do you want
Actual people
yeah.
who look like that either don't exist or exist except they're assholes.
Well, that's the whole reason why I'm like, why would you ever want a yandere? This seems so bad.
Oh man, no, can't do it. Not today.
Yeah.
Nah.
Look, that's the thing.
I've watched
Yeah.
enough anime to know how bad of an idea that is.
Calm down, son. It's just a drug. It's not a drug. It's my waifu. But yeah, I don't know. Like, look, I get people are into like the fantasy thing, but also it's like my suspension of disbelief doesn't let me fall for someone. It's the
There's
same.
being in the fantasy, and then there's just being, what's the word? There's a specific word for being too engrossed into the fantasy that you don't comprehend like how actual life is.
Yeah.
There's a term for this. Someone will come up with it.
I tease my friend the fuck out of it for it. It's just like do you know Adam Smasher from? I assume you do.
Adam Smasher?
Yeah, he's from Cyberpunk.
No, that's the one dude. That's the main dude, right?
No, he's the guy that says you look like a fuckable piece of meat, and he's like a roided out cyborg.
I'm gonna be honest, I have not watched that yet, so I don't know, and I haven't ever played the games too because I'm poor.
Well, it's fine. It's
But I haven't
just so
gotten
you
around
know,
to
he's a
watching the
very bad
anime.
man, and he said that thing.
Okay.
And my friend's
Ew.
like, "Yeah, take me."
Ew.
And I tease the fuck out of her because I'm like, "You need help."
Like, there's monster fuckers, there's robot fuckers, but don't fuck that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, people are also serial killer. Like, when I say serial killer, I mean specifically slasher film serial killers, not the actual real life
That's-
ones.
It's a frogger. No, he's not. We're booping. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh my god.
It's exactly, that's like the only thing that comes into my brain when it's just like, oh yeah, I'm in love with Scream, like Ghostface from Scream, or I'm in love with Chucky from Child's Play. And I'm just
Okay.
like, you need some help.
Look, there's one of the people that is my friends because you mentioned Scream. The Chucky one, I'm like, okay, maybe I need to distance myself just a little because that's fucked up and weird.
Like, listen, I may adore Arden Izunia from Final Fantasy 15, and he is the most garbage man that ever garbaged in his whole existence. But here's the thing, I do love him. However, I understand he's a fucking fictional character.
Yeah.
I say as I look at my body pillow on the bed.
Oh my god. Look, I will tease my friends, but as long as because I understand it's their fantasy thing of like this is a character and maybe he'll treat me differently, maybe he won't kill me, maybe he'll just choke me in a good way. I'm still gonna tease him about it, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
in the weirdest
choke
way.
him in a good way. Okay.
Look, we're not gonna dwell on it for too long. Let's just say as someone who has found out people are down bad because they see a bunny boy who they associate also with Vieira, I can basically get a good guess on how a lot of people want me to act or say things. And then they're going like, brain go burr, and I'm like, yeah, you all want the same thing. Oh god, I can change it. Yeah, people were...
Oh god, I can change him.
Like that also blessed me. I don't know if you caught my sneeze, but I know the recording did.
That's how it was.
Great. I'm glad everyone can have that and then take it through AI. Ugh.
God. Ugh.
But
Ugh, I'm with you on there. Ugh.
look, if AI can be used to get rid of automation or make automation so we can fulfill ourselves in more creative aspects, awesome. But if AI is going to be used to take away creative aspects of life, fuck that.
I just ain't in about it at all. Like
The only reason,
nah.
look, I'm very much in the Lance aspect of like, look, I need a bargain because also these people are going to keep doing it. So I'm going to be like, look, if you use it for the thing where people don't have to like sort folders for the rest of their life and they can actually pursue something they're interested in, great. But if it means someone can just put a $5 into art, then no.
Not at all. Nah. And nah. I think the only like with voice recordings, like if like you work in a call center and all that, sometimes they'll have the automated like answering machine and all that. In my opinion, I know for a fact that like I want to say 90% of that is AI automated, unless there actually is a voice person actually making all that and then just selling out their voice recording to companies so that way nobody has to really do it. But man, sometimes that made my life so much easier.
Yeah, that's the thing.
At the same time, like taking away like things from artists and like artists, voice actors, and etc. I'm just like, God. And I recently watched, because my mom wanted to watch it. Like I watched that opening to like the Nick Fury deal, and it just was so bad. Like it wasn't creative at all. It just, the art was, you could tell it was so overly programmed through
You say the
an
Nick
AI.
Fury or wait, what?
Yes, the Nick Fury series that
The Disney Plus thing, the Secret Wars or something.
it's so bad.
Invasion
It's
Wars
so
or something.
fucking
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Like watching the actual show, yeah, nah. Well, it's interesting. I'm still trying to get myself to be into it, but I cannot stand that opening. The opening is so terrible.
Yeah. That's also just Marvel in general right now.
It's just like But to go back, was there any other characters that you have created that you would like to talk about?
Let's see.
Because we can go on like all these random tangents.
Oh yeah, I do think eventually we're once we hit the 4-hour mark, we're probably gonna have to go. Maybe decide an endpoint. Air brews at the Candy Valley extends to things that humans make. Yeah, basically. I just hate that every time I look at art now, I have to go, all right, let's look at the hands. Or look at the hair, the seams. I just want to enjoy art, but I can't do that.
Look how shiny the bodies are.
Yeah. Or
That ass is way too shiny.
or just the fact that is it the same composition I see for all AR art? Okay, great. Because now that AR art's getting better, it's just more just seeing like, does it like the shine or the gloss, like you said, or is the composition always that weird like pose because it's a jumble of other art that it stole
Honestly,
from? So
we have to remember it's technically not getting better for the fact that AI art
oh,
is
right.
not only just
It's-
consuming other people's art, but
AI
it's
art is
consuming,
consuming
its own,
itself.
like own AI art.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
It's getting real bad.
Yeah.
But it makes it easier to point out and be like, "Bish, you
Yeah.
want to charge money for this?"
I think the thing I'm more worried about is it taking voices, because guess what? We talk a lot.
We do talk a lot and it'd be easy to record everything. Like right now, this whole thing is being recorded.
Because I want to pursue this as a possible job. What is wrong with me? Anyways,
Oh my gosh.
badly drawn Arbos. Yep, pretty much. Oh, before we go back into other stuff, or like I guess Lantaneus, it's not a character that I was thinking of that I've done before, because some of them are starting to actually there's two real quick ones I can mention. One that it wasn't a one shot, but it was like a campaign from, it was taking it was a 5e one that was based on some Magic the Gathering thing about like Egypt and
Oh.
going through the trials. And I was playing I forget what it was called, but like the Anubis dog race. And the idea for the character was he was a sorcerer who who awakened his powers after his brother died, but he was also in shock of his brother dying. So he became more of a coward kind of a thing. And
Oh, poor baby.
even though the whole point of the trials is like you go through the trials to have an honorable death, to be one with the gods or something, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So he wanted to have an honorable death, but every time he was like, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I saw my brother die.
I mean, that's a valid though. Like that's so valid to have though, because you got people who are edges like, I'm not afraid of death. Death is afraid of me, and all that is just like, no, it's human to be afraid of death,
Yeah,
even if you have godly powers.
that's also the whole point of Lance.
Exactly. Like, it is valid to be afraid of death because that is a basic human feature. And I can go definitely on a tangent about that, but I'm gonna let you continue on.
But yeah, the whole point is like he got to the very end until it was like the essentially trial was like a gladiator fight of like one-on-one fights, and guess what? He couldn't win in a one-on-one fight because he was a sorcerer, so the guy just ran up on him and blah. But I had fun with the character.
Absolutely splattered him.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, and then one character I eventually want to do is another. It's kind of sad dad-ish. I want to do a rogue who's a middle-aged dad who basically the joke is he left for milk, but he for one reason or another he got separated from his family. So he had to learn how to become a rogue, and now his whole goal is I'm going to do anything that it takes to get back to my family because I promised them I would.
I mean, yeah, I love characters like that. Like, oh,
Yeah, I figure also I just realized that's hitting a lot of the notes of like, do you like Kiryu? Do you like Joel? Well, good job. Do you like the Mandalorian? I have the character for you.
I'm down for that. Yeah, I love angry not dads picking up a child and suddenly becoming dad.
The thing is, he has kids, but it's just very much like, all right, you're coming with me. You're gonna be my temporary kids as I try to get back to my real kids. I don't know if they're alive or not, but god damn it, I'm gonna go find them. Am I gonna make morally gray decisions? Hell yeah.
honestly, like, yeah, whatever it takes. I'm just listening to the fireworks right outside, and it's just wow.
Okay, I thought that was like you tapping on something.
Nope, that's fireworks,
Okay.
and they're loud. I do apologize.
It's fine. It's fine. Look, in my
It is that time of the year where everybody disregards the fact that there's some people who still have to work tomorrow, which I'm not one of them. But I do like to
Thankfully.
sleep at a decent fucking hour.
yeah. I was thinking you were gonna mention veterans or dogs and pets in general.
I mean, yeah, they have their stuff too, but I'm talking about me. Like, this isn't about them right now.
Okay, fine. You're giving me such the vibes of like, here's me at the pool. Aren't they drowning in the background? It ain't about them.
That's exactly where I was going with it. I'm so
Yeah.
proud of you.
Thank you, burb mom person. I don't know what you want me to refer.
The Supreme Overlord, of course.
I'm not doing that shit. Fuck off. Fuck right off.
Oh, dang, I tried.
I ain't Lance. I may act
The
nice, but
Burby is
fuck
Burba
right off.
Overlord. Burb over burb.
You see this icy foot? You can fuck right off, and I'll kick you out of here. Get the boot.
With the ice boot?
Yeah,
Is it an ice boot or is it a crystal boot? I can't remember.
it's ice. The whole thing
Oh, okay.
is lost Lucky Rabbit's foot to a black cat, and grew a cold heart and gained ice powers, and that's also why the ice leg is so fucked up, because he doesn't have full control over his emotions.
Honestly, I love it. 'Cause, you know,
yeah.
I could have guessed it because of looking at all the snowflakes, but you know, sometimes I did go a little Final Fantasy 14 there and it's crystallized maybe?
Yeah, it was it Gh. Everyone thinks
Going Gh0stbirb, my little burrito. Or
Yeah.
actually no, me and my old roommates used to call him Tortilla.
Okay, sure. I haven't played,
It
so
wa-
I'm like,
I-
okay.
It's okay, you'll understand.
Yeah, I just know he ice or crystal thing, so everyone they assume Vieira and then Eurytia, so
He
they're
is
like,
too small to be a fucking Vieira.
huh?
He is too small to be a Vieira.
Well, are you talking about me or the Gh?
The tortilla.
Oh, Tortilla. Okay, sure.
But you, on the other hand, yeah, no. You would be Vieira height, I would assume, at least
I'll
taller than
look. I'm gonna pull out my
Here.
my full body model real quick, so everyone can see he got legs for days. So he is. I can see why people say Vieira, so I'm not gonna get upset about it. But also, I'm like, no, just stop assuming just because you see white hair and bunny and anime, you think.
I'm just gonna say
Vieira.
you're just a bunny clamp character then.
Oh my god.
With them legs for days.
So here's my model.
Oh wow. Your model's gorgeous.
Thank you. My model mama did a lot, and my rigging mama's also doing it. A lot of stuff. There's a lot going on here, but also I haven't set up everything.
Oh, the leg like glow, like it has sparkles around it.
Yeah.
I love it.
There's a lot going on, and like I said,
I love it. I'm in love.
it-
I'm in
I-
love with a bunny.
oh my god. I'll show you more later, but yeah, you saw you can see the legs are. I tower over some of my friends with their full body models, where it's like he's like a head and a half taller.
That's like, if you know or have like actually thought about it, how tall is your model, like inches feet wise?
He's over 6 foot. That's all I know.
Okay, that's fine. Then your model is definitely gonna be taller than my model, because I
Yeah.
always do my own height when it comes to
Oh.
anything.
Sure.
So 5'11" is usually where it's at. However, I might make him just slightly taller, just because I mean, my model hopefully will be very, very yum 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 yum.
You do
And
you.
I also had this. I have this thing to where I like towering over people. So yeah,
Yeah, my.
because I already do.
Hmm? Oh, sure.
I do.
No, I know, I understand. Like, I'm saying, yeah, I get it. I'm not saying like, oh, sure.
Oh, and I also remember the other character that was supposed to. I finally came in when it came when we talk about heights. The other character that was supposed to kind of like be a character representation of Nixania, Lady Dimitrescu.
Ooh la la.
La la, I love her so much.
What was I gonna say?
Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry.
Jesus.
Mommy, sorry. Like, I think that was everybody's reaction when like we first got to see like any kind of clips in regards to her, and we didn't know anything else except tall, big vampire lady.
Well, she was like licking off the blood on the hand. It was like, hey yo, what's this about?
And also, she has my favorite thing, which is like extending finger claws. That's like one of my favorite like villain power tropes.
Next is just condensed danger mommy, huh?
Yep. That's exactly it.
What was it? Yeah, I haven't had this just a set height for Alistair, but I'm thinking like 6'2" or something, 6'3" maybe.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
That would be a good one.
Yeah, I feel like
You just have to make sure all the other like all the female buddy models are taller than you, for the fact that the joke is that like female buddies are way bigger than male buddies.
is that okay? Is that why female Vera are taller?
Yep, that's
Okay.
exactly why it is. It's the same. I mean, no, it's not the same thing when it comes to the aura, the like little lizard ones, but man, I don't know how they fit all that in that small little thing.
I have a question. Does that apply specifically to rabbits, or does it also apply to hares?
I think I would have to look that up, but it does. That does go actually with rabbits. Like
Okay. See, that's the reason I'm asking.
Mo- like- specific mammals, the female is usually bigger than the male. Why? I don't know, but you know what? I am okay with that.
I gotta have more room to fit the baby.
You know, that's a thing. Yeah, gotta be bigger to fit all these babies in me.
Yeah, unlike for humans where we're like, it could be developing more, but let's push that thing out now.
Let's get that thing out before it breaks anything else, because it already is gonna break
My pelvis is in danger.
Oh man.
More calories for pregnancies. That makes sense. What was I gonna say? The only reason I was thinking, the thing is, I know my title is 2-bit rabbit, but I'm actually an Arctic hare. Actually, as I push up my glasses.
Oh my god, I am an Arctic hare.
Well, the whole naming myself rabbit is also a tongue-in-cheek thing, because I know everyone's gonna call me a bun or a rabbit. So, the 2-bit
you
part.
already knew what you were gonna get yourself into as soon as you was like, hey, yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, so that's why I went with 2-bit, as in like 2-bit gangster. It's like not the authentic real thing, or you're not like good enough kind of a thing. So it's kind of like playing into him feeling like how good is a rabbit without their lucky rabbit's foot. So that's why he feels like a 2-bit, but also 2-bit is a play on you're not really rabbit, you're just a 2-bit rabbit. You're actually in hare. And then also the play on 2-bit is kind of has that feeling of 8-bit. So some people can see the video game association.
I love it though.
I have a
It's
lot.
really creative. It's
Thank you.
definitely so much more creative than what I came up when I went with Gh0stbirb.
Did you just like Gh0stbirb?
No, so before, because I used to have a different username that I went by. However, I felt like it wasn't really me, but I stuck with it for as long as I did, just because it was convenient. But with my other D&D group that I play with, and I play a lot of games with them too, like we play a lot of League of Legends, like let's be real here. A lot of my rage and aggression comes out in League of Legends. And it's not because I'm competitive or anything, it's just if the team is definitely better than me, I'm still gonna say, fuck my whole ass, this sucks.
Oh my god.
Kind of like situation.
Okay, sure.
But I like get really aggressive because I do want to win, but at the same time I'm there to have fun. But my nickname, funny enough, because of my actual name, which not really hard to guess anymore. I think I actually mentioned it to you at one point.
I
But
feel
if you
like there's
say it on
things...
here, you owe me $50.
Well, I wasn't going to because I don't remember enough to like place it together.
Oh, it's so easy. It's
No, no,
so
no. Well,
easy,
because of the
honestly.
other stuff we talked about, I'm sure I could figure it out. It's just unless you tell me, I'm not gonna try and like figure it out.
That's valid. But I
Uh,
used to be called Burb a lot in the game. Like, oh, the Burb is here. Burbicus, what are we doing today? We're playing League more. Okay. And like, it kind of just stuck. So when I was coming around with thinking, okay, what's my new handle? What is actually me? And I was like, okay, maybe I should do something with Burb because that's what I get called by and all that. But I need something more to go with it because Burb is obviously not very unique. There's other people who go by Burb online and all that. So, I thought about it a little bit more, and I was like kind of chiming back and forth with two of my D&D people who I talk to more than probably my own mother at this point.
Yay!
I came up with I've always felt like a ghost, like around everything, just because I'm either like I'm there, but there's people who like know I'm there, know I exist, but sometimes I still feel like a ghost around people. It's kind of like very much a loner kind of deal.
We've approached being a loner in very different ways.
Well, there's definitely more like on that, like especially when COVID hit, I felt it was definitely isolated and alone, and even when like COVID restrictions started like kind of lifting up a little bit, yeah, there was masking still, but like I just didn't go anywhere, and I just felt like, does anyone even remember me? Am I just like the ghost of fun times that have passed and all that? And so they kind of just spoke to me, and then I put the 0 in because of course I had to be unique somehow.
Yeah. What are we? Are we? We're still no. Never mind. I'm not gonna. I was gonna tease you, be like, are we still being that edgy teen still wants to come out?
There was kind of that, but at the same time, it's just like, no, there was it got to the point to where, like, with, depression and all that other jazz, I've just felt like a lot of people didn't also see me. Like, I was invisible a lot of the times, or I was always there in the background. Like, you know how Ghost is in the background? You have to look really carefully to see, oh my god, that's something in the background. That's a ghost orb or blah, blah, blah. And also, I played a lot of Phasmophobia, so I thought, hey, this would be funny.
Okay.
So it just kind of worked out really well, how the name came. And then, of course, not everybody was gonna, like, I wanted, like, to have a specific name to go with it. Like, I didn't want to just be Gh0stbirb, and then, like, people just, like, come up with a lot of other names, like Ghosty, or, Burby, or, like, all that, like, the cutesy, like, crap that comes out of stuff, and I'm like, I hate that cutesy shit.
Yeah, but
So,
also you do realize that you don't get to choose your nicknames. The more you resist, the more it becomes the name.
yeah. I mean, I never resisted being Burb because it was funny to me, and I was just like, yeah,
Sure, I'm just
Burb.
saying. But if someone says Burby or something,
I would tell them flat out that nah, that's on the no list. That's why also, like, when I decided I'm Nev, the Gh0stbirb. Like, the first person that says Nevi, I was just like, ew, no. It's just Nev. It's like literally through 3 letters. Just stick with that. Like, I don't know. I'm just really anti, like, don't cutesify me unless like I'm down for it, or I like say, yeah, this is the thing. And it does not help because obviously my PGM is a bird, and they're cute and adorable. But
Ugh.
yeah, no, I came up
Work
with
of love.
Nev because that's technically, yeah. Don't call me mommy. I will literally throw you out the window and make sure all your characters are slaughtered in the worst way possible.
There's some
But yeah,
other
no,
stuff, but yeah, okay.
Nev came from my own actual name.
Oh yeah, I figured you were just teasing. But
I will make sure all your characters meet the worst demise possible.
you're not even in this universe. I'll find a way.
I'll find a fucking way. I'm in your walls right now, watching you. By the way, you need to throw out that milk. That milk had went bad like 3 weeks ago.
I tasted
Or
it. I
drink
should
it and
know.
let yourself shit yourself into oblivion.
Look, look. The people who are lactose intolerant, I know they will just do it anyways. Consequences be damned.
I would put ice cream in the fridge to tempt them, and was like, do it.
You don't need to tempt them. They're gonna do it anyways. Because all of my lactose intolerant friends are just like, look, I'm lactose intolerant. I really want some cheese right now. I'm gonna go get cheese.
Oh man, yeah. I'm just so glad that I was not blessed with that. But I remember I used to drink a lot of milk, like as a kid, and then when I hit college time or something like that, I definitely started to wean off drinking a lot of milk anyways, and then I knew I had to get like, because I used to donate plasma all the time because broke ass college student. That's how I paid my way. I paid my way in blood. Technically plasma, but you get what I mean. But
Hell yeah.
it was the silk milk, like the almond milk that had iron in it, and I needed iron because my iron was so fucking bad.
Isn't that milk more expensive also?
It is very expensive. However, it was available at the college campus in the
Oh.
cafeteria, so I drank so much of that just to make sure my iron levels were up.
They need to take me, so I need to make sure my iron is fixed.
That's it. That's it. They won't, because I used to get a whole bunch of money because if you were a specific weight and height and had a good iron count, then you get the maximum money out of it. And sometimes you can like go and donate again,
Oh
like
boy.
later that week.
Yeah, I would be.
It's literally how I paid my way through college. And not to brag or anything, but I went to a college to where the first semester when I went, the tuition was only $250. And that was for everything. Books, food, boarding, everything.
Is this a community college?
This was a government ran college.
Oh, okay.
For Native Americans.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was like, and for all the colleges I know, they want money. So
Oh,
like,
they
where
increased the
fuck-
money, but they increased the money after the fact that they decided to put in all the dorms working washers and dryers that you did not have to pay for.
Okay.
Like legit like washers and dryers that you didn't have to do the coin pushing in shit. Like it was wonderful, honestly. However, I nearly got into a fight with a bitch who took my clothes out of the washer and sat it on the ground so they could wash their own. I nearly fucking throttled the bitch. Like she was about ready to be shanked and thrown out the fucking window. And
I
we
was
were on
gonna
the
say-
second story.
In my mind, I just imagine any situation. I threw them, and then I sat on them, and then I waited for my RA to come in.
I mean, that was almost about to happen. But so
it's
what
the
I
little
actually ended
threes.
up doing, because she left and I think she ran out to like go do dinner or something.
Mhm.
I just stopped the machine, threw her shit out, rewashed my stuff, and sat in there waiting right in front of the machine. And she came back, saw her clothes, and I'm just like, now you know how it feels. Do it again, and I'll make sure your clothes smell so bad. So bad. She never fucked with me. However, she knew better when she saw me doing laundry, and there was a commons area that you would sit out there, and I would be out there doing my computer stuff because there was a plug-in place where I could put my plug in my laptop into.
Sure.
And I was doing shit. I was mostly watching Netflix and trying to keep an eye on the timer. But I guess at that point, I wasn't on cue with taking my laundry out, and I was just like, bitch, I could have been done with laundry like 2 hours ago. Now I'm making sure yours goes until fucking 4 a.m.
Spite is a powerful weapon.
Spite is my only weapon. That's the only thing keeping me alive right now. That's how I live my life, honestly. Through spite. Oh, I hear my Kit Kat. He cry. I'll go get him real quick.
Okay. I will just entertain people. I'm just gonna. What do I do by myself? Oh my god. Oh no.
I hear you, Snake Man. You got me to feed him twice.
Wait, he doubled up on dinner?
Oh yeah, I guess my mom fed him before I got up there.
Well,
And then I already put the can in the deal. And she's like, I already fed him. And I'm like, fuck! He tricked me! He looked like he wanted more food! Or not more food, honestly, but he looked like he'd been starving! Even though he's a big, fat, chunky motherfucker!
yeah, usually if a cat, or pet in general, knows that they can get 2 meals, they'll get them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially if he knows my mom feeds him first, and then he comes crying to me like, Mom! Mom! But man, he's the only one who's allowed to call me mom.
Well, he's your pet, so yeah.
That's all he knows me by.
Was it? Oh, the ghost part of your name also just reminded me the thing of like Lance's whole thing, because I don't like him writing down people, and also because he's very much in the belief of like, yeah, when someone dies, of course they're gone, but as long as their memory is still there, they can still live on in some form.
But when you're gone, who remembers your name? Who keeps your fame? Who tells your story?
Oh my god. And then also I was mentioning with Vrinter with the last one of like the thought of Lance is already under the thing of like, we're essentially immortal at this point, so I'm going to outlive everyone I know and will know. And him dealing with like, I have the burden of responsibility and I'm just gonna have to keep going.
I mean, yeah, it's you got to get to a point to where, with immortality, especially with like when it comes to characters, I don't know how it would act in real life because some people would be just fucking miserable and then trying to do stuff, but like with stuff like this, if you don't keep yourself busy and keep yourself motivated, like there's a reason why I'm still going, then you're gonna fall into that huge fucking depression and just wait for the end of everything. Which is kind of what Naeus was originally doing.
I could tell.
Which is why I think this conversation would be a great conversation, like whenever like Lance and Naeus have a time to actually talk about it. You know?
Yeah. Well, also this also Lance gonna air out some things like, hey, look, I know you're new and you have your doubts and your concerns, but could you not expect the worst right now? Please, I beg of you. I'm supposed to be the god of hope, and every time I see you going like, all right, I'm gonna burn, like, it didn't matter in the long term, but just like noticing that Naeus is like, all right, fucking fireball that bitch. Silas,
You mean ice ball that bitch? Well, now I can actually use fireball.
yeah, I didn't remember what exactly you used. I just, because whenever I think of people like casting a spell, it's always like fireball solves everything.
I specifically, when I created Naeus, the whole theme was ice because that's actually what his name means, is cold.
Oh, okay.
Fun facts. I think is a I'm gonna probably butcher it. I do apologize. Catalonian?
That sounds right.
But yeah, no, his whole theme is ice, especially for like silver dragons. Silver dragons in the deal, they all deal with ice and cold damage. While, you know, the golden dragons would be more fire.
Sure.
Black dragons are acid, white dragons are also cold. And so on and so forth.
Yeah, I was like, there's a bit of overlap for some.
There's definitely overlap when it comes to the metallic and chromatics. Because technically they're just the same deals together, except one's chromatic and one's metallic.
Yeah.
But no, I think
Hmm.
that would be a good conversation starter, because Nays would probably just look at Lance like, we got to get stuff done, and I'm trying to do it the best way that I can without the stuff that you're worried about coming into play. I've been around for way too long to just not get anything done.
And well, Lance would be like, and yeah, I get it. We have to get things done. But the moment I stop caring about the little things is when I stop caring about people.
And nobody's asking you to not care about the little things.
You just, well,
You're trying to say that I'm contradicting myself, and maybe you're right. However, you have to understand. Well, maybe you don't have to understand. Like, we come from different walks of life, and we're learning to coexist with each other as humanity has always done. But at least I'm trying.
I'm
Not
here.
easy when you've been around a whole long ass time and having to deal with new shit like this.
All right, well, I'm trying to understand you if you say you're trying to understand me, but you then have to understand I'm not as old as you. I still have things I'm holding on, clinging on to, because eventually I know they'll be gone, which I'm sure you've gone through.
Many times.
And the whole point is I know I'm going to have to keep going through this feeling, but also I don't want to become numb. Because being numb is also me losing part of my humanity.
I mean, I get it. I've been there. It's easy when you start out at first, you think everything's going to go the way you want, and then as the years go by, things go away, things change, and the people you love fade away, and the only thing you have to remember them by, it's what's in here. And what's in here? Points to brain and heart.
I figured.
The only thing you can do when that time happens is you keep moving forward. Not for you, but for them. To make sure that the world that they left behind is better.
And I am trying to make things better. The thing is, I'm not trying to leave anything behind. I'm trying to take it with me so we can all be together as long as possible. And maybe I am a foolish optimist, but
A little bit.
hey.
But hey, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes it's better to be foolishly optimistic than always living with your goblet half empty.
I'm pretty sure they have cups, but okay, sure. I don't know if it would change the metaphor.
I've been around for almost 200 years, okay?
Yeah, but I would assume a cup came before a goblet.
No, I'm like trying to go fantasy on this.
All right, fine. But also,
I'm trying to go a little fantasy still on
yeah,
the
yeah.
wording.
I'm just saying, like, there's things with
Look, I've been in a cave for like 90 years, okay?
All right.
It was a goblet back then.
All right, whatever. Old man. The future's now.
Listen here, young rabbit. Or young bird.
And maybe
That's just kind of how it goes, isn't it? Just
Well, I was just basically, are we just planning out what we're gonna do later and be like, hey,
no,
Silas,
it might
just-
change. I might have a better speech to give him.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Because I'm just going by the fly of my pants.
Oh, I know. But also, you know that the whole point of Lance is to have unending optimism in the face of pure despair. Man, yeah, since you're gonna have interesting conversation when we get downtime. Well, yeah. I kind of knew this before, but also Verinter mentioned before that in a way Lance is the protagonist of this, where everything's going through the filter of him. And I was just like, both in and out of character, we don't want that, because it's like, oh no, we just want a simple life, but
Just
we
one
can't.
beaten down old bird.
Well, because the whole thing is like, he finds beauty in mortality, because you're trying to live your life as much as you can with the limited time you have, and being immortal means technically you don't have to rush, you don't have to worry about those things. It's just what's the difference between one day versus 100 years in the future? You don't age, you just still stay the same.
But you take in more knowledge every single, even though, yeah, but from an average lifespan of, I want to say 85 years at this point of an actual human, and then, well, in D&D standards, it's probably more like 50, 60, depending on where they're at. But in that time, like, you only have so much, and then you get old and you can't learn anymore. Like, there's some people who still can intake knowledge, but at some point that knowledge will fade as the years go by. For someone who is immortal, you can retain that knowledge a little better and then keep learning more, like languages, arts, geographic depictions and all that. Like, there's so much that, like, I think Nays would want to portray is like, there's so much more you can learn, and the biggest thing you will need to learn is how to live without people, and then be able to relearn how to live with them.
Yeah, well, Lance would very much be under the, I understand that is the reality, but also it's not just learning about a language, or culture, it's also learning about the people. So he wants to keep them alive, but at the same time it's a weird feeling when all you have is the words for the person and you're speaking for them without them being there. And I mean, it's fairly obvious how Lance is a very sentimental person. So
one day the words
yeah.
of many will come to haunt you for the rest of your days. And if you can't learn to tune out the ones that, I'm trying to like figure out how to say this, because sometimes, because you know, that intelligence and all that, like, I would feel like Nays is getting wise even if his wisdom is really low. But essentially it's just like, there's going to be many voices that you hear on a daily and throughout your lifetime, but you have to tune out the noise to be able to hear the right words coming through. Something like that.
Yeah, well, this is when Lance gets snarky and says, like, look, you don't have to phrase it like that. You just say her name. I know how to tune out Isla by now. Like,
this is where Nays goes, I think Isla's interesting. However, sometimes the ideas are a little out there.
you have not been with Isla since the beginning of when we met her. I'm going to just put it that way.
Well, honestly, we have time now, and I will learn.
All right. When we first met Isla, she kept saying, I'm being kidnapped, and we kept reminding her, you can leave if you want.
Is that a thing that Isla did?
Yes. We got onto Aurora, and then she was like to the guard, I'm being kidnapped. I'm being kept hostage. Please help me. And we were like, she can leave. We escaped from the Tarrasque, and she kept following us, and this is her choice. And this is also why Lance
I bet that
sometimes
made a
tunes her
lot of
out.
awkward confrontations.
there, Isla hasn't actively hampered us, but also she hasn't actively helped us in a way that is reassuring. So that's why
I mean,
Lance is just kind of like, look, she's here. I'm gonna tune her out at certain points because I don't know if you. I think you left by the time I pointed. I don't remember if you were there when I pointed it out to Silas. Of remember when we were against the Black Hand? I think, or the Denarians.
Oh yeah, I had to. I think I had to leave early because that was when my health went down the shit.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing was like where I don't remember their names if I'm being quite honest. But the Chiquita's Denarian or Chiquita Gandiva's Denarian of like how can you trust Silas, you know, he's part Denarian, you know, Godslayer thing. And I like kept saying like, she's got a point. Why, how can we trust him? And then we were like, we've known him for this long and he hasn't done anything to us. I think we're fine. And then later when we're in your Naeus's magic mansion to be like, I trust Silas. I was like, you weren't acting like that when we're talking to the fucking Denarians. What are you fucking talking about? What made you change your mind?
Okay, I was there for that point.
I was like, what the fuck? And me like trying to remind Ronald, I was like, Ronald was with us also when you said that about the Denarians. I like Lance was the one saying you don't know Silas like we know him. It was just like I was so like in a daze because it was near the end of the day. I forgot to point that out, but like now be like, you know, I was the one who actually believes in Silas, and I apologize for like if I phrased something in a way that offended you, but I want to help prove that Silas is someone to trust. And instead we have Isla going, seems like the more convenient thing to say right now, or the more fun thing to say. Yeah,
Honestly,
she's
I have to
chaotic
be
element.
real. I forgot that Ronald was even there. I thought he got hauled off.
I mean, well, it was interesting for. I don't even remember if the Denarians really interacted with Ronald, if I'm being honest. Or I don't remember what Gandiva said. Because I was more focused on what she was reacting because of all the godlings.
Yeah, no, I was focused on that, and I was just like, this bitch is gonna come sniff my spouse. And I'm still dressed as Timothy the guard.
Oh, right.
Isla also does need to release that poor kid out of Vermeer. We have to remember this. But we gotta make sure that kid's in a safe spot.
Yeah, I reminded at the end of the session, and then I was like, I'll do it tomorrow. I was like, fine, whatever. But I'll bring it up at the beginning of the session, basically.
God, I'm so excited for session, honestly. Like,
well, everything's on fire right now. We have the Yellow King shit now.
by the way, how does Naeus feel about Arcturus now? That's a good question. I don't know if like there are potential romantic feelings, but he does feel really protective of Arcturus. He was protective of them at the beginning too. And I don't know if it was just like, fine, I'll help you out. It's not gonna bother me none if I do. But now it's just he does see Arcturus as a valuable member, and especially since originally it was just Naeus, Arcturus, and Tat, and of course the other character who never Yuki, who never really came back to play.
Yeah,
anymore.
unfortunately.
So I hope they're doing okay.
Yeah, I think Silas said it just the timing didn't work.
That's valid. There's always other times for Yuki to come into play, but essentially, like, it was them that Naeus kind of just at that point when the city was going kind of to shit, being like, I'll keep these two safe and get them into a safer spot, and then like the whole we're all now working together kind of deal is like, bullshit, I guess I'm not just dropping you all off. And I don't know, like, I don't know if it's me as the player that's just really like that sees something more in Arcturus than anything, or if it's Naeus who sees more. But I think
I
the reason why
mean,
he's
the line gets blurred eventually.
a little bit, but I think the reason why Naeus is
I hope fireworks are
more.
getting picked up on my mic.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, from mine. I can hear it.
Your mic.
Yeah, but I think Discord's filtering it out on your end. But I can see it like spiking a little, but it's not too bad. So.
Yeah, they're gonna be going for at least until 1 o'clock my time.
Woo woo.
We're like, come on, save some shit for tomorrow at least, so that way I
No,
can
we
have
have
a reason to be
plenty.
angry. But I want to say,
I think the interesting about it is that since Arcturus is a nymph, they're also potential long-lived race. That's not even counting the god stuff.
I mean, that's true. Like, there could be like that kinship of like knowing how like longevity kind of goes for the one another. But I think really what comes down to it is Nea sees in Arcturus kind of, I guess, a member of one of his old party members.
Oh.
There is that, but like it also comes down to like when it comes down to it, it's gonna be how more of Arcturus and Naze's interactions go. Because I think right now, like I said, I'm still like trying to figure out what he thinks, because I think he just thinks that he just needs to protect them because they're small and like they're a cleric, and so they're definitely valuable, and especially after that massive resurrection deal that they pulled off, like there's the chance that he sees Arcturus as someone similar to someone he knew in his old party. Or, and if you're wondering, yes, I do ship it. You ship the ice water.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm calling it right now. It's just ice water until we come up with a cooler name.
Oh, my brain's so dumb right now because of the whole submarine thing. My brain.
Stop that.
Yeah.
You stop that.
What?
You stop that.
Yes, I do. Oh. Well, it's just I'm going down with a ship. That's all my brain went to.
Oh my god. You stop that right there.
Mm.
Or I will turn this boat around.
You're on my boat. Stop.
I like
You don't have
really.
my stream key.
I'm in your walls right now.
All right, we'll pay rent.
No.
That's what I thought.
By the way, you need more chips.
No. I'm trying to cut back, so no.
But like, how else am I going to sustain myself while in your walls?
That's not my concerns.
Oh my god.
I'm not Lance.
But no, I
don't
won't
give
lie.
a
I do.
flight.
I enjoy the idea of Arcturus and Naeus being together. Like, I'm really. The idea is really nice, and if it can come to the point later down, like this would be a really dumb use for a wish spell. But instead of the whole like, oh, one of you has to die to be able to renew the deal, blah 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 blah. I kind of had the idea that like, what if I just wish that the ceremony spell was continuous? But then I said, but what would Arcturus think? Because technically when we did this, it was just a union of benefits to where we both get the AC bonuses, so that way we're protected while doing all this crazy shit. So there could be the thing to where like, if Naeus does have to die in order for them to renew the deal, because I'm pretty sure that essentially basically a green card wedding. Yeah, basically a little bit. How I figure, because of how Revivify and just Resurrection works, like the soul needs to be gone completely before I can think that the godling powers would transfer off into the next viable person who can inherit it. So as long as Naeus is not gone for more than, I want to say 24 hours, at least.
Wait, how
Or
do
there's nothing.
why is it 24 hours?
I'm just assuming. I'm assuming, like, I'm going by stuff like how long they would need to die, and the safer bet would be like within 24 hours.
This is a bold bet to try and do.
I mean, I kind of low-key talked with Silas about it, just kind of pegged a question, because when we did get the level up, I did take the wish spell.
Yeah, we're gonna have like 3 people who wish soon.
I know, but there's the possibility that one of us is gonna lose the wish spell.
Well, yeah.
There's always that possibility, and if that happens, it happens. However, I did talk with Silas, like, kind of like pegging the idea of, like, if I were to, like, do a wish spell that allows me to keep my godling powers even if I die.
Do you really want
But
to
now
see
I saw how monkey pawed that
Yeah,
last
I was
wish
like,
went, so...
this is also why when you're all like, it'll be fine, one of us can die, I'm like, no, you don't understand. There are going to be repercussions. You don't know it yet.
All I know is, as long as my soul doesn't get completely destroyed, the godling powers should not transfer off. Which I think, like, that's kind of where the thing with, like, I was talking about with, like, Nays and Kaz comes in, which Lance will probably be really mad about.
Wait, what was mad about the dying thing?
I mean, how else are we supposed to better our strength if we don't?
I don't know. Fucking
Duke
learn
it
how to use
out
your
as
goddamn
dragons.
powers, not this dumb loophole
That's how we
bullshit.
do it. That's
No,
how we
this
do
isn't.
it.
This isn't
We're
how that
gonna
works.
send into godling dragons, and
Naeus?
we're gonna fucking fight to the death.
Naeus, what the fuck? It's like,
It's okay. The intended idea is for, like, Cass to whip Naeus all the way, and then die, and then that way eventually we'll redo the ceremony spell.
this is so bad. And
It's
you
a
know
really
it.
bad idea.
Out of character, you know this is so fucking bad.
Oh yeah, I
and for
absolutely
Naeus to think
do.
this would be okay when Naeus is technically
And Naeus at
the
that-
smartest person in the group right now.
I said he was books. Like, he's intelligent, but he's not wise.
Okay, but also your intelligence would tell you this is not a good
He would
strategy.
do the research beforehand, maybe.
Maybe
He's
my
very
ass.
impulsive, so it's gonna all determine how the dice goes.
You're
But-
smiling as you say this, and it's fucking pissing me off. Because also, it's like, if your characters lived long enough, they would probably understand, hey, sometimes shit gets fucked. So if you're gonna just risk dying, good fucking luck. Because also, I'm like, alright, do you want to deal with, like, you losing your god powers, and then you're being that person's like, I guess I gotta find a Denarian now.
I mean, he wouldn't care. Like, basically, it would still be business as usual because, yeah, I lose the godling dragon abilities. However, I'm still a dragon, and I still transform into the dragon. I still have my magic.
Swear to God.
So it's not a lose-lose situation on my end. However, the idea of the powers going to someone
yeah, it
else
lands-
that's possibly worse,
yeah.
it's not.
That's the biggest concern. Like,
That
yes.
is the biggest concern. However, I think I have an idea for this. However, I'm gonna talk to Silas a little bit more about it.
You know, have you considered both in and out of character? If you spent all this time thinking about this, you could probably also figure out how to use your powers more.
I don't really have a lot I can do with my powers. I don't have magical miracle spells or anything. I just am a fucking dragon.
Nev.
Okay.
Nev.
I have the ability to
Nev.
go ethereal. I have one
Listen to me,
legendary
goddammit.
resistance.
Nev.
I do
Goddamn
an
bitch,
ice
listen to
ball.
me. Stop fucking rambling. You know that last session, I just rolled a D100 for a fucking miracle. As long as it's related to whatever you want for your domain, you can try and do it. That's basically what Silas is giving us right now. And until
I need to do more research on my domain because all I got out of it is, like, you know how, like, the whole, like, sun and moon shit, like, and that would be something that, like, me and Kaz would have to, like, or Kaz and Naeus would have to come together and do, like, a meditative deal, or if the meditation doesn't work because it's Kaz, we're just gonna have to do it the dragon way, which is figure it out.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck around and find out. That's basically how I was
Lance
gonna have
hasn't
to
started
go.
meditating except for once, and that wasn't even really related to his domain. He just started going, I want to do shit with my powers, and then Silas went, maybe you can. So Lance is just basically gonna start
Again,
getting
your
creative on your
domain is
domains.
of hope. Your domain is of hope.
Yeah, but it's also
it is completely different than domain of the moon and domain of the sun.
yeah, but you could do
and-
you could do a lot of things with that if you this is both in and out of character for Lance. Is he would then do wordplay, or what is the significance of that isn't just the literal definition of the sun and the moon. Because if you want the like one of the things off the top of my head, Naeus could theoretically have like gravity powers then.
gravity powers.
Yeah, like like being able to manipulate things because like the tides and everything, because the way the moon is at a certain distance, it affects the whole like how the water and everything else works. So it's like you could, by that extension, you could also do that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like or like moon. So it like if it's at night, or it's like you two can combine together to create eclipse effects.
Oh, that would be really cool.
Yeah, see this.
But we would have to learn how to work together, so we would have to do training together.
Yeah, and I'm saying I've also suggested team up attacks, so we could do this. It's just also everyone has to go. Okay, just think of what your domain is and what that means to you, because also it's supposed to be a reflection of your character.
God, I would have to. Oh, what if it's like more like tarot meaning? Oh God, I knocked over something. It's okay.
Yeah, that
What if it
literally
be,
can work
like,
too.
What is more tarot meaning? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it.
as I go in to look to remember what the meaning was for it.
Well,
Because I could just look at my own book from my own cards, but I am so lazy, and then I would have to put them back and all that jazz. Okay. Moon symbol of mystical wisdom, and it subtly illuminates an unclear path ahead. Ah, okay. This card has everything to do with conscious and unconscious mind and the mysteries held in your subconscious. Oh.
so then you could do mind shit, or like
yeah.
you could incept people.
But it also, like, with the moon card, like in tarot, it is about illusions of perspective. Because, just looking through this a little bit. Like, I wonder, because of the fact, like, with the moon card itself, it does mean, like, it's more of an illusion. The moon is saying, like, your perspective could be an illusion of what you think it is. What if I could do more, like, have access to more illusion spells?
Yeah, dreams, illusions. It doesn't have to only be one thing or another, because I literally just sent like 20 different things to Silas, and he went, cool, they're all added now, basically.
I'm gonna have to send this to Silas.
Because also keep in mind, we're fucking gods. Who's gonna tell us no, we can't do the thing?
Okay, Keyleth, you just jump off the cliff and then turn into a goldfish until you hit the water. And forget that force of gravity. When you hit water, that's a small thing, sucks.
Hey, look, we turned tiny when we fell from the sky, so why not?
Man, though. I was not expecting that to be a thing, though.
I'm just happy that,
That was creative.
It worked out. Because and then also now Lance is, the thing is, I don't think you're really there in the past, but Lance, I wouldn't say he was a coward, but he was very fearful of things, and like I feel like him trying to save people regardless of his own safety is like a character moment kind of thing. But yeah, both in and out of character.
Could my powers, like, since if we're going still based on the moon aspect and all that, could it be something that I could utilize to get clarity on things?
I don't see why not. Again, it's however Naeus Naeus will associate his powers is like whatever he can think of. He basically just has to roll for it or improve his powers over time.
That's gonna be it. And I think Jerry's the one with the sword stuff, right? Like I know we have
defending.
like Lazarus and
Laz is the murderer.
Yeah, he's a murder hobo. That would be a terrible person to ask to teach me swordplay. Because I got that stupid fucking sword that I haven't been able to use yet.
Are you gonna? Well, oh wait, no, you're a sorcerer, so you don't need like a.
I'm a sorcerer. I really don't need to be up in like people's faces and do shit. However, I got the sword and I want to fucking use it. Like
Oh
me
my
as a
God.
player, I want to use it, but I know Naza would be like, I don't have a reason to use a sword. Unless like when I
Really
turn
trying
into
to
a big
hammer it
fucking
away.
dragon, that dragon like is able to hold the sword.
Check out me. I'm Zoro with the one blade in my mouth. Where are the other two blades? Fuck you. I'm gonna slash you in my mouth now.
That's basically it. Well, no, my claws are my swords. My wings are a hurricane.
You're laughing at how dumb that is. That's not a fucking blade, and you know it. Oh my god. Meanwhile,
You love it. Don't deny it.
God, I have to deal with so many people who are just goblins and brats. Oh my god. Deal with people's dumb bullshit where I'm just like, guys, I know we're having fun, but also the fucking end of the world is happening. Can we not risk this right now? Oh, I'm gonna put this person in my mirror.
You're gonna have to have a long talk with the party about that then.
I've had multiple talks.
You're gonna have to have an even longer talk about that with the party
They
then.
walk away.
You have to make them stay and listen to you.
Look, I keep them basically on a limited leash is what I have. And I have to just learn what they'll listen to and then talk to them and be like, okay, look, this is what you want, right? Okay, let's stay focus on the mission for 5 fucking minutes. And then we can worry about your murder later. That's also why he bargains with like, look, if you're gonna fucking create a nuke, at least point the nuke at our enemies. Don't use it on us.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Because also I think this is also in a way of Lance having to be basically like the god who has to like coordinate all the other fucking gods and teach them how to use their powers and just like because last time the party got out of the leash, John happened. Yeah. The problem is Lance is hope. He is not management.
He'll have to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, the thing
Because-
Lance is the way I think he tries to guide people is like he dangles hope of what they want in front of them. Go, all right, we're going this direction. Here's the carrot. Come follow me. Okay, fine. You can stab that guy, but first go in this direction.
In your opinion, just given since you have more knowledge of all the other characters and all that,
Yeah.
from your time with them, who would you think is actually the party leader of the group? It's not Silas, because Silas is just this random incoming benefactor who's supposed to kind of like point us in the right way, blah blah blah, you know, like mentor kind of figure. But in our party specifically, who do you think is actually leader material?
Well, this is the thing that me and Winter also talked about before is I think Silas and Gediva also mentioned it. It's very there are other people that are taking the lead right now, but everyone is pointing at Lance being the leader and he doesn't want it. But he is also like, okay, fine.
He'd rather take more of an advisor role than the actual leader kind of position is what I'm getting.
It's not that per se. It's just keep in mind he's still like an 18-year-old and he's now seeing like how much is on his shoulders. And that is terrifying to him because he wants to help, but also he's afraid of leading people down the wrong path, even though people are literally putting their hope into him and faith, but it's just there,
Which goes along with
Yeah.
being the god of hope.
yeah. And it's kind of like a thing that we've also talked about, of like everyone puts their hope into Lance, and Lance gives other people hope, but he has a hard time having hope in himself. Like the last time he talked to Ao, before he bit the dust, was him asking like, why me, why any of this, and it was just like, if it's not you, then someone else. So it's kind of like Lance knows he has to step up, but it's also just terrifying because all he has is hope, in a sense of like, there's no reason or anything. It's just like just taking faith and going with it, and that's basically what he's been going with the whole time. But the thing is, like, in the past, everyone has kind of made him, quote unquote, the leader, in the sense that he has to talk to people because he's the bard, so he has the best, of way of talking to people. But everyone else who are like the leaders, Silas has put in little notes of like, Silas or you, for other people seeing like the person that Lance will grow into or can become. But Lance is too preoccupied with, how do I know if this is right, or how do I know if it's sure? And it's kind of that self-fulfilling thing of like, because he doesn't want it, it's more thrust upon him, because in a way he's more deserving. So
Damn, this deep.
other party members want to call shots but want Lance to take responsibility. Yeah, that too. But yeah, even though I don't know if I always show it, but that's how Lance feels in a lot of these situations of just like, he knows eventually he will have to become a leader, because he's a god now. So if he can't take responsibility and lead people, then he's going to lead people astray, and he doesn't want that hope to be misplaced. So Lance is having a constant inner turmoil about everything.
Poor kid.
Again, he's only like 18, 19, or
I know.
20,
I'm
so.
just like, I keep thinking, this poor kid, like, this poor bastard was given with all great power comes great responsibility, but man, he's responsible for like this whole fucking train wreck of the group.
Yeah. Again, also keep in mind, it's.
I mean, there's also
Hmm?
some who I think helps a lot in like those ideas are honestly Jerry, like when it comes down to it, because you got like all the like chaotic like gremlins of the group, and then you have Jerry, who is also another voice of reason.
Yeah.
However, Jerry also, I feel like there's the voice of reason, and then there's the voice of reason that clashes with Lance's voice of reason.
Oh yeah, they have slightly differing opinions. It's the way I look at it is, Lance, Kaz, and Jerry are both good, but they're in different forms of good. Where I think Jerry can take the control, but he's not the person that everyone puts their faith in, is the thing. And then Kaz is someone that people will follow, but they don't see her as a leader, if that makes any sense, because they want to make sure Kaz is safe. Jerry's pragmatic and sometimes thinks a little too direct. Yeah, basically. Because Silas has pointed out that like, he is happy. Well, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm trying to paraphrase of how Lance, even though Lance hasn't like bossed people around, he's at least had people listen to him and changed people to some degree. And
That's true.
Lance doesn't always feel that, because he doesn't always see it, because he doesn't feel like people are always listening. But I think it's also the thing for Lance is that there's that kind of relatability to him, where if he was more like Jerry, then he wouldn't be a potential leader, if that makes any sense.
Like essentially, like if that was the case, like then Jerry would be the leader.
Yeah. The way I look, Jerry directs, he doesn't lead. Yeah, he's the way I was gonna say was I look at Jerry as a guiding
Jerry is
force.
the overglorified manager.
Yeah, which makes sense with his background in business.
Business bear.
Yeah.
Business bugbear.
Ye-
Sometimes I have to remember that Jerry is actually not a bear, but a bugbear.
Yeah, see, you have the opposite thing where you know what ventriloque his VTuber is. But because I know him as 3 different characters, I don't think of the bear immediately.
I mean, sometimes when I think of John, I think of a skitty ass, punk ass bear kid of
God.
John. I do.
Replace the fox aspect with bear stuff.
Basically.
I have many faces.
Sometimes that happens, but then I remember I have to remember that John is definitely not a bugbear.
That we know of. Oh.
Have many faces. Honestly, that's a good tool that we should find later down the line. It's just like the mask of many faces.
Oh my
that
god.
would be so fun to play with.
No, John is Sasuke. We've gone over this how many times?
John is Sasuke, Fox Boy.
Oh my god, I have so much. I'm having fun, but it's always so stressful for me playing Lance. I'm just like, all right, is this the day he decides to go ape shit and just say fuck it all?
Trying to be nice. Don't you want to go ape shit?
Yeah, you're.
And that's why I would be terrified for Lance to ever meet up with Nixania.
Yeah, well, the thing is, how many times has he been surrounded by essentially temptresses? And
she has a special ability that could.
Well, this is why Lance is working on building up both his wisdom saves and also using the sending stone to have those effects.
Yeah, but if we don't get those sending stones ready by that point, I would be worried. But that would be like the one person who I would worry about if Nixania ran into the breakers of chains.
Yeah.
The next person I would actually be afraid of would be Naeus. But that's just because like
you're good
sometimes
in evil
I'm in my
characters.
own mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm in my own mind and I'm thinking, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, that would be bad. Because it would be like, how bad would it be if the enemy team had a fucking dragon on their side? Oh no.
Oh no.
A godling dragon, no less. Oh,
Oh no.
no.
The dragon siblings have to fight now.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's the thing I want to like happen eventually, whether it's like a training montage or an actual like, you know, the moon against the sun, who would win?
Oh my god. Meanwhile, Lance is like, look, we already had this training goddamn montage with Kaz against John. I don't need another one of these things. Fuck off.
I do definitely, especially I'm assuming and like I'm waiting to like get a confirmation in the chat at this point, but like I think Naeus would have Jerry train him to be better with the sword. Like I'm assuming.
Well, Jerry's well, I mean, they can use any weapon. I just know him as a lance user.
I just don't trust fucking Lazarus training Naeus. Cause that bitch will kill me. He would make sure my ass is in the ground faster than I could say,
Well,
like, freeze.
Well, then fucking ask Ronald, then.
Ronald would be a good one. You're right. I keep forgetting, like, since there's so many characters sometimes, I forget who can do what.
Yeah.
Other than, like, the main people that I, like, know.
Ask the murder children to teach you how to murder better.
Well, no, not essentially murder. It's just, like, be able to officially use the blade and use it properly.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making a joke.
I know. Ask the murder children that like teach you how to murder better. Essentially, that's basically what it is.
Yeah. If you were gonna like use it like a rapier, then Lance could teach you or help you with that. But
Man, I gotta go check to see like what kind of blade it is because it really didn't say. I think it's just a short sword. Oh man, I can't speak anymore.
I don't know if you need training with that though.
Well, that's a good question. Let me double check the D&D Beyond and actually type it in right. Because it's not B&B Beyond, it's D&D Beyond.
You need finesse and
then I'll just check the Roll20 because that's where the sword is actually at. Let's see. Should have had this pulled up earlier, but I didn't think I was gonna need it because I thought I knew everything. I don't, apparently. But let's see. Crossbow, light, dagger, dart, quarter slap.
yeah, you can use it without needing
I
it.
added short sword on it because the deal for it actually said you're efficient, like you're proficient with this. I was like, am I? Am I really?
Well, you're a sorcerer, so
It's supposed to not be in the middle of fucking combat swinging my blade.
yeah, especially with concentration stuff.
Well, I have the concentrated mind feature, so that allows me to concentrate while doing other stuff.
Yeah, but
Like-
still, I'm saying if you get hit, then you have to do concentration rolls.
That's true, that's true. Let's see. Dragon Keen. That's the sword.
Oh no, you don't, because weapons for daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows.
Yeah.
But
But a +5 crystalline short swords forged from precious metals using technique from a race lost to time. It crackles and vibrates with a foreign magicka never before seen in Faerun. On hit, the short sword does the following. The wielding becomes proficient with the short swords while attuned, which I've been attuned to that.
wait, so then you don't need me to
this is the
train
thing
you
that
then?
gave me the. This is the thing. Well, he wants to be better at it.
Yeah, but well, then technically you just ask Lance also. Then while we have we can do the trope of have a conversation, but then we let our combat do the talking for
I like
ideals.
that. I like that. Because sometimes I feel like I'm just really lame and I really like fighting a lot. Just like, man, I never get a chance to fight.
You picked a fucking sorcerer bard or with bard spells.
I only get 2 bard spells though, so don't
Yeah.
you come at me with that.
Yeah, but
I
you get
use
to
most
choose
of my
any of them.
sorcery.
I can't just unlearn them. The way you
I know
do.
everything up to level 9 in bard.
Yeah, well, what the fuck? I can't do that. I have to like actually manage my spells.
Don't blame me, blame the homebrew item.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some of these homebrew ones, like the new people have, of like, where the fuck did you grab this?
I don't know, honestly. I stole it from a bard, okay?
Oh my
I stole it from
God.
a bard that I slept with,
Of
who was
course.
part of my party, and then he left, and he just never came back for his belt. Also, this sword is actually the thing that gave me the intelligence. So,
Oh my God.
so theoretically, I could give you the circlet of intelligence.
Just give me the goddamn thing, so then I can multi-class into other
Say
stuff.
please.
We're out of characters, so you're being snarky right now. Don't do this. Also, I'm helping you all in and out of character
That's true, that's
by
true.
training you with short swords.
I'm just being a butt. I'm just being a butt. Honestly.
I know,
Let's
but
see.
also, look, I know, but also I understand people enjoy when I play up the being the riled up person in the group.
And honestly, it's really amusing. I won't
Yeah,
lie.
so like I'm not naive. I know this. This is kind of my role in the group, and there's other stuff I'm not gonna get into this podcast to talk about because we've been talking a while. But yeah,
honestly, this sword would be really useful if I actually did use it, because depending on, like, say for example, we're going up against like some magic users and all that, the target struck is stripped of any magic effects granted by spells under 3rd level, and the target struck is unable to cast spells below 3rd
can I just
level until the end of their next
do you
turn.
want me to be completely honest?
Mm-hmm.
Give it to Lance so he can combine it with remembrance.
I'm not giving you my sword.
You could, if you give it to Lance, he can combine it with remembrance, and then he just basically has flying mind daggers that can do that effect on people.
I ain't giving you my sword.
Yeah, but do you realize being able to use that? Would...
I was given the sword as a gift by Silas Quint and the
Motherfucker.
lady Yuffie.
It's not Yuffie.
Effie?
It's just Yuff.
Youth. Okay, I can't.
Wow, you
Thinking
care
Yuffie.
so much
I
about
don't know
the
this person.
I'm pretty sure you met her when you were escaping from.
Is she the pickle vomiter?
Yes.
Oh, now I remember her.
Yeah. So there you go.
I forgot.
Yeah. See,
Because, you
see
know,
how much
we've been
you
stuck in
care.
the red fucking wastes.
Got to give him something in return, man. Yeah, I can. It's just the thing is, Naeus has also just been very loner type for me to not know exactly what to give him in exchange.
You could ask.
Yeah, well, do you see how I have to deal with Isla saying you could just ask and then her going, nah, fuck you?
I mean, there's a difference. Naeus isn't Isla.
Yeah, I know, but also every time it goes echoes in his head of Isla doing that. But also he would talk to Naeus. It's just right now there have been moments of butting heads, even if it's intentional.
Naeus is trying really hard. That's
I
all
know,
can say.
I know. But also Lance is also trying his best to keep this group together. Because we are so close to just going, oh, whoops, we accidentally became Barons for fun. Yeah,
You
Isla.
know, I wonder what kind of Baron abilities we would get.
I'm not gonna do this. I'm not. Look, we don't really have to think too hard about Baron abilities because we could probably just go, all right, what would the evil version of our Godling abilities be? Because that's what I think of.
It would be pretty bad, honestly.
Well,
Like-
yeah. The thing is, Lance would literally have the ability to put everyone in depressed states.
But what if you're already depressed? Will you just be mega depressed?
I would make it where they can't move because they've just given up that much.
They just unalive themselves right on the spot, honestly.
Yeah, that's the extreme version, but yes. Or basically put emotional weight on someone so then they're overcome with like pressure that they can't move, or restrain them with feathers so then they're basically chains that they can't break without if they give up then the feathers will never break. And there were some other things, or like literally making people go blind.
Oh, that would suck.
I
It would be like, honestly, for Lance, I could see like a mass enfeeblement spell.
Yeah. Well, because I was thinking giving everyone literal blind faith. So they're so blinded by what they want that they can't see what's really around them. Baronhood ain't that strong. Well, maybe.
No,
but
it
still.
really isn't. Honestly, it's interesting, to say the least.
Well, sure, but also, look.
I think really the only thing that makes us powerful is the fact that we are over level 20. That is the only thing right now.
Yeah.
And even then, we're still struggling.
Yeah, well, the thing is also the campaigns are run by two different people, so the things that they throw you at you are going to be very different.
Well, like they do DM switches, so I'm pretty sure those motherfuckers talk to each other. Be
Oh,
like, hey,
sure,
what if I did
but
this?
I feel like, granted, I haven't been in Medicus's campaign, but I feel like Medicus's campaign is like, good luck, motherfucker.
That's basically how it is right now. Like,
And then for
honest
Silas,
to
I kind of
fucking
feel like
God.
the odds are against us, but it never feels like it still feels like I'm in a story where the odds are against us, but it is still doable, versus whenever I hear the stuff that Medicus throws, I'm like, how the fuck are you supposed to get out of this?
dumb luck and determination.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference.
Like, there's a lot of dumb luck going on, and it's really hard because for the Sunday game, like, you got a lot of fucking betrayal going on, and you have people who don't essentially know how to work with the other. Then you have like people who, like, some of the barons who have been together for X amount of time, who actually can utilize the other's abilities.
Oh, they got that thing.
Somewhat, like, right now it is just really hard to do anything when the party keeps being split up.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing is like when you have a group of villains. Oh no, the villains are going to be villains even to each other.
Well, yeah, no, we all knew this was gonna happen. Like, let's be real here.
Yeah, that's also kind of the reason why I don't want to do a full villain campaign, because I'm like, look, I don't even have to really do anything as the DM. I just gotta wait until you all implode.
That's yeah.
I'm just saying.
Going back to save y'all. I don't know, Jerry. I don't know.
Good luck.
I mean, I don't know, John. Man, too many fucking J names. Why are you like this?
Gus, Jerry, and John.
Is Gus spelled with a J too? Fuck.
No, it's not, but
I know. I know. I know.
I don't know. I'm tired now.
I am too. We got 10 minutes of this. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What are you thinking about for Naeus and all that stuff? I'm also sending you more dice while we're kind of wrapping things up.
Hell yeah.
I think I might have sent some dupe ones, but eh.
It's all good. It's all good. Wait, what was the question?
Just Naeus stuff, because we've done a lot. Because I like to confuse people. No, basic bitch. Well, fuck you. A lot of like Lance stuff. With everything, because for better for worse, I'm. Other people can like, all right, time to make a new character. I'm like, I know, I'm committed to Lance now. There's nothing else.
That's how I feel. I've been so committed to Naeus that, like, the fact that I'm able to play him again, I just want to make him the best that he can be, whether that be just having more power or being able to do more stuff, or essentially just making something better. I think really with this campaign, what I'm looking forward to essentially with him is him being able to kind of going back to, like, he was with a party, was out of a party for like X amount of time, and now he's trying to integrate himself and like relearn how to be with a party again. Which with this party, he kind of has the idea that, like, they're not going to be going away anytime soon. Like, with the with the kind of, I'm kind of safely assuming, because gods were kind of immortal a little bit in a sense.
Well, yes and no, because we've seen a god die.
I mean, immortal as in, like, if we weren't fighting for our fucking lives, like, more the sense that, like, we'll live for a long fucking time.
Well,
'cause we're
sure.
essentially become, like, ascending into godhood. But, I guess he's trying to form newer bonds that, even if it doesn't last forever, at least he tried. And another thing kind of going on with that is, I think what he would eventually like to do is figure out actually more about his lineage. Because all he knows is, like, his mother. He doesn't know anything about his father.
Oh, because of the retconning.
Yeah, since, like, I decided not to go with having, like, evil bad dad in this game, because I thought that would be just too much to throw at Silas. So I said, Silas, it is up to you to figure out who my dad is. And
turns out your dad was murdered by Isla.
Sounds about right, honestly. I did give him the, like, we were talking back and forth when I was first discussing how Naeus would go, especially the fact that, like, it was like, hey, am I allowed to be a dragon? Yeah, you are. And I'm like, shit, I can do so much more with this character now. Okay, then, you know, what are we gonna do? How did mortal woman have dragon? Like, how did this happen? And I think the idea of godly dragon custody battle might be a thing.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
I mean, vaguely, I have an idea. Sure.
That vague idea is probably it.
Yeah. Well.
Which is why I am very interested to see if we go up against Tiamat anytime soon.
I mean, we're gonna find out.
I'm kind of looking forward to it, honestly. Not gonna lie.
It's probably gonna come up sooner than later.
I'm also, I think, looking forward to seeing if, because they sent a lot of information over to Silas, I might have to resend some information over because I had to get the information correct since I had to ask permission from like other people to be like, hey, is it okay for me to use your characters in this campaign for like backstory and all that?
Oh, sure.
And there's potentiality that I will be running into or Nace will run into again his wizard turned lich friend, and also running into the man who he took the last name from his kind of pseudo dad's children.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't make any it doesn't make any sense, but like essentially in the old campaign, which is what I wrote into the backstory to like send over to Silas, was essentially with his old party, the rogue was given the ability of immortality as well. However, he decided that once their adventuring was done, even though he kept the ring on for a bit, he wanted to live the rest of his life out as a normal mortal kind of situation. However, it doesn't mean that he didn't pass that ring along to his children.
Okay.
So there's always that possibility.
Yeah.
But if it it's gonna if it comes into play, that would be really interesting. Just really, I would like to be able to explore more of in character wise Naeza's backstory with the party, so that way it kind of gives the characters more of an idea on why Naeus is the way he is.
Sure. Okay. With the current party.
Yeah, with the current party.
Yeah.
And then also just see the kind of struggles that he's currently having to face himself, even though being as old as he is, he's still struggling with specific things. Even though he tries to bypass it as, it's not really that important, or
Oh yeah, see that's the
nothing
thing.
to currently worry about right now, while we have so much other things to worry about.
Yeah, I was gonna say when Lance and Naeus have that conversation, oh, he's gonna call it out. This is you act like you don't, you can just walk away with this, it doesn't bother you, and maybe it doesn't, but I don't believe that.
Shit.
You've cared.
I'm getting really emotional already just thinking about how that conversation's gonna go.
Everyone who's had someone, if you've lived long enough, you've cared about people, and don't tell me you just let them go. You've probably held on to them harder than anyone else can ever know. So don't
clutches his pearls. I mean, he does have that amulet that he keeps around his neck.
Yeah. So
that
yeah.
I've never came to terms whether or not it's actually an amulet of Bahamut that he took from his mother, or if it's just a blue gem encrusted amulet. I never came to terms with that. It really just depends on how the reference art comes out.
Yeah, see, that's some stuff with Lance's art. You've seen it's just what's this? And then I went with the more traditional white and blue, which I think worked for Lance.
It does actually. It contrasts with him very well.
Yeah. So and then, but yeah, I feel as Lance gets more confident, he's also going to be able to he's going to lean into some of my abilities to read people and call them out.
Which I think that would be very honestly, it's gonna be that would be very beneficial for Lance because that allows him to there's a word I want to say and I lost the word. I think it would let him grow more.
Yeah.
Instead of being like, feeling like he's being a pushover, nobody's listening to him. Like actually putting his foot down and saying, "No, you listen to me, motherfucker. I have this to say, and you will listen to me at least for a little bit."
Yeah. He's been pushing back more now, like with the whole conversation about the nuking stuff. It's just him finding the way to make people. It's not just him trying to like have his voice be heard. It's like, no, you're gonna understand me, and I think that's also gonna tie into his powers.
I think that would be a really great power.
Yeah. Where I think it's because there's also the thing of like, yeah, you were there for the Naeus was there of like agreeing to help Paige about Vincent, and then also probably trying to use that power also against John of just like, no, even if you don't have hope, I'm going to instill you in hope, and I'm going to use that fucking against you, because once you have hope, that means you also have despair, because when you lose it, it's going to hurt that much more.
Damn. Fucking savage. Like, what the fuck? I'm all for it, honestly. Like, just fuck me up.
Well, see, that's the thing is like, as things get worse, Lance is going to have to do things that he may not enjoy, but he knows he has the capability of doing. You threaten me with pain and dying, but I know there are things that you would wish for death before this. I'm gonna find the things you dream about and twist them until it hurts you just to even look or hear them.
To quote a specific variant from the Sunday campaign, ooh, I got chills.
Because that's the other thing I want to do with Lance is because, being a bard, he has a lot of illusion stuff and like making people feel and see things. So that would also make sense with hope and all that. And like at first it's him trying to like do the, I don't want to say pacifist, but the least harmful. But he's also thinking about like, if I need to stop a motherfucker, I will. I need to be ready, and I need to know the full extent of my powers. And if that means I have to put someone in endless torment so they don't hurt anyone else, then so be it.
Man, the day someone crosses, like, or makes Lance do that,
Well, that's the whole thing about like, let's see Lance's villain arc if Kaz dies.
Trying really hard not to let Kaz die.
Yeah, well, because Lance is if you haven't noticed, there's people Lance cares about, but seeing Kaz is the reason he still is his biggest thing that gives him hope of that, like, yeah, we're trying to do something right. We may not always agree or see eye to eye, but as long as Kaz is here, with her endless bullheadedness to do what's right, then Lance will keep trying to. Because and that's the reason why he's like, I know you care about things. You wouldn't go this far. You wouldn't try and get this kind of power if you didn't care. You have something you cared about. Maybe you lost it already. Maybe you're trying to hope that you can bring it back. And maybe I can help with that. Or maybe I can keep reminding you of how you failed.
Oh, ouch. Man, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm so excited. I'm like Loki's like, oh, let's make this happen, but at the same
my
time,
God.
no, leave the owl alone. Do not be that person that you always do and collect their tears because you know they would sell on the internet. Delicious owlboy tears.
uh,
$300 per vial.
See, if you try to do that, he would be like, "Oh, you've hurt me enough. I've cried all my tears. Now it's your turn."
Oh, delicious. Loving it, loving it.
This is
I'm
also
loving it.
the voice that I use when I'm trying to make people's brains go burr because they like the danger thing, and I'm like, you guys need
I'm
help.
like, I feel like I am definitely in danger right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in danger. And I'm enjoying it way too much.
Yeah, because
Man.
Lance could easily go like, I can give you what you want. I will hold it in front of you. I will dangle it in front of your hands and you will reach out. But not until I hear you beg will I even entertain the thought of even letting you get a single finger on it.
Baron Lance, Baron Lance, Baron Lance, Baron Lance.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. There was the joke of like, look, if he has nothing to reason to become a god, maybe I should just destroy it all.
Destroy it all, destroy it all, just fuck it all to shit.
But what was it? The thing is, like, it was intentional for John to be the one picked out because, like, even hearing it, I know in character Lance would have immediately refused, become like entertaining the idea of being a baron and destroying everything.
And that's the
Because-
fun thing that I like about Nixania. She's not there to destroy everything. She wants everything.
Yeah.
Like she wants to take like I would definitely like I don't know when this if it's not already like kind of on the minds of like certain characters in the other campaign. But she may be the daughter of Strahd. Haha. But she is sick and tired of crazy old men
Well, okay, yeah.
telling her what to do, and she wants to take all their stuff,
Yeah.
which is why Scarlet King better hold that sword of his very close.
I'm just laughing because I'm thinking of like, you want to. This is again, Baron Lance is like, oh, you want to take it by force, but there's something better when they give it to you willingly because they have nothing else but to give in. That's when it's really delicious.
Oh man, I'm gonna need your like devious like Lance mind to like come up with some really good shit. It's like message you, hey, what's a good way to say go fuck yourself?
You just want you want Lance to be like a ghostwriter for Nixon.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm not cool. I'm not that smart to like come up
Why
with
am
this
I-
shit. I play a lot of intelligent characters, but me as the player, Nevbird is not smart.
Well, see, that's the thing. It is both.
I quote way too many shit. Okay.
I mean, I quote things too. You know, I know references too. The thing is, my brain works, and I think I use that for Lance in particular, but for other characters is, I may seem nice and everything, but I know how to twist things where I'm slowly getting you on my side, where you want to root for me, for where you want to cheer for me, and make it where you're the villain when all you did was just be yourself.
Damn. I just need like a one shot of Evil Lance.
Don't worry, when I DM, you'll see him.
I just want to see one shot of Evil Lance, like hardcore.
I mean, we could probably ask like, I mean, Medicus or Silas or Gandiva, or hell, I could do it too. Of just like, we could easily just have a thing of like vision, like in visions of what could be, and seeing what would happen.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be so down for something like that.
Because then it's like I could easily just have Lance be like, "Oh, please scream for me more. I want to record it so I can remember this even when you're gone."
Damn, I gotta go. Like, oh.
Your pain is music to my ears. Even if it's only for a moment, this will remain for eternity.
Yes. It's so delicious. I'm enjoying this way too much.
I can tell. And I'm like, this is maybe this is also why Lance is a bard. Is just like, hey, and me doing improv is like, I feed off the energy of people. So when I know someone's like into whatever I'm doing, I'm like, all right, you like that? I know exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm into that shit. Yeah.
I know exactly what to keep doing it. Where I can do this for hours, and you would be in the palm of my hand, and you would say thank you.
And just melt like putty. Be like, yes.
He's so toxic, but he went through so much. I want him to do more.
I don't want to fix him. I just want to make him worse.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Which
before.
is basically Nixonia's whole thing with Vincent.
Yeah.
Just make that motherfucker even worse. I don't care what happened to him before.
Yeah.
I like what's going on right now.
The thing is, if Lance was truly evil, he would bring back his happiness. But the thing is just make it where it's like, oh, I want you to remember that moment you were happy, but you will never feel that again. And I know that's going to frustrate you. Always trying and never being satisfied. I know you want to lash out, don't you? If you can't feel happiness, why should anyone else? Go, look at them. They're smiling at you. They're mocking you because they have something you can never have again.
God, I think that would fuck up Vincent way much more.
Oh, I know. That's again.
That would fuck him up way much more. And
I
would be
know,
down for
I
that
know.
shit. I would be so down for that shit.
See, that's the thing is I've been told I could be like a psychologist or therapist and stuff because I know how to make things like, oh, you think you're sad now. You think you felt pain. This was only a taste of what's to come. And if you can't handle it, too bad. You're not in control.
I am. Oh man, this has just got like the brain worms going like real good. Like I'm so excited to just I'm just so excited to see what happens. Like I live and breathe these campaigns right now.
This continues to cycle trauma. I don't know when Richard just said that, but yes. Well, the thing is, Lance doesn't have the trauma until the campaign started. But he's read enough. He knows enough of stories of, like... The way I'm framing it for Lance is, look, he hasn't had the most tragic backstory, but he knows what loneliness is like. What it feels like where you question yourself every single moment. And he also knows from reading so many books of how to build tension, how to make things, when things seem bad, how to make them even worse, how to make people feel true despair. And that's the scary thing, is where if it's like he's basically, I guess the way to look at Lance is also the trope of like, in retail, there are two people. If you've gone through it, you don't want anyone ever to feel that way, so you're the nicest person ever, or you say, fuck you, I went through it, now it's your turn.
Oh, been there, done that.
Yeah.
There was just.
So Bear and Lance, or if he finds the right Denarian in an alternate universe, yeah, he can fuck shit up if he really wanted to, and he wouldn't be doing it through a fight. He just slowly
It's just all the
twist.
mind games.
Yep.
That's the best way to go about it, honestly. It's the mind games.
Yep. Well, yeah, he would basically just go. He would basically where John would be the type to be like, "Hey, I made a deal with the Red King, or the Red King, the Scarlet King." I even for Lance deviant art face. Oh boy. Lance would have gone and taken the deal with the Scarlet King and slowly twist things around everyone and create like seeds of distrust amongst the whole party, and still act like he's still the innocent owl boy.
Oh, that'd be fucked up. But that would be great, honestly.
It'd be
I'm all
like-
for that.
Like, why would I ever hurt anyone? You saw how I reacted when John killed that man. Do you think I would ever want to do that? Why? I can't believe you would ever say that.
I can't believe you done this.
Oh my god. But yeah, it's
Oh man.
Lance would definitely just have it where he'd basically be the reason why Silas is framed right now. I don't know the whole context of why he killed that guy. So in the alternate universe, Lance is the one who planned it, versus in this one, he's trying to like clear his name.
Oh man, I can see. Oh man. Oh that. Damn. Why you like this, boy?
See, the thing is, like, Lance would just, if we really did bear Lance, it would very much be the thing of like, it would be he would be the this is such a like a meme thing, but what's it called? Being like the Death Note kind of thing of just like, just all according to the story. You're all playing your parts perfectly.
All according to Keikaku.
Keikaku
That means plan.
But yeah, it would very much be like everyone knows their parts. They're gonna play it because that's who they are. They're not like, why would they fight what's inside them? Just do what comes naturally, and everything will fall into place, and I'll be there.
Be some good fucking shit right there. Ah, man, we're getting close to needing to finish up. But any
Yeah.
last words? I say to the host of the deal.
No,
Like I'm the host now. I've become Alistair. I am the new host.
Oh, I hope you're having fun, new Alistair. As I'm trying to, no, I'm just having fun because now I'm just, I basically plague up to your brain rot.
Yep. It is just skyrocketing. It is some good ass shit right here.
Well, maybe we'll have more of this conversation after 2 days from now.
Oh man, yeah.
What was it? But yeah, I had a good time, of course. I mean, look, we've been doing this for 5+ hours now, so I would hope I'm enjoying this.
We have a lot to talk about, so it's just like,
Yeah.
yeah. I was kind of worried for a moment, I was like, oh man, what if I like don't have anything to talk about? I'm just gonna have to like make shit up on the fly.
It's D&D. We'll have stuff to talk about.
Absolutely.
And if not, as the host, I would try and figure something out.
But we had a lot to talk about. I'm just really glad that we were able to play off each other's and all that. Like, it's just good shit. I'm all about this.
You love the drama of everything.
I do love drama.
Meanwhile, I'm like, look, there's enough drama. We don't need to do this. Or
No,
do
there's
we?
not enough. Nah, we definitely do.
Yeah. Let's just let
Like,
you sink
all
into
the
it further.
chaos.
Oh, you want the drama? You want the chaos? Well, just if you haven't realized it, this is just order. It's all according to what I've planned.
Excellent. I'm all about that. Just like, I'll eat that up. Num 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 num.
Thank you. I'm assuming you. What did I come into? Oh, don't worry. I'm definitely not planning. Kyo's also another person who's into D&D and stuff, and maybe Kyo is probably gonna have me voice a character in a Tome game. Shit.
Do it. Yes.
She really wants me to play Yandere, and I can't imagine why. Definitely don't have experience with that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'd buy a game for that.
Oh, would you?
I would. I would, motherfucker. I would.
Oh, okay, well, don't test me or else. I'm making you the angel, though. Of course. Fine. That's fine. Whatever. I already know that if I really want to probably blow up, this is so dumb to say, but it's just like, look, I'm just gonna have to lean into that and just do like, all right, everyone, here's the villain shit you want to hear me say and do.
Just gives you a script and it's like, read it now.
I'm becoming the thing I didn't want to become. All right, fine, I'll become Vox. I'll do my own version of it. It's a joke. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I'll be happy to have you as a guest again, anytime. And also, as a thing I've been doing as the guest, is there someone you'd like me to raid?
Oh man, not really in particular. So let's raid one of your friends.
All right. Let me see who is still awake since it's so late. Right, I'm gonna raid. I don't know if you know Zungi, but we're gonna raid her. Zungi Pungi. But yeah, this is great, and I'm looking forward to more D&D and storytelling, and I'll probably tease you now more about this dumb brain rot thing if you want, which I know you do want.
I do. I'm so sick in the head. I'm so down.
Yeah, I know. And I'm an enabler, but I also I enjoy enabling.
I'm all about being enabled.
And even it's also fun to have the theoretical of Lance doing all this. Even if it never goes down that path, because God help us
Trying
all.
so hard. I know, right? I was like, I gotta try to keep this boy good. Otherwise, bad things will happen.
Being bad
Terrible things will happen.
Yeah.
I've already seen it. I voiced it.
Yeah, it's like, look. Even if Lance isn't a playable character, he's gonna be doing things behind the scenes. Because the way I would probably play Lance, if he still had like godling powers but was evil, he would probably like, because hopes are dreams, he would literally start going into people's dreams and twisting them.
Delicious, honestly. Like,
You
that's how you go. That's how you fucking do it.
It's like, try and fight me, you can't. What are you gonna do?
You can try and fight me, but the thing is, it will only tickle.
Yeah. It's like, see, you try to fight me right now. What you haven't realized is you've been sleepwalking this whole time, and I've been guiding you. And you have been attacking the ones you love most while you let out your anger. Is that what you really wanted?
Yes.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, Miss Toadstool. It is I, your one and only king.
How's your coop? I'm a turtle.
Sir.
You see, a little slow, a little green, but a whole lot sick. Super duper.
Oh my God. I did not. What are you doing, sir? I did not do anything inappropriate. I'm just playing the part that people want.
Give it to me. Give it to us.
Lies. You're saying lies, but also I know so many people want this. I really, if I really should to build up my audience for Twitch, is just start doing like Twitter and TikTok shorts or YouTube shorts of just me doing this voice. And-
Yes. Yes. Yes.
oh my god.
Absolutely yes.
And meanwhile, I'm just like, I just want to play Power Wash Simulator, guys. Can you fucking chill for
Do the
5
voice.
seconds?
Do the voice part.
Oh, that's the voice you want. You want it so badly that you're gonna beg for it. Okay. Anyways, you can't use your voice like that. It's a crime.
Well, if it's a crime, I don't want to be right.
Yeah.
Take me away, officer.
Well, if it's a crime, are you gonna restrain me?
Oh.
I'm just waiting.
Damn, I gotta go. Like, my cat is offended.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Take care of your cat then.
I'm joking. He's
No,
asleep.
I know. Oh my god, you're using Sean's emote for this.
Oh man, my face hurts right now. Like,
Oh, that's not the only part of you will hurt.
shit.
This is always before we raid my friend. Let's just get all this dumb conversation shit out first. Actually, I'm gonna. One of my friends is doing a partner push, so we'll raid them instead.
Okay.
Fuck. What was I even gonna say? Oh, it's always fun when people are like, whenever they see a bun VTuber, they're always like, oh, a bunny is like, oh, so cute, innocent, or the other version. Okay, I'm going to bed. Dumb bunny. Have a good night. Thanks, Kyo, for stopping by. Thanks you, and I'm pretty sure for humoring me, even though I know you probably enjoyed it. Have a good night.
You say good night in the voice. Say good night in the voice.
Good night. Sweet dreams. Hope you'll be dreaming of me. If not, I'll give you a good reason to. You want that, don't you? Is that a command? Because I'll do it if you really want me to. Oh, we're calling each other pet names now. Okay, I think of a few for you later. Maybe I could do ASMR for a few hours.
You should. You should.
If I can throw things. Oh, if you could throw things, I would throw you right onto the... Okay, and we'll stop there. Be a fucking tease. Actually, I just realized, you know, I'm just gonna take these clip. I'm just gonna clip the end of this and just be like, "This is what you can get, you fucking degenerates."
Oh, you'll have to like take my voice screaming out of it too.
Yeah, but I think people would enjoy that part too, for being quite honest. Yeah.
I'm losing my goddamn mind.
Yeah, shout my name, scream it, say it as loud as you want. Let everyone know.
I'm loving the key smashing right now. This is like
Oh, yeah.
prime time entertainment.
Oh yeah, see, I'm not trying to like try to do parasocial things. I just think it's funny when getting these reactions.
It is great. Honestly, it's the best kind of reactions, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I just want to see more and more reactions from you. You may call me an ass, but I'm gonna grab yours soon enough now. All this keyboard smashing. Oh, okay. Yes, honey. Also, Kyo is also the person I have. Instead of the SDM, it actually has Alistair with her VTuber also.
I love it.
I ship her characters enough. Oh, I know. And I'm giving you more reason to do that. Let me feed into it.
Shit. Yo, stop your husband.
Oh,
Oh
you're
my
gonna lock
God.
me up, and I won't need the safe word.
There's a safe word.
Uh, yeah, but it doesn't really get used that much.
You are an asshole.
And yet you're still here.
I am. I'm waiting for you to end stream, motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm talking to Kyo about she's still here.
I know.
No comment. You say you have to go to bed, but I'm keeping you up. And you're not leaving, are you?
Because you won't stop. Shit.
Well, I'm having fun right now. And I think you're having fun too. Yeah, I'm just gonna clip this for like the next
I'm just gonna
2
clip
months.
this and send it all. Like I'm making sure everybody hears this.
I mean, if
It's
you
like,
fucking clip
this is evil Lance. I'm not smart enough to clip shit.
Well, I mean, clipping on Twitch is just like dragging a bar, so it's not too hard.
Clip.
Yeah.
I don't know how to clip yet.
Oh yeah, before we go, this blackmail, god damn it. It's like, yeah, well, I knew. Look, you're upset about this being blackmail, but if you're enjoying this, I'm pretty sure you're gonna enjoy the idea of me. It's like, oh, I'm gonna use this against you. I'm gonna hold this all against you. And I'm gonna make sure you say thank you by the end of it.
Shit. Fuck. Shit. Titties. Ass.
Yeah, those are all the parts I'm gonna hit. This is my type of ASMR. I like story. I mean, yeah, but also, Kyo, you know I can make a story out of this.
We just need to send you a whole bunch of scripts to read.
I don't give a shit, I'll do it. Start posting them on Twitter and all this stuff. And then dealing with all the toxic people on TikTok going like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? I was like, hey, thanks for the views, bitch.
They'll give you your money!
Yeah. Even if you're not giving me your money, you're giving me your time, and I know that's a lot more valuable. Because I am in your mind. I'm gonna get in there. And I'm not going anywhere. Stop
Stop
being
being the earworm.
Yeah, well. Stop giving me a reason. Anyways, okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's 5.5 hours and we should end it because I feel like we're gonna keep talking after the stream, but thank you, this has been fun. And also just because for people who are actually my friends, not just randos, if you want, I don't care, I can read a script for you and we can have fun with it. End your stream and go to your bed, you're horny, but I don't want to hear this from you, Dragon, who has very specific tastes that I know. Anyways, let me raid the person, but thank you everyone, have a good night.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, this was fun, and I hope everyone will keep thinking of me like I'll be thinking of you. Bye everyone. All right, just let the raid take a few seconds to register. This is dumb, but it was fun.
That was great, honestly. Like, oh man.
We're gonna
Absolutely
raid now.
prime time amazing.
All right, stopping stream and recording.